Yeah, I can love me better than you can love me better. I can love me better, baby. Can love me better. I can love me better, baby. Can love me better. I can love me better, baby. Can love me better. I can love me better, baby. Oh, I love that song again. I love that song again. You know when you hear a song a lot, first of all, hello. You know when you hear that song like a lot, any song, and then, you're like, oh, I'm hearing it too much. And then time goes by and you listen to it again and you're like, oh, that song bangs. That's me with flowers right now. I'm like, I can buy myself flowers. Write my name in the sand. Talk to myself for hours. All right. Listen up. Listen up. We have a lot to get to, and they are very long. Now, I'm going to lock in. Someone said, is this live or is this a premiere? This is live in the flesh. This is live in the flesh. Political ads. What are you getting? Who'd you get? Kamala or Trump? Who'd you get? Who'd you get? Who's on my channel? I'm curious to see as to who YouTube think my audience is. Who are you getting? Anyways, we have a lot to get to, and they're long topics. It is 10 p.m. right now, but I'm willing to lock in. I'm willing to lock in, and here's the thing. If we lock in, we have to lock in together. I can't do this without you, and you cannot do it without Mother Mucker. We have got to lock. Oh, you got Kamala? Hey, coconut tree. You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? You better lock in, because I'm going to lock in, and I can't do this on my own. Hello, everyone. I hope you're all doing well. I have some topics for you today. And before we get to those, I have a couple little updates for you. Hi, Mary Murphy. I hope you're doing well. Yes, Mary said, I like your hair. I just got it cut today. God bless you. God bless you, kind woman, for recognizing that. All right, let me tell you something real quick before we lock in. Right. So, you know that, by the way, I'm so aware that I have a little bit of a swollen eye right now, which is really convenient because on Wednesday, I am, how do I say this? Because really exciting news, you guys. I cannot say what I'm about to say, so I'm going to speak in code. And if you know, you know. I just signed a contract. I cannot say what the contract is in reference to, but on Wednesday, I'm shooting a photo shoot for something the contract refers to that I can't talk about until you all know about it. Meanwhile, the chat is like just exactly saying what it is. What? Where did you hear that from? I didn't say that. I didn't say that. Birthday dinner lock-in, and that's how I know that you're on the Muckers Finsta, and I love you for it. I'm feeling very passionate today because I have a lot to talk about. So anyways, I am in the locking in stages of what the chat are currently saying. And I have a photo shoot on Wednesday. I've never had a photo shoot before. I'm having them on Wednesday. And what did I wake up with today? A swollen eye. Why, you may ask? If you saw my video yesterday in Manchester, I cried so goddamn much that I swole my eye up. And I'm really pissed at myself. Really pissed at myself. Anyways, moving on from in reference to the contract, I'm going out to LA on Monday. Okay? And I decided that I was going to, if anyone knows, I feel like I'm going crazy tonight. I don't know what it is. I feel like I like my outfit. Do you like it? I might have done some filming in it today for the contract thing. Anyways, so how do I say this next part? Sorry, the chat is going absolutely crazy right now. The birthday dinner. Hello. So anyways, hi Junkie. Hi. So, I'm going out to LA on Monday, and I was supposed to be in LA from the 23rd of September until the 2nd of October. And I was going to be there in that duration with my friends from Brighton. 2 of my friends are coming out. And my friend Kat was coming out, who we love, Kat. Hi, Kat Tambarge. Hope you're doing well. She's literally texting me as we speak. Hi, Kat. Kat's not in the chat, but is watching. Hello, Kat. Can we get some hi, Cats? So we're all going out together. And we were supposed to go for like 10 days. So if anyone watched the Rosanna interview I did anyone watch that? I posted it on my YouTube channel. I did like a little interview with Rosanna Pansino. It was really fun. Turned out really well. She was amazing, really easy to talk to. And it overall just was a great vibe. Has anyone seen that? Has anyone seen the Rosanna interview? Okay, people have seen it. So I decided that while I was out in LA, that I was going to reach out to a couple people and be like, you know what? Like, maybe I'll rent a space in LA and maybe I'll do like a podcast or 2. Like, maybe I will, interview like 1 or 2 people. Like, the Rosanna thing went really well. And as I've told you, like, me and Rosanna are going to be filming when I'm out in LA. We're trying to work it out with timings, but obviously we're planning on fitting it in. And I started reaching out to people. And muckers, people responded to me. People responded to me. I'm not kidding. I could not believe, but people responded to me. Like, I didn't think the people were going to respond to me. They did. And so my LA trip from the 23rd until the 2nd has now been extended from the 23rd until the 13th because I have already booked 9 podcast guests. 9! What the fuck? I didn't think I was going to film any. And now I have 9 people, including one of my childhood favorite YouTubers who I have never met before, and she is honestly one of my favorite creators. She is an OG YouTuber, and I'm like, I'm so fucking excited. Oh my god, you guys have no fucking idea. I'm like, I'm not saying who anyone is, but all I'll say is that there are 9 podcast guests, and they are all fucking amazing. And there is a lot of really OG YouTubers who I could not believe got back to me. I'm so excited. I just like, oh my God, I'm so excited. And I'm still in contact with people. It is not Colleen Ballinger. Okay, it is not Jenna. Oh my God, it's not Jenna Marbles. Sorry, I meant to preface that. Sorry, I had a couple of favorite YouTubers. It is not Jenna Marbles. Jenna Marbles doing her own thing. I would love that, but doing her own thing. But she's from that same time period of YouTube, and I'm just really excited. So we have a bunch of those going on that week. I'm trying not to tell you who I've booked because I want to keep it a surprise for the most part, but I will tell you that, Swoop is confirmed. Joshua David Evans is confirmed. I'll kind of leave it at that because I feel like Josh and Swoop are pretty predictable. I'm obviously very excited, but I feel like you would assume that I would, try to get them on. Them 2 are definitely coming on. I see someone in the chat has got it. Daniel Prada, no. And you know what the worst thing was? I was going to reach out to Daniel Prada, and after he came into my comment section with a snarky fucking attitude, I can tell him to go fuck himself. Fuck Daniel Prada. He came into my comment section, and after blocking me, and was like, oh, Adam, you could always reach out to me through my email. Go fuck yourself. And the thing was, Daniel Prada would have been someone that I would have loved to have filmed with that week, but now I do not want to film with him. Don't be a snarky. Like, who do you think you are? Like, don't do that. You're not the person to do that. Nor is anyone the person to do that. So Daniel Prada is not openly invited. Um, he is not. It's unfortunate because I would have loved to have had him on. But not anymore. Not anymore. I'm not even considering asking him because I think his way of handling things, he acts like he is so much better than everyone else. So I have absolutely no interest in Daniel Prada being a part of anything I do. But I reached out to Joey Graceffa. I haven't heard back, but Daniel Prada, not an interest to me at all. So anyways, I'm very, very, very excited about that. What I will say though is there's three people that I'm trying so desperately to like confirm. If I'm gonna be completely honest with you. One of the people that is like a maybe right now that I want so desperately. One of my favorite people in the entire world is Rebecca Black. We're trying to work out timings. I want that so bad to work. You know, we've been texting back and forth. I would love not. You know, I am a huge Rebecca Black. Like, above anything else, I am a huge Rebecca Black fan. And we're texting back and forth and we're trying to make it work. I would absolutely love to have Rebecca Black on. I'm a huge fan of just her music in general. I don't know if she's going to be available. She's shooting a project the week that I'm filming, but I'm really, really, really trying for that. We're trying to work something out. I'm just going to be honest with you who I haven't confirmed who I would love to do. I really would love Rebecca. We're talking about it. We're trying. I would really love iJustine. I would really love iJustine. iJustine hasn't got back to me yet, which is obviously by the way, these people are busy. They work. I'm really, really, really hoping for iJustine. I've messaged her. I commented on her post and was like, I DM'd you. Like, if you ever get time to see it, I would love to do iJustine. I love the lore behind iJustine. And I would really love Tyler Oakley. Jeffree Star, not really. Eugenia Cooney, not really. Anyway, we'll see. Whoa, I'm getting. Sorry, I just got an email. I got an email in reference to all this. Okay, sorry. I just got an email in reference to all that. So there's so much going on. Glozal. No, I haven't reached out to Glozal, if I'm being honest. Whoa, there's so many comments right now. Okay, so here's what I'm going to say before we get into everything. I had done this post, right, where I had made a video on my Instagram and I was like, please tag people you would love to come on the podcast, right? Now, a big part of this is like audience wanting it. So before we get into the topics, could I please, I also have asked Garrett. I have reached out to Garrett Watts. I would love Garrett to come on. I'm reaching out to everyone I would have interest having a conversation with. Before we get into the topics, obviously, I'm going to pin this post right now. If possible, would people be able to tag the people we just talked about just to show that there is interest? Because a big thing as well is like showing there's interest. Obviously, you know, it's either 9 or 10 people I have confirmed right now, right? But a big thing is, you know, people wanting it, people showing interest. Kamala Harris, don't know if I'm going to get her on the podcast, if I'm being honest, babe. If possible, could people please go over to this post? I have it pinned now. Could you please tag Rebecca Black? Could you tag Tyler Oakley? Could you tag iJustine? iJustine is a really big one. I'm already talking to Rebecca Black. We're like trying to work on that, but iJustine is a big one I haven't heard back from yet, and I would absolutely love nothing more. I'm such a huge fan of her. iJustine, Tyler Oakley, I think would be really fun. Rebecca Black. Obviously, we're talking, but just to show there's interest. And who was the other one I said? I do not want to talk to JoJo Siwa, if I'm being honest. or Ethan Klein's mother, if I'm being honest. So, anyways, I would appreciate that. All right. Anyways, also, before, like, final thing before we get into topics, we had talked about the thing that shall not be named, because obviously I cannot. Oh wait, I see everyone tagging. Thank you so much to everyone who's tagging. Okay, I really appreciate everyone tagging. I really appreciate everyone tagging. You have no idea how much this like really makes a difference in terms of people being like, oh, there's an interest here. Oh my God. Thank you so much, everyone. This seriously is such a big help of tagging. Please tag Rebecca Black, Justine, Tyler Oakley. They're the ones on the top of my head right now who I haven't heard back. Well, sorry, I have heard back from Rebecca Black, but just to show there's interest there. And then anyone else, I'm still messaging people. I'm still reaching out to people. Comment whoever you want. I will reach out to everyone I think I would have a fun conversation with. Just please click the link that I have on my YouTube right now and tag people. The main ones I'm focusing on right now are the Rebecca Black, Justine, Tyler Oakley. I really appreciate it. I'll make sure to go through and follow everyone that's tagging these as well. I really appreciate it. Someone said Johnny. I will refuse that. I'm sorry. Okay, before we get into the first topic, to talk about the thing that shall not be named, which is okay, it's really hard when you've like signed a contract that is like, you know, don't really be talking about things, and I'm like, oh shit, I've already been talking about things. Just want to let you know that if anyone happens to be in the Los Angeles, New York, Chicago, Seattle, or maybe Texas area in February, kind of keep your February free, if I will, maybe politely ask if you could keep your schedule free in February. There might be something you might want to come to in February. Please keep your schedule open. A mean girl, a mean kid, a mean adult. So if you happen to be in the LA, New York, Chicago, either Seattle or Texas area in February, maybe keep your schedule open. Maybe keep your schedule open. All right, anyways, let's get into the first topic. All right, I appreciate everyone tagging everyone in those in that post on my Instagram. I don't know why my hair's separating like this. What is going on, honey? All right, I have a few topics I want to get to. Like I said, I'm going to lock in. I hope you can all lock in with me. I would love for where the fuck is my fan? My friends who were dog sitting stole it from me. I'll just deal without it. I don't want to leave you right now. Okay. So, first topic. Should we just lock in? Should we just go for it? I think we should just go for it. All right. Let me take a sip, and then we'll lock in. Did you see someone accuse me of being, someone accused me of being a industry plant. And I was like, this is the biggest compliment I've ever gotten in my entire life. You're accusing me of being an industry plant? Do you know that is such a compliment? You think I'm an industry plant? You're going to make me cry. Thank you. You're going to make me cry. Thank you. All right. Also, shout out to everyone on the Muckers, or what is it, McIntyre Stump? Love everyone over there. God, the chat's so funny tonight. I love when the chat's really funny. You guys feed me. You feed my soul. Oh, you keep me so young. I also love... Sorry, can I talk really briefly about Adam Crave? I just saw this tweet. Adam looks stunning in you live stream. Can I talk about how many people accuse me of running this account? There's this account, and I know exactly who runs it because I've talked to the person who runs it, and I just sent them a postcard because they had sent things to my P.O. box recently, and I just picked it up. Everyone accuses me of running this account. Can you please look at my screen and see that it says follows you. This is not my account. I do not run a fucking page for myself of Adam McIntyre updates. I promise you. It's your birthday. Happy birthday, Caitlin. Happy birthday. Hope you're having the best birthday yet. I promise you that Adam Crave is not me. As much as I love this page, I wish I could take credit for it, but it is not me. Let me actually retweet there. Adam is currently live on YouTube. Thank you for the promo, babe. Thank you for the promo, babe. I really appreciate it. All right, let's get into the first topic. I think we should get to Alexa first, right? Should we? Oh, I look brittle tonight. Hello to all my mods. Hey, mods. Hi, mods. Hope you're all doing well. A lot of birthdays in the chat. Yeah, I can love me better. Sorry. People always say, Adam, do you have notifications on for Instagram? I promise you I do. People are like, do you have your phone muted? No. I get every single notification. Gracie said, you look brutally hot. That's really sweet. I know you're lying, but that's really sweet. All right. Let's get into the first topic. So, let's talk about Alexa Nikolas. Oh my. Where to start? So, obviously, we are aware of what has been happening with Alexa Nikolas. It started with Alexa coming for Kat Tembarge, one of my good friends, and then I defended Kat, and then somehow within all that, Alexa then turned on me as well, even though I had been supportive of her in the past, and I was like, damn, brutal, just trying to stand up for my friend, and you're coming for me too. I had made a video on Alexa because she was threatening to expose Kat and I on a live stream, I guess, and then I made my video, and she pushed forward the live stream a week, I guess. She did the live stream, and it was terrible. We did a reaction to it, and then I posted a reaction to the live stream. Now, after she did the live stream, she posted on her social media that, like, she was done. She was like, I'm done with social media. I'm done with ePredators. Like, it just was really bad. She walked away from everything, right? She was like, I deleted Twitter. Like, I'm no longer making any more videos. And then when I made my reaction to the live stream, it was like a pre-filmed video, and I did it as a premiere on YouTube, right? Now, tell me why her husband was in the live chat. Now, I'm currently live right now. If you're watching this on YouTube as a re-upload, hey, hope you're doing well. But I'm currently live. I'm filming this right now. I'm breaking the fourth wall. I'm currently live, and there's a live chat right now. Was anyone here during the premiere of that video where I was watching the live? Alexa's husband was in the chat, and I'm pretty sure the fucking loser's in this one as well. Hi, Michael. Can we get some hi, Michaels in the chat? He watched my live stream and the entire time was shouting defamation, liars, all like this. And I'm like, what are you, like, where do you get off? Like, I really don't understand it. Okay, so everyone's saying that they saw him. First of all, thank you for watching the video and thank you for coming back again. I really appreciate it. Wait, did I see Okie Dokie? Is that who that was? Or Ophie Dokie. Hi, I loved your videos. Your videos are amazing on Alexa. If anyone gets a chance, please go and watch Ophie Dokie. Really great videos. Thank you for taking the time to watch the live stream. I really appreciate you being here. The videos are really great. I really love them. He was in the chat and he was spewing a bunch of fucking bullshit. And then Alexa starts tweeting and she starts going off on one. And I'm like, oh my God. And so let's go through her tweets. So she had said that she was off Twitter, right? And then she just starts tweeting again. She says this. She said, Kat lied to everyone and defamed me. She loves this. She loves calling people that they're defamation. She loves victim blame. Like, she loves throwing these words out. Kat lied to everyone and defamed me with malicious intent. And by the way, Alexa unfollowed me a couple days ago. Damn. It took her, I'm surprisingly, it took long enough. These documents shared privately to her via a Google Drive when questioned by her were not sealed. I sent them to show her that they were not sealed. These are public redacted records. And then this link, here they are, right? And she posts this saying, get on an actual computer and download them. And she shows this with a bunch of files and downloading this file, right? Okay. So she shows how to download these files to the Drake Bell court case. Okay? She does love a buzzword. You know what I love? A buzzball. I would love a buzzball right now. The little green one. Don't get me started. I love a buzzball. And by the way, she tags Kat and me. Like, she's on this fucking thing of coming at me and Kat and I. And I'm like, oh my God. Like, there are other people who have been calling Alexa Nikolas out for a long time. There are other people calling Alexa Nikolas out right now. Ophie Dokie, an incredible creator. Alexa just refuses to acknowledge these people, but like is honing in on me and Kat. And I'm like, leave me out of this. Mean girl, mean kid, mean adult. If you get that reference, love you. So anyways, she had done this, right? Which ultimately exposed a bigger problem. She says, for all those still in doubt, get on an actual computer and you can easily download the public redacted records. Kat lied to Adam and maliciously defamed me in the process. It's so scary. Okay, which just isn't true. And then she starts tweeting about Kat. And so let me tell you something about this. These documents that she has posted include a lot of information about the Drake Bell case, including names and addresses. From what I have seen. And also, I may be wrong. And unlike Alexa, I have put my hands up this entire time and said that if I am wrong in this, correct me, show me I'm wrong. I will put up my hands and say, oh, I got that wrong, and I will correct it. So I can only speak on what I know right now. And if I'm wrong, I will correct it, right? When I started to look into this, it was very apparent that these documents from this file, when you downloaded them, were requested a couple years ago, right? Which feeds into the fact that Kat tweeted and said, the only way Alexa would have these is if she did an FOIA request or something like that, whatever it was. It was some phrase that you could, like a freedom of something act of getting these documents, right? And people were calling Kat a liar for that. These documents proved that these documents were obtained by that act, which is what Kat said was true. Therefore, Kat's not lying again, right? But it also goes to prove that these records were obtained a couple years ago and a year or so before, Quiet on Set, which was really when Alexa started really talking about Drake Bell. Now, again, this is all from my understanding, and I may be wrong, but if FOIA, thank you, Freedom of Information Act, my incredibly intelligent chat tonight. So here's the thing. These documents were, from my knowledge, from my research of clicking in and seeing the dates, requested before Alexa really started talking about Drake Bell, which goes to show that these were requested by, in my opinion, someone else, and then ultimately sent to Alexa, which proves from my standing that Kat was not lying. What have we all been saying all along? Where have you got these documents of these Drake Bell victims' court cases with the private information regarding minors? Where have you got them from? People being accusing them of being police records, being sent. Where are these records being sent from? That was the thing. So she does this gotcha moment. She loves a gotcha moment. She loves a gotcha moment, as we all know. And in these documents, you can see that they're from a couple years ago that they were requested, which goes to show that someone else must have requested them, and then ultimately they've ended up in Alexa's hands, which doesn't take away from the fact that they ultimately got sent to Alexa by someone, and then Alexa started sharing them, and these court documents, from my knowledge of looking through them as well, were really sensitive to do with the victims of Drake Bell and to do with minors. And the fact that Alexa Nikolas would post the link of the fucking records online, this is one of okay, let me take myself down a bit because I can get really angry at this, and I really try to keep my cool with this because it's very easy for someone to come at you by being like, oh, you look so angry or like this. I'm trying my best, right? It's give me a moment. I think in the history of YouTube, Alexa Nikolas has done one of the most disgusting things a creator has ever done with their platform. Posting these records that relate to information to do with minors as a gotcha moment to try clear your name, and in turn revealing all of this information about these victims. And by the way, I put my hands up, and if I'm wrong, if someone can prove me wrong, I will happily redact and say I was wrong. But from my knowledge of looking into this, there was a lot of information in these records that was names and addresses and the other stuff. And how are you? Sorry, I'm trying so hard, and it is just so revolting that someone of this platform who has posted the link of these records under a tweet that has gotten 73.5 thousand views. Alexa Nikolas never cared about victims. And if she did, why would she be posting records of other victims? No, no, no. No, no, no. I actually think this. And then she has the nerve to tag me and Kat in this. What? The fuck do you want us to say? The fuck do you want us to say? Really great, Alexa. So great that you posted the entire fucking document of all of these records that have nothing to fucking do with you. Of someone else's fucking story. But you advocate for fucking victims? Oh, I'm sure you fucking do. You don't. Oh my God. Like, how dare someone create a platform on uplifting, in her words, survivors, and she picks and chooses who is a survivor to her and who she's willing to fucking rat out. Who she's willing to fucking rat out. Tweeting out the link. Sorry, and I have more to talk about when it comes to Alexa. Tweeting out the records is fucking psychotic of anyone. But as someone who has built their entire fucking thing off of uplifting, in her words, survivors of everyone but survivors of her friends, right? Right, Alexa? Because you refused to acknowledge why you went to Drake Bell's concert 2 months ago and went backstage. And this tweet is still up. And you know what the worst thing is? This tweet has been up for what? 3 fucking days? 78 hours? With people downloading this fucking document and going through it. Could you fucking imagine this was you? This was your story. These were records about you. And a fucking YouTuber who's having a manic breakdown posts them as a fucking gotcha moment to a journalist and a fucking commentary YouTuber. And people can click it. People can click these records and download them and read through all of your trauma. Read through all of your trauma. Read through all of it. You know why? Oh, because Alexa Nikolas had to prove she was right. And ultimately, did she even do that? Nah. So I really wanted to talk about this, but I'm not done with Alexa yet. I'm really not done with Alexa yet. Sorry, I'm really so frustrated at the fact that like there are no repercussions for people doing this. And the fact that this tweet is still up. Nearly 80,000 views. Nearly 80,000 views. Oh my god, thank you so much. Only Giovanno? The time. Thank you so much. That was really sweet. Thank you. And to post these documents and say, get on an actual computer and you can easily download the public redacted record, Kat lied to Adam and maliciously defamed me in the process. So in the process of exploiting a victim, tries to make this about herself and how this is such a great moment for her and how this is, Now, I'm not done. I'm not done with Alexa yet. I'm really not. And you know why I'm not done with Alexa Nikolas yet? Because Alexa Nikolas. Alexa, you picked the wrong fucking bitch with me. You picked the wrong fucking bitch with me. Because I've wanted to say something about you for a fucking long time. And I fucking bit my tongue. And there's one thing about me. There is one thing about me. You don't fuck with me. You don't fuck with my family. And you don't fuck with my friends. The way that you have harassed my best friend, Kat, and then trying to bring me into it, I don't give a fuck what you do to me. Don't fucking come for my friends, who ultimately their aim is getting to the bottom of stories that have to do about victims and survivors, and how fucking dare you try to hide behind the gauge of victim blaming as a way of getting out of any sort of real life repercussions. Fuck you. Now, the thing is with Alexa, right? I've wanted to say something for a very long time. And again, I bit my tongue. And the way that you covered the Colleen Ballinger situation and the way that you talked about Andrew Brettler, Alexa, the way that you talked about Andrew Brettler is crazy. Is crazy. And you talked about him on multiple occasions. Let me remind the audience. Andrew Brettler, the lawyer who Colleen Ballinger hired, who Armie Hammer hired, Prince Andrew, what was the other one? Danny Masterson. I mean, chat, help me out here. All these fucking list of clients, right? Who we still have no confirmation from Alexa whether or not I was lying. She could have easily came out and said I was lying. When I made a video and I said that I've seen a document from Andrew Brettler on behalf of Alexa Nikolas trying to silence someone or stop them in their tracks on behalf of Alexa Nikolas and E-Predators from Andrew Brettler. And I said, if this is wrong, you can tell me and I'll retract it. Never once addressed. Her entire live stream where she called me fucking names the entire time, where her fucking husband and mother were making fun of me the entire time, where their moderators were mocking everything from my personality to looks to voice to everything to appearance. I not addressed once. You know what, Alexa? Your live stream, your mother, your husband, your moderators, your chat, your whatever, they can make fun of my face. They can make fun of my personality. They can make fun of... Baby girl, I've been doing this as a job long fucking enough. That doesn't bother me. At the end of the day, I watched your fucking manic ass live stream to clarify a couple things. One of them being, did or did you not hire Andrew Brettler? Was that ever answered? No. And you know why that pisses me off, Alexa? Because these documents have been floating around from Andrew Brettler on your behalf, when you've been so outspoken on your platform about that very fucking lawyer. About that same goddamn lawyer. And here's the thing. When you've built a platform off of making a safe space and people trust you. There was a time period where I would watch your fucking videos and I would trust you. God damn, woman. Whoa, who the fuck are you? Because thank you so much to everyone who's so online. So online. As myself. And note chronically online for February. It'll make sense soon. Oh my God, thank you so much. So, here's the thing. I really appreciate everyone who's as equally chronically online as myself because we ended up getting clips like this. Oh, didn't realize that I was echoing. Let me pause that really quick. I ended up getting clips like this. Alexa Nikolas talking about Andrew Brettler on the H3 podcast last year. Should we get to this? Remember this? Really remember this? First of all, I really want to address Manigo Tones, I think it was. You do not need to be donating. That is insane. And you didn't even write a message with that. Manigo Tones? That's fucking insane. You do not need to be donating. I really appreciate it. I'm here for anything. I don't have memberships on my YouTube because I don't expect people. I'm here either way of people paying or not. I mean, watching ads is enough for me. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much to everyone. I mean, the biggest support is just liking the video and liking the stream, but don't feel that you need to do that. Anyway, remember this, Alexa?
My grandpa went to Harvard and he was a lawyer, and I'll never forget what he said. He said he was a criminal lawyer, criminal defense lawyer, and he said, "I'll represent anyone but a rapist."
Interesting.
And I'll never forget that he said that. So there is a choice.
He had a line.
He had a line. He had a line.
Now, I think you could say hypothetically about Andrew Brettler and Marty Singer.
Yeah.
That hypothetically, they don't have that line.
They do not.
But I don't know that for sure because I don't know the guilt or innocence of his clients and stuff. But certainly some of his clients are accused of that.
Well, Danny was convicted, right?
Yeah. He was so then they do defend rapists.
They do.
Because he.
Okay.
He was convicted. He went to jail.
Correct.
So I think it is fair to say that Andrew Brettler and Marty Singer defend rapists.
Correct. Yeah.
Can we get a replay on that? Alexa? Michael, your husband, I'm sure, is still here. Your fucking mother is probably here too.
So I think it is fair to say that Andrew Brettler and Marty Singer defend rapists.
Correct.
Take a moment with that. Take a moment with that. You said that, Alexa. People keep commenting saying my mic is dirty. This mic has been here for a long time. Can y'all please? We have important things to talk about.
Yeah, I would agree with you. I'm not going to debate on that.
Let me just make sure. Andrew. Allegedly. What was his name?
Allegedly, hypothetically.
What was the guy's name from the Scientology rapist guy from the 90s?
Danny Masterson.
Yeah, Danny Masterson. Mr. Rapey.
Oh, that's
Danny Raperson.
Danny Raperson. Yeah, that's his real name.
Okay. No. One more song. Encore, encore, encore. Don't worry, there's an encore. There's an encore. we have Alexa Nikolas herself talking about people hiring Andrew Brettler. And you know what pisses me off? This was when she was talking about Colleen Ballinger. And you know why this pisses me off even more? This video she made was directly about me. It was talking about Colleen Ballinger hiring Andrew Brettler to try silence all of us. So as you can imagine, this one gets quite personal, Alexa. By the way, I'm so sorry for setting everyone's Alexa off right now. Alexa, what time is it? How many people's Alexa went off? Alexa, play Mariah Carey. I don't know why I'm doing a fucking accent. This one pisses me off on another level. Selfishly, pisses me off on another level. This is her talking about Colleen Ballinger's comeback.
Yeah. She hired Andrew Brettler after this, who was yep, I know. Danny Masterson, Prince Andrew, Army Hammer. It speaks volumes. Oh yeah. The lawyers that these alleged predators go and hire don't make them look any better. It's really sad that it's like picking up the ukulele when they hired these lawyers. It's just picking up the ukulele and really showing the world who you truly are. So, okay. Yeah.
Now, just want to have a little conversation really quick, right? Because my mind immediately goes to, so what is she? What is Alexa Nikolas? Was it all a lie? Was it all fake? Was when she was, and you know, like why I like I'm having this conversation right now, because I ended up last night doing a little bit of a deep dive for this live stream. I started looking up interviews that Alexa did in the last couple years, and I did interviews, and I know that she's a good friend of Sloane's. And I know that they've done a lot of videos together. And I was looking into all that. And I was like, so what is it? How does she feel? Does she believe it all? Does she not? Is it just a job? Does she just go with public opinion? Does she go with the flow? What does she do successfully? And by successfully, I mean, what do you do? Are you lying to us? Was this all a lie? Can I say something? Can I say something? I really don't like to cause issues, believe it or not. I know that I have been involved in my fair share of drama. Before I say the following thing, let me fact check really quickly, because I don't want to put myself on the line here. I'm not going to say any more. Just give me one more second. Okay. I mean, fuck it. I don't give a fuck. I really don't give a fuck. Call me a bully all you want. Call me a shit starter all you want. I really don't give a fuck anymore. I am just here to talk. For me right now, I really would love to know what Sloane has to think about this. I really would love to know what Sloane has to think about this. One of Alexa Nikolas's friends. I know this is going to get clipped. I know this is going to get sent to him. I know that I can probably expect a message or two. But for me, I'm like, Do you stand by this? I mean, this is someone you would spend time with. I mean, a quick Google search. We have podcasts, interviews, videos on her. Sloane was a big platformer of Alexa Nikolas, and they would post on Instagram stories hanging out. And this is not coming from a place of starting shit. It's coming from a place of Alexa Nikolas has really pissed me off and really pissed a lot of people off and is doing some really disgusting, brutal things to victims and just in general. And do you have an opinion of it? Do you have an opinion of it? Do you not? Were you never really friends? Was it, and if it was just purely transactional influencer, then that's fine. That's fine. I understand that. But I can't look at all this with Alexa, lying about Andrew Brettler, really not giving a shit, covering all these stories. All what Alexa's doing, weaponizing victims, police court records for her own personal gain. Like, do you have an opinion of it? Like, obviously, this is not something that I'm going to personally reach out to Sloane and ask him, if I'm being honest, because, I mean, I've spoken to him in the past and we've met and we've texted, but I mean, I'm not like that with Sloane. So this is literally just me like verbally talking right now. I'm like, I wonder if he has an opinion of this or if he's going to talk about this because, he makes videos talking about Nickelodeon and Alexa Nikolas and stuff like this. And I'm like, you have platformed her a lot. A lot. And I really think you need to make some sort of statement on this. Like, how are you going to make such fast churning pop culture videos and not talk about this Alexa thing? And it's like, a lot of people aren't talking about this Alexa thing. And it's just weird to me. I'm like, for everyone picking up her story, they're now not talking about what's happening as well. Has he posted about it today? People was like, he uploaded. Yeah, I mean, he hasn't uploaded on this. I mean, again, this is literally coming from a place of like, as a viewer of YouTube, I would love to see him address this. And again, can I clarify that this is not his situation? I'm just saying that this is someone, I've seen hang out with her quite frequently, whether it was a year ago or whatever. And I've seen them make, videos on each other and podcasts and stuff like this. I think you owe it to your audience. To keep them updated on if someone is doing something shady or anything. And again, this is not to talk shit. And if it gets churned in this way, I really don't give a shit. I've been through the ringer of people being like, Adam's a bully, Adam talks shit. I don't care. I know what I am. I talk, and that's what I do. As a viewer who has seen Alexa make her way through the circles, I would love Trisha to talk about it. Trisha had her on the podcast. I would love it to be a hot topic. The reason I'm making the distinction with Sloane is they've made, a couple podcasts or a couple videos together. Sloane has, talked about her a lot, and they've hung out. Like, I've seen the Instagram stories, and I would just love to see it. Again, this is not his situation, nor is it Trisha's situation or anyone who's done an interview. But selfishly, as someone who watches YouTube, it's frustrating to me to, like, think that someone or anyone who would platform someone would not also talk when they're doing such disgusting stuff. So, I mean, if it makes me unpopular in the YouTube scene to call people like Alexa out when they're doing bad things because I'm not keeping up my communications with people or I'm not keeping up my quota. I really don't care. Like, yeah, I'm going out to LA next week and I have, filming planned and stuff like that. But like, that is not my world. I live in Brighton. I do my own fucking thing. Like, it's not, I don't care about mingling with these people. None of these people are my friend. I don't want any of these people to be my friend. That's not how I roll. I really don't give a shit. And I don't care in calling things out. So I don't know. I just think that people should be calling her out in all retrospects, because you can't platform someone for the very thing that they're not using that platform for harassing other people. So this Alexa thing, I really think that anyone who platformed her they should speak out about her and what she's doing. They really should. And in terms of Alexa, I don't know what happens moving forward. Like, she's kind of shown herself as being incredibly fake. And again, that's a very unpopular thing to say, and no one will say it because they don't want to feel her manic wrath or her husband's manic wrath, or they don't want her, targeted harassment, or they don't want, like, I'm genuinely just being fucking honest with you right now. Like, it's exhausting. I get it, but like, you don't pick and choose. Sometimes you make videos where the comments will eat you up. Sometimes you make videos where Reddit will rip you to shit. Sometimes you'll make whatever. But it's like, if you genuinely believe that you should be making a video and you stand by it, then make it. And that's how I feel with this Alexa thing. And that's why I've been doubling down on it. And it's like, I just can't believe other people aren't. Specifically people who've platformed her or who have been friends with her. So, and also, it's such an unpopular thing for people to call someone out who has been a victim of things themselves, because the immediate thing will be like, oh, you're taking down a victim. That's also not true. That's also not true. And if we live by that logic, we will excuse too much. So, I think if anything, in closing this, I don't know what's going on with Alexa. If I'm being dead honest with you, would it be a lot easier to not cover this Alexa thing? Oh my God. Absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. She's crazy. Her family are crazy. Like, their moderators, their chat, their fucking everything, this back and forth Twitter cycle. It's exhausting. But I platformed Alexa in the past when I stood by her. Therefore, I have given an audience to her, whether it be one person or whether it be 1 million people. You get my argument. And I guess I like the fact that I don't fuck with any of these people as on a friendship basis, that I don't feel the need to have to never speak up or not have to, cross any bridges or burn any bridges, whatever, that I can just talk about anything. But I think from a moral standpoint, I would feel really uncomfortable with my audience being like, did you see this, Adam? And I don't want to talk about it. So here's the thing. To end this Alexa section off, I may be wildly unpopular within the YouTube scene because I and again, this sounds so fucking cringy, but I don't play the game. I don't play the game. And there's a few people in my mind in this YouTube space when I talk about drama and commentary that don't play the game. And it gets you a lot of shit. you get a lot of hate because of it. Because you're constantly on the defense. Or you're constantly, like, it can be very exhausting. But if I'm sitting here and I have this damn pink microphone and I am feeling a thought and I know that you may agree or disagree with me, I would love to have a conversation either way. So we will leave it there. I don't know where we go now from the Alexa thing, but it's not looking great. It's not looking great. It's not looking great. I'm going to leave it there. Also, I saw a lot of people in chat being like, can we move on now? There will be re-uploads after. You can end the live stream and you can watch the re-uploads of what you enjoy after. I understand that maybe people don't like the topics in terms of not liking the people or not liking whatever, but like, I'm going to talk about what I talk about specifically in terms of this Alexa thing because I think it's so important. I think it's so important. I really, really, really do. I really do. Anyways, thank you for allowing me to go on that Alexa rant. I really feel like I needed to. I appreciate it. Also, please like the live stream. I would really appreciate it. All right, we'll move on to the next topic. But yeah, I really thank you. I appreciate you all allowing me to go on that. I didn't think I was going to go on for so long, but wow, she clearly pisses me off more than I thought. Okay, so did I message Jamie Lynn? No. No, I didn't, surprisingly. Yeah, thank you so much, everyone, for being here. Yeah, please like the live stream. Okay, next, I want to get to... I really want to get to the Rachel Oates exposing Gabby Hannah thing, if you're all down for that. If you're all down for that. I really wish I had my fan in here. It's really damn hot in here. Thank you to mods for working really hard. Thank you, chat, for being here. I really appreciate it. Would there happen to be anyone from LA, New York, Chicago, Seattle, or Texas here who would be available in fucking February? Because I'm really scared that no one's gonna come to the possible show. Would anyone possibly be available in February? All right. Should we get to the Rachel Oates thing? We'll definitely speed it up. We are speeding it up. Oh my god, it's long. Do not worry. Let me see how quick I can speed it up and still understand her. I'm not doing it right now, but like.
Hey everyone, you're about to watch a video that I don't think I properly introduced or concluded properly.
Okay, unfortunately, I think we're gonna have to watch it really quickly because this is long.
Hey everyone, you're about to watch a video that I don't think I properly introduced or concluded properly. Say properly a lot.
Oh, that's really fast. Hold on. Sorry, I know it's not playing on the screen right now, but maybe I'll slow it down to 1.5.
Because I was just very emotional when I filmed it, and I just wanted to kind of speak.
1.5 seems good. 1.5 seems good. Country roads take me home to the place I belong. West Virginia, my mama, take me home. Country roads. Yeah, I am planning on, if there was a hypothetical show, to hypothetically record it for a hypothetical audience that hypothetically couldn't show up to the venues. I always watch my videos in 1.5 as well. Did goddamn birthday dinner. All right. Should we get to this? No, this video has been sent to me so goddamn much. I'm excited. I told you, are we gonna lock in? If we're gonna lock in, we're gonna lock in, okay? I'll lock in if you lock in. You like the cat plushie? I love it. I've not seen this video yet. A little Valentine's date or a little Christmas present. Me trying to hit like the major holidays. I'm like, any muckers in LA, New York, Chicago, Seattle, Texas, any of y'all birthdays between 9 and February? Okay, people are saying locked in. If you're locked in right now and ready, send a purple emoji. I almost am considering changing into something a little bit more comfortable because this is killing me. I'm wearing a jumpsuit right now. This is a goddamn jumpsuit. Generational trauma. All right. Should I change into something more comfortable? Okay. I'm going to change into something more comfortable. Let me put something on the screen to entertain you. I will literally be less than like 30 seconds, but I'm trying to think of something that would entertain you within those 30 seconds. What would entertain you? Oh, wait, I know what would entertain you. Okay, can you give me 30 seconds to go change? Because this is goddamn uncomfortable. I need to be comfy if I'm sitting through this, right? What is... Oh my god, these are really bad. Sorry. Okay. Sorry, I wish you could see what was on my screen right now, but I'm just like I'm choosing the best one. I'm choosing the best one. These are so bad. These are so bad, dude. Oh my god. Okay. Well, while I'm going and peeing, I'm trying so desperately to just give me a moment. I think you'll enjoy it. I think you'll enjoy it. You'll enjoy it. We're gonna do the Rachel Oates thing first, though. Definitely. Okay. Sorry. Also, thank you so much to everyone for the love on yesterday's video. Okay, I'm gonna pee and be right back. I'm gonna change. I'll be right back.
Better quality. Yes, because that is one of the presents, and we'll get to that later. But let's just start the video.
Can you tell the chat that I'll be back in like literally less than 1 minute?
From my parents, and it's just an American flag, and then has an American flag on the hood, and that this is the present basically. And let's just get into everything else. So from my aunt, I got David Beckham, classic blue, like set basically, and it's really good, and it smells really fresh, and it's the stuff in it. I've always liked David Beckham stuff because his stuff is really good quality, so that's really good. Next thing I got was from my friend Kate. She got me this book, and it is basically a book where you write down all your great ideas, and I think that was a really good and thoughtful gift. So thank you, Kate, because I talked to Kate ages ago about getting one of these, and I was like, I really wanted to have like something to write down notes in, and I didn't actually think she was listening, but she obviously was. So thanks, Kate. I was really happy whenever I opened that gift this morning. And next gift is from my brother Josh, and he got me the Inside Out Disgust pop vinyl, and that's what it looks like. It's just the pop vinyl for Disgust, and this is my favorite character in Inside Out, and I always wanted to have the pop vinyl for this one, and he listened and he got it to me, and it was like the Lords have listened, and I was just so happy, and I can't wait to put this on my desk. And he also got me these Sony headphones. Let me put them back to where they were. And this is what they look like. They just have Sony on the side, and they are really good, and the sound quality on them is so good, and it's like really good. And if you can see here, if I can focus this, because I'm still a noob with all of this, there it is. Sony is the makers of these. And then the next gift I got was from my other brother, and he got me two gifts as well. And the first gift he got me was this Callum Best, original for him Callum Best set. And let me open it here so you can see what's actually inside it. So this is what it looks like when you open it. It has an aftershave and then a body wash, or a shower gel. and they both smell really good, and I love this because I normally just use DKNY aftershave, and I have a variety now, which is really good. And he also got me another aftershave collection. I threw out the box, but this is what the actual set looked like. It has a body wash, a body spray, the aftershave, and hair gel. So it has all of these, and it is Voy Jeans Co. I don't know how to say it, but the bottle and all look really good, and it smells so good. You will not even believe how good this smells. See everything just piling up over there. Anyway, next gift I got was, I'll just say overall, okay, so my Auntie Linda got me a card and it had £20 in it, so thank you, Linda. And then my Granny Anna gave me £40, so thank you for that. And she also gave me another £20, so thank you for that. And then my Uncle Aaron gave me £20, and I was really happy to get all of these. And I'm so happy that you have like a variety of gifts and money. It's just like really good, and a lot of people say they don't like when they get money for presents, and I'm like, you can buy whatever you want. Well, so the next thing I got was from my Secret Santa in my extended cousins from my cousin Niall got me this. It is a Modern Gents rescue kit from the Body Shop, and let me see what it looks like here if I can focus it. This is what it looks like, and it looks really good, and that's just what it looks like. And inside, if I can show you what it looks like inside, it looks really good inside. So I was really happy to get this. And then the next thing I got was from my mum and dad, and they got me DKNY aftershave, and I love the smell of DKNY aftershave, and I always love having more of it. So I was really happy to get that, so thank you to them. And I also got from them, I got this personalized Nutella. Oh my god. It is a Nutella, and it has my name on it, and I couldn't be bothered to focus it, but like it has my name on it, and it's a full-on tub of Nutella. It's from the actual people in Nutella, and it just has my name on it. Everything I could have ever wished for has just came true. Honestly. The next thing my parents got me was this, and it's a bigger present, so I need to like hold it up. It is this, and it is a desk air football, and it's like air football, so like I can't remember what the name, air hockey, that's what it is. It's a mini air hockey, and it actually blows up the air, so you can actually be able to play it and make it work like an air hockey machine. So that was that gift, and I was very happy to get that gift. Can't wait to be able to play out with my friends. And then I got this here from them just as an extra thing. It is magnetic spears, and it's like a really weird thing. This is what it looks like. Magnetic spears. It just this is what the box looks like. And let me show you what's inside of it. Like, it looks so strange. It's a bunch of these connected up, and it makes, let me see if I can focus it. I'm not very good with focusing, as you can tell, but like it just all like gets up, and you're able to like take them off and be able to like build them into whatever you want. So that's like a really cool extra something to have on your desk. So I can't wait to be able to make random shit with that. So that was that. And then I got, whenever we were in my Nana and Granda's house then.
The music is so loud!
They gave out like party table gifts. And in that, it's just like little gifts that they like giving out.
Why am I wearing the American flag?
And they gave me this memory maze. Can you follow the flashing sequence? And you just follow the sequence. And then this is a lollipop, and it says Adam on it. So I got those from them. And then I got this envelope from them, my Nana and Granda. And it had £20 in it, and it was just like a card on. So thank you for that. That's the extra money to add on. So thank you so much for the money. I don't even think you're watching this. If you're watching this, hello, thank you. And then the last gift, the almighty gift, you've all been waiting for. The reason the quality is so good in this video, if I've got my focus right in this video, if I've got it right, I'll need to be able to test it, you know, I don't know what I'm doing yet. It is all down to, I should have had the box ready before I did this shot. It is all down to, God, seriously, I didn't get this box ready whatsoever. It's all down to this. This is a Canon EOS 600D, and guys, you do not understand how happy I am. I was recording with this camera. It is a Panasonic Full HD camera. It is a brilliant beginner's camera. If you're beginning YouTube and you're not sure, you don't really want to spend money on a camera that's dear, but you really want to start YouTube and see how you like it, definitely get this camera. I think I got this for just under £100, maybe more, I don't know. But it'll be a lot cheaper now because I bought it.
Ooh! Beginner's camera! Ooh! Hey! Okay, so I've changed into comfy clothes and I got a fan in my face, so we're all good and I'm ready to lock in. Beginner's camera. Ooh. Ooh. Oh my goodness. Oh my god, this video is me being like, I got money. And then I got more money. And then I got more money. Thank you, Auntie Linda. Thank you, Nana. Thank you. I got more money. Without the music, it feels quite... The music was so goddamn loud. Thank you, Auntie Linda. Wait, I want thank you, Auntie Linda to be a part of Mucker lore now. Thank you, Auntie Linda, for the £20. Bitch, I had the bag. Maybe if you... Sam said, alright, I'm over this, bye. Fuck off then, motherfucker. Is this not good enough for you? Go fuck yourself. Thank you, Auntie Linda. Bring back the American hoodie for the tour. And what if I do? What if I do? Alright. God, that was crazy. Thank you, Auntie Linda. Thank you, Auntie Linda. And Linda in all capitals. And then the purple. Yes! Can we get some thank you, Auntie Linda with the purple emoji? Oh, you're all as chronically online as me. Thank you, Auntie Linda. Hi, Linda. Do you have the Nutella? Did I get Nutella? Was that one of my gifts? Did I get Nutella? Thank you, Auntie Linda, for the Nutella. Thank you, Auntie Linda. The chat. Oh my god. The fit was so Cowboy Carter. Oh my god. The chat is so psychotic right now. I got custom Nutella? Are you serious? Oh, that Christmas had budget. Where?
Weird thing. This is what it looks like. And it looks really good, and that's just what it looks. And it is from the.
Did I say every fucking second? Where is the Nutella?
I got this personalized Nutella. Oh my god. It is a Nutella and it has my name on it, and I couldn't be bothered to focus it, but like it has my name on it and it's a full on tub of Nutella.
Clearly, my Christmas was made. Clearly, my Christmas was fucking made. That's actually really cool.
I got
Sinead and Glenn had the budget that year. The Christmas budget went crazy in 2015. Santa Claus went crazy.
this personalized Nutella. Oh my god.
Oh my god. Oh, dude. Amazing. That's amazing. Adam Tella, where'd it go? I probably ate it all. Oh no. Oh my goodness.
Friends, boys. That's what that was. So, I got that from my brother Josh, and
Oh, I just noticed that Colleen is my background on my computer.
from my brother Sean. I was not expecting this because it was like
What am I wearing? What's on my head?
wrapped, and
I love the static noise in the background of this video.
crisp and mix. So to make parents gifts, I'll just say, oh, and I forgot to say, the Mac was from my parents
They low-key had budget.
already, and and another gift I got.
Did I just see the Pointless book? I just saw that I got Pointless Blogs book for Christmas, and you know what I just remembered? I begged my parents for this. Was
The Pointless book. Can we talk about this book? It's a better version of Reckless Journal. For all you haters saying you don't like it, it's way better. It has this, which you get the app and you scan it over and it will play a
Oh my god, I was so in the lore of YouTube.
video. And I've sort of completed it. I haven't.
How have I sort of completed it? I filmed this on the 26th of December. Clearly, I had a busy Christmas day.
I've only done like 4 pages of it. But
So you just lied to us.
I'm just gonna say, if you don't, and chocolate bar.
What? Oh my god, this chocolate bar says Merry Christmas, Adam. Sinead and Glenn had fucking budget, you guys. What the fuck?
Nor do I plan on eating it because it's just like.
A chocolate bar that says Happy Christmas, Adam? These bitches had budget.
Happy Christmas, Adam.
Why are you standing? Because my room was literally the size of a wardrobe, and if I didn't stand, I had to lie on my bed. My parents might have got me a chocolate bar with my name on it, but they always made me grow up in a room where I literally could not move. It was that small. I had my humble beginnings. What else did I get? Right. I forgot that I got this for Christmas. I met Colleen for the first time a month before this, and I got my meet and greet photos on a canvas for a Christmas present.
Some of the photos from the meet and greet, like Rachel, me, and Miranda, then me and Colleen, and me and Miranda. I'm just like, you do not know the size of this because it makes it look very small, but it is a big canvas, and I really like it, and it's like,
Oh my god, I don't know why I was gonna cry. Oh my god.
I loved it whenever I opened it. It was the first gift I opened from them, and it's one of my favorites because it's amazing. Another gift I got
Oh my god, I don't know why I was gonna cry at that. What the fuck?
from my parents was I got.
Oh my god.
If you know what pop vinyls are, I like you.
Alright, fuck's sake. Fuck's sake. Oh my god, I don't know why I cried at that. Oh my god. Oh my god. Thank you, Auntie Linda. Oh my god.
Pop vinyls are like these little.
What else did I get?
And I talk about them in the book to me. But it,
Oh, a pop vinyl. What is this? Call of Duty? I got Call of Duty.
I thought that was pretty cool. Just like everything else is really cool in it.
Wow, I had some crazy Christmases by the looks of it. Fuck me. I was booked and busy. Christmas 2014, let me tell you that. Oh my goodness gracious me. Wow, I really made these videos every fucking year. Hold on. Give me a moment.
What is up, everyone? Welcome back to my YouTube channel, and today I'm gonna do what I got.
Oh, I look so ugly here.
Thank you so much to everyone who like thought of me in this like season and like.
Oh, I look really. I don't look great here. I'm gonna be honest.
Got me a card or like. So it is like the.
What I get? Oh God! Oh wow. So I met Colleen a month before this too.
It's like this is just me. Oh well, it is a canvas of my meet and greet with Colleen Ballinger. I have a story time on meeting her. You can go watch that. Just says Adam meets Colleen, and that's all my meet and greet pictures. And yeah, that's what this is. And I can't.
Damn, sorry. I don't mean to be rehashing anything, but like, wow, I forgot that these videos existed. Wow. Wow, this is my first time seeing this in a long time. That was my friend Holly. She turned her back on me. She turned her back on me back in 2020. She chose Colleen's side. Wow, this is crazy. This is like an artifact. Me, Rachel, Corey, Colleen, me and Gwen, Colleen's mom, me, Holly, and Colleen. Wow, this is an artifact.
And yeah, that's what this is. And I can't wait to put this on my wall. I was constantly asking for like teeth whitening things.
All right, done with that. Wow, that's crazy. That's really crazy. Anyway, all right, on with the topics. Wow. Goodness gracious me, didn't exposure therapy? Wow. All right, yeah, L Holly. That's T. That's T. All right, let's get to this Rachel Oates video. Should we get to that? All right, let's do this. All right, we're going to watch it on 1.5 with captions. This is your villain backstory. Auntie Linda. Thank you, Auntie Linda. Thank you, Auntie Linda. Thank you, Auntie Linda. All right, let's get to the Rachel Oates video because I really, really, really want to get to this. Now, this has been sent to me so much. So, as we know, Gabby Hannah went on the... Wait, how do I want to start this? I want to talk about... Glad you're back from Manchester. Me too, babe. I'm trying to think how I want to start this. I want to talk about Gabby at... Sorry, you're seeing my thought process. I'm filming a video right now. I want to talk about Rachel Oates being mentioned at Oxford and then Gabby doing her apology video. Got it. Thank you, Auntie Linda. Can we get some thank you, Auntie Lindas in chat? All right. Locked in. Do you like my Tokyo Disney? Love it. Okay, I really, really, really want to get to Rachel Oates' video. Now, as we know, Gabby Hannah recently posted a video where she apologized loosely to everyone. She did this video where it was like an apology video, but like it was a one of a kind. It was an apology video to me, to you, to everyone. And it was the most vague apology ever, if I'm going to be honest. And it stemmed from the fact that Gabby had been getting called out because she had went to Oxford, believe it or not. We made a video on it. It was quite a crazy video, if I'm being honest. She went to Oxford and she did a little panel, I guess. And in it, she made multiple jabs at Rachel Oates, who is a creator on this platform that got a copy of Gabby's poetry book, made a review of it, and we'll leave it at that. Made a review of it. And Gabby Hannah needed to know and learned very quickly that art is subjective and it can be open to criticism and open to critique. And she didn't accept well of this when Rachel Oates made her video, deep diving into the poetry. And ultimately, years later at Oxford, like it's one thing to hold a grudge. It's one thing to hold a grudge. But it's another thing to hold a grudge and bring it up at Oxford. Do you know how long you have to be keeping a hold of that grudge for? Oxford? At Oxford? Let me tell you something. I have many ups in my day-to-day life. Would I be mentioning that and making like little jabs at them at Oxford? Oh, that is not the time for that. That is not the time for that. And I saw that Rachel has made this follow-up video. Gabby Hannah's apology is not enough. Now, it's long. I'm going to watch it on 1.5 speed. I really like Rachel. I'm going to watch it on 1.5 speed. I'm going to watch it with captions. We're going to lock in. We're going to watch this. We're going to get through it. We're going to hear everything Rachel has to say. I'm really excited to hear Rachel talk about this because Gabby made a lot of jobs at Rachel at Oxford. Now, that is a first. I do need to write that one down. For all my ops, I need to wait until the perfect moment to call them out. The perfect moment in question, Oxford. Let's get to this.
Hey everyone, you're about to watch a video that I don't think I properly introduced or concluded properly. I'm saying properly a lot. Because I was just very emotional when I filmed it, and I just wanted to kind of speak and get everything out at once. But I do feel like it needs a proper introduction. So, as you all probably know, there's been a kind of back and forth between me and Gabby Hannah since about 2019-ish, if you want to call it that. And yesterday she released this video that's like a long overdue apology, in which she gives a bunch of vague non-apologies to a bunch of random people. And in it, there's one throwaway line which could...
Yeah, everyone's saying, how dare the book reviewer review a book? That's literally all it was. If you need the context, Rachel Oates reviewed the damn book. The damn book. And Gabby didn't like that Rachel wasn't like, oh my god, this is the best thing I've ever read. Have you read that poetry? She's lucky I didn't do a goddamn review, even though I think I might have.
Potentially, maybe, if you squint a little bit, look like it could be aimed towards me. And that is something along the lines of, if you think we have beef, we don't. We're fine. And then she thumbs up.
Love Rachel's hair. I love this color. Very beautiful.
Thumbs up to the camera. I can't speak. It's been a long day. And then that's it. She just kind of moves on. And then the rest of it is just like, I'm sorry to anyone I've worked with. Ha 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 ha. I'm sorry to my family. Ha 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 ha. And a lot of it is just these really vague, insincere apologies, followed by a lot of obnoxious laughing, which just makes the whole thing seem like she's not taking it seriously and she doesn't actually care. And it really, really bothered me because so many people are falling for this nonsense and thinking that it's sincere or that it means something. I'm seeing a lot of people saying, oh, but we don't know. Maybe she's reached out to the individual people behind it.
Everyone's saying that Gabby literally sent the book to be reviewed.
And apologized to them. And I can say for a fact she has not. She's not apologized to me. I haven't got it. I haven't heard anyone else who's had an apology from her personally. It's just not happening. And it's really bothering me because this comes off the back of her, again, after years, bringing me up in videos and calling me...
Sorry, I'm focusing on what Rachel's saying here, but wow. I love the decoration of this apartment. I will always lock into seeing how people decorate. I love the flyers over here. Love the wall decor. Sorry, just locking in for a little moment.
And being nasty and just being a very, very cruel person. And this video bothered me because so many people are falling for this and saying, she's changed, she's grown, and she's not. She is absolutely not. She is still just as cruel as before, and she can't just decide that what's between us is over, it's done because I've decided it, without actually bothering to take accountability for the things she said to me and how she treated me and how much she hurt me. Like, I can't be expected to just move on from this like nothing happened just because Gabby's decided it's time the internet forgives her when she hasn't actually done anything to make amends or make things better. While I'm still getting death threats from her fans, I'm still getting hateful messages from her fans, and I'm still getting people spreading absolute lies about me online. I haven't received a proper apology. She hasn't proved to me that she's changed or grown.
Thank you, Lissy.
I don't think we're okay. I'm not okay with her, and I'm very, very upset with her. And that's why in this video, I just want to take some time, apparently nearly 3 hours, to just...
And also, this is completely valid. And I'm saying this at the start because I think a lot of people have a tendency to say to people in general, you know, get over it, or it was so long ago, and people don't know how things, you know, affect people. And also, even if, I don't think you have to put yourself in someone's position. Someone's perception of something, or someone still feeling annoyed or wanting to vent or wanting to talk or wanting an apology is on them, and it's not any of us to decide. And so that's why I urge everyone to go into this with an open mind and just hearing Rachel out rather than anything else. And I know most people are.
Go through for a moment every single thing that happened and why, and how I, at this point, don't feel okay just moving on without a real apology, why I'm not forgiving her, and I don't believe...
Can I say something before we dive in further? I went into my kitchen in the in-between stage of filming this video and the last one, right? I had my I had my suitcase in there that was closed, right? It was closed. Tell me why I go in and my suitcase is now fully opened, which is crazy because I heard a bang in my kitchen a second ago. And my dog Bonnie is lying down on my opened suitcase of clothes. So within the time that I was on live stream, my clever ass dogs managed to open my suitcase, kick it open, and perfectly managed to not spill any clothes because they're so clever, obviously, my very intelligent little girls. And I go in and she is just lying down on my fucking clothes. And then I go, Bonnie, get off that. What does she do? Just sits and fucking stares at me. She literally just sits and stares at me. And I'm like, Bonnie, get off. What does she do? She lies down. This diva. This little diva. When I film in here, they're going crazy out there. She's playing dress up.
This absolute nonsense of a video when she's still actively being nasty about me publicly and spouting misogynistic nonsense publicly because that's her new thing. And I have a real problem with it. And yeah, I'm just tired of staying silent on this and felt the need to say something. So here we are. Please, I was going to say enjoy the video, but please watch the video. Hey everyone, and welcome back to a bit of a different video. I don't even know if I'm going to post this. I feel the need to talk, and if this ever sees the light of day, so be it. If I feel like it's not helpful to anything, then I won't post it. I'm really telling you this. If you're hearing this, I clearly post it. Oh, my brain's not working. I have been trying so long to stay quiet on these topics, or like be very careful if I mention it. I have tried so hard to like not even say Gabby Hannah's name in videos, and now I think I'm just kind of finally done with that, because I got to the point where I'm sick of people walking all over me and me not being able to defend myself and me just having to sit back and watch other people misremember things or spread misinformation or just change the narrative entirely to just suit their own, I don't know, like agenda or whatever it is, and me just not being able to say anything because I'm scared about looking like the mean girl. I'm scared of looking like I want drama. I'm scared of looking like, I don't know how to put it. I'm scared of actually creating drama because like I don't like it. I've never wanted this to be like a back and forth thing. I've never wanted this to be like a rivalry thing, even though a lot of people seem to want to paint it that way. I've never wanted to like drag this out more than it needed to. But it just feels like it's never ending. And I feel like it's been what, like 4 years now or 5 years now? And I just kind of feel the need to like definitively say my piece on all this. Okay, so let me try and give you like a rundown on everything that happened to the best of my memory. Back in December 2019, I was coming out of having like a really, really bad mental breakdown. I was in a horrible place health-wise. I was an absolute mess. And I was trying to find my love of YouTube again and find some passion in my life again and just try and enjoy my job again. And one of the things that I was doing at the time and I had been doing for a long time were book reviews. And a lot of these ended up being kind of like fundy book reviews and stuff like that. And I would review books from Christian fundamentalists and respond to them. Sometimes they were Islamic fundamentalists, although not as often because there aren't quite as many of those books written in English, so not as many to respond to. And I would also sometimes touch on literature, I would touch on history, I'd touch on science. There was a lot of stuff I was doing. Hey, I even spoke about children's books, you know? But poetry is something that I've always loved. I've always been obsessed with. You can see I've got videos about poetry specifically written for children. I've got, in which I look back at like some of my favourite poems from childhood and stuff like that, which is great. And another one of the things I've always done on my channel is try and look for kind of topics that are trending and see if there's any kind of new take I can make on that, or like if there's any books related to it or stuff like that.
Also, Rachel Oates does not have to justify why she gave a review, negative or positive, of anything. Gabby Hannah poetry book and all. When you put a piece of art out there, music, book, film, TV show, documentary, merchandise, anything, people can comment on it before they even purchase it or whatever. But when someone purchases that piece of art, when they purchase that piece of art, it is, in a way, they're a part of it now. It's now a part of their life. And they're able to talk about how it's impacted them, how it hasn't impacted them, how it's good, how it's bad. And if you're not ready for someone to critique or praise your work, maybe you should keep that work for yourself. So obviously I understand why Rachel is setting the scene right now, but the fact that she still has to do this years later just goes to show how people just don't understand how things work.
Like when the whole Colleen Ballinger drama was going down, I Googled her, found she had some books, and so I reviewed them, and I think I was one of the first people to do that. And it was the same in this situation. Gabby Hannah had some drama going on at the time, and I was like, and I said this in my video, I was like, I used to be a fan of Gabby, so I thought, oh, let me see what she's been doing the last few years. And I found out she'd written a poetry book and thought, oh, I'd like to read this. And then I read it and found it was really bad and thought, oh, I'd like to talk about this. And so I made a video. I have been a fan of YouTube just in general for years now, like way, way before I started making videos, obviously. And back in the day, I used to quite like watching kind of storytime YouTubers. So we're not talking like Kanamojo kind of storytime people, but like people who actually seem genuinely nice and relatable and lovely.
People are telling me that people are saying to give a warning for domestic violence. Apparently domestic violence is mentioned in this video. If that's something sensitive to you, please continue with caution. Okay, that's something that I am now finding out as well. Obviously, I have not watched this video yet. I was just kind of going off of if there was going to be a warning in this video, but chat are letting me know that, so I do want to give a little bit of a heads up right now that apparently that is in the video somewhere, so just want to give a warning for that and a little bit of a heads up.
So like Jessie Smiles and also Gabby Hannah. Yes, I liked her videos, don't judge me. I know, you judging me now. So I still absolutely love Jessie's videos, actually. I feel like Jessie seems like one of the most like genuine, lovely, relatable people online. I think she's amazing. Recently, Gabby Hannah, who used to go by The Gabby Show, kind of popped back up on my YouTube feed because of some pretty horrible stuff she said and did to Jessie. Now, I don't want to talk about that drama today, but I just want to say like that was kind of my like shooting off point to be like, I wonder what these guys were doing for the last couple of years while I've not been watching them. So I looked up Jessie. She's had a kid. She seems really happy. It's all very sweet. Meanwhile, Gabby, it seems, has been embroiled in all kinds of drama and has released a poetry book, which obviously, me being a huge fan of books and poetry, decided to track down and have a little read of. Oh, it didn't disappoint me. It was entertaining. Just not for the reasons I think Gabby intended. So today we are going to be having a look at this book called Adolescence, which is, you know, like adolescence, adolescence. It's so hard to say. We are going to be looking at a few of the poems from the book and kind of picking them apart and comparing them to some other actually fairly decent.
And I have both of Gabby's books. They're somewhere in Ireland. Dustin, thank you. Gabby's prayer at the end of the video was so long. Prayer is fine, but I mean, it was a long-ass prayer. I mean, I sat through it and I said amen at the end.
Amazing poetry. And I did title the video, Gabby Hannah's Poetry is Bad, because I felt like that was a good summary of my thoughts.
And also, it does not matter. Like, I don't know why this turned into such a big thing.
And I felt like it was emotive, and I felt like it would get people to click. And it did get people to click. There's a few things I did with that video back then that I would do differently now. So that was my first ever poetry video on my channel. If you've seen my poetry playlist, you'll know I've made many, many more since. But in that very first video, I was kind of testing the waters a bit to see if people would be interested in me talking about poetry, because it's a pretty niche topic. And I know some people love it, some people hate it, some people are completely indifferent, and I didn't know if people wanted to watch that stuff or not. So I was testing the videos, and I made a well, I think it was like a 34-minute video, which is short by today's standards, pretty standard for what my video lengths were back then. That poetry is completely subjective. While we can analyze it and say this is a good poem, this is a bad poem.
Is that a glass of wine? If so, diva, diva, diva. I love that. Diva, diva, diva. Is Rachel Oates in LA? I would love to reach out to Rachel Oates. Is she in LA? Does anyone know?
They're kind of only from kind of technical perspectives. What you like and don't like is completely up to you, and there's no right and wrong there at all. This video is just my opinion and my analysis based on what I do like and don't like in poetry. It is purely my opinion. So if you actually really like Gabby's poetry, or if you hate a poem that I said I like or whatever, absolutely fine. We don't have to agree on everything. Like I say, poetry is subjective. And just because I critique a poem that you might like, that doesn't mean I'm putting down your opinion. That does not mean I'm belittling your opinion. You are completely entitled to feel however you want about this work. If it's something that speaks to you, if it's something that is really meaningful to you, then yeah.
Oh, you're all right. She is in the UK. I don't know why I didn't pick up on that accent. I'm so dumb. Sorry, she's closer to me now than what she would be in LA. I'm so stupid. Sorry, just picked up on the accent right now.
Not looking down on that at all. You are more than entitled to that fee. It is a very kind of like big, chunky collection though. There's quite a lot in there.
Why did I not pick up on that accent?
I do have the potential to make a couple more videos out of this stuff. I just picked kind of the earliest parts of the book for now to kind of work through it in chronological order. Sadly, and the other thing I was doing back then was I was splitting up book reviews into several parts to make them shorter and more digestible.
I love this new hair color.
I did this one where I was reviewing a Ken Ham book. Or was it Kent Hovind? Well, I reviewed both. I was reviewing their books and going through them like basically chapter by chapter and doing these big in-depth reviews and being like, okay, well, let's fact check this and fact check this and fact check this. And so some of those video reviews had like 12 parts because I'd be like, okay, one video part per chapter. Whereas nowadays people aren't quite so afraid of the longer videos, which is why it's more likely that I'll just do like one video per book so I can kind of get it all in, even if that video ends up being like 2-3 hours long, right? So if I was remaking this Gabby Hannah poetry video now, which, sorry, I haven't even said, I was reviewing her first book, Adultolescence. There's some more date stuff there I'll talk about in a second, but if I was making these videos now, I wouldn't have split it into 3 short parts. I'd have just done it as one big, long, in-depth video. But that wasn't how I was making content at the time, so I just made content that was typical for my style at the time. Simple as that. The other thing I would change is I still think some of my analysis in those videos wasn't quite as in-depth as I go today. I think I could have maybe made some better comparisons between the poems to make a few more relevant. Like, I think the very first poems I compared was something like the Sleep is Neat one and Carolyn Duffy's Little Red Cap, because I just wanted to talk about a poem that I loved. And then there was that poem, and they both had a very slight, childlike connection between them. One was like a...
I want to rebuy these damn books and go through them. Hold the phone. We are buying these damn books and going through them. I think I might have gone through them loosely before. I can't remember. And if I have gone through them, they're clearly not... Why does Amazon look so different? If I have, they're clearly very different. What is her name? Gabby Hannah. Load that book up. Gabby, you're getting another sale off me. I've already bought the book in the past. You're getting another double sale off me. Get it tomorrow. Happy fucking days. Gabby Hannah Desperate for Attention shirt. Wait, I love this shirt. Oh my god, she has merch on Amazon. And the merch is, it literally just says Desperate for Attention over and over and over again. I want it. Gabby Hannah cardboard cutout. We can't. Maybe check if a library has them. A library won't have these books. You know what will? A fucking rubbish bin. Alright, let's add these books to my library. Or to my basket. Let's add a lot. That'll give me something fun to do. A little bit of reading, always good for my brain. Dandelion. Let's add that one as well. We should go through YouTuber books. We should go through YouTuber books. Okay, we'll go through that. Brilliant. Guys, everyone in chat is being like, you should just... Hey, I can't say that I'm gonna do that. You know what I mean? Like, guys, please be a little bit clever here. I am on a platform. I cannot say that. Please. Do you realize that I can't say that? Can you at least say, like, secondhand or something like that? Fuck me. Someone said, I don't know if that's considered reading.
Nursery rhyme, one was based on a fairy tale. Loose connection, very loose connection. If I was remaking that video, I would have started off stronger with a better connection between the two poems I was comparing. First impression of Gabby's poetry was that it's all quite shallow. It's very much what you see is what you get. There's nothing really under the surface. You know, having a very clear, simple communication style where there's nothing hidden, just being very open, can be a wonderful thing, especially in certain novels, or when you're writing non-fiction, or when you're speaking in a YouTube video, for example. But when it comes to poetry, I feel like just having this very surface level meaning kind of defeats the point of poetry altogether. Now that's just my opinion, you might disagree and that's okay, but let me explain. To me, poetry is an art so unlike any other because it's not just about communicating on one level.
I've actually never seen the original video. Like, what was so bad about it?
In itself, and to me it is one of the most complex and beautiful forms of art that there is. It's about understanding the rules of language and grammar and how we communicate and playing with them, having fun with them, sometimes in a quite frivolous way. Sometimes you break or bend those rules, sometimes you twist them and turn them on their heads, sometimes you follow those rules perfectly. In a really good, well-crafted poem, every word has been picked out for a reason and is used for a reason and placed where it is for a reason. I actually really like what Stephen Fry writes in his book, The Ode Less Travelled. He says, poems are not read like novels. There is much pleasure to be had in taking the same 14-line sonnet to bed with you and reading it many times over for a week. Savour, taste, enjoy. Poetry is not made to be sucked up like a child's milkshake. It is much better sipped like a precious malt whiskey. Verse is one of our last stands against the instant and the infantile. Even when it is simple and childlike, it is to be savoured. To start with, I want to look at Gabby's poem called Sleep, which is one of the first ones in the book. It also features a very basic little illustration by her, and it's just a very simple, straightforward, quite shallow poem. I like sleep. Sleep is neat. If you're having trouble, count some sheep. The structure's a little bit confused. It starts off with an A-B rhyme scheme, ends in rhyming couplets. I don't know if that was intentional. I doubt it. I think she just kind of messed up a bit. I want to compare this poem.
I like sleep. Sleep is neat. New York Times bestseller. I like sleep. Sleep is neat. What is the rest line? I like sleep. Sleep is neat. If you're having trouble, count some sheep. I like sleep. Sleep is neat. Best of all, sleep is cheap. Where I sleep, I can dream of cherry pie and something cream. When I sleep, I don't have to think. That's why I have my 8-hour blink. I only wake up to eat or pee. Otherwise, I'll sleep for eternity. We have got to get our hands. No, I had them years ago, and I made a video going through it, but I need to revisit. I forget it. Clearly, it wasn't monumental enough. We need to go through this immediately. Immediately, we need to go through these. I like sleep. Sleep is neat. I only wake up to eat or pee. Otherwise, I'd sleep for eternity.
Poem to one of my favourite poems of all time, which is called Little Red Cap by Caroline Duffy. Little Red Cap is a retelling of the original
Too long.
fairy tale, but as a metaphor for a relationship she had when she was younger with a much older man, who I think was like a kind of mentor or teacher or something like that to her. On the surface, it's a simple fairy tale. Peel back a layer, and it's a semi-autobiographical story of her life. Peel back another layer, and it's a kind of metaphor for relationships and love and power and sex, loss of innocence even. And then you peel back another layer, and it's a feminist statement about a young girl fighting back against traditional gender roles in relationships, discovering her sexuality, and coming out of it as a strong, independent woman. There's layer after layer you can peel back in this poem, and it's wonderful. The other thing worth mentioning is Gabby's book.
Rachel, why would you want that when you could have sleep is neat? I only wake up to eat or pee. Otherwise, I'd sleep for eternity.
I think came out in 2016 or 2017, Adultolescence. I didn't review it until 2019 because, as I said in that very first video, I didn't know it existed. I hadn't been following Gabby for years at that point, but when a bunch of drama came up, I googled her, found the book, read the book, had thoughts on the book. It was that simple. I didn't buy the book in 2017 and sit on it for years waiting for the moment to talk about it. I didn't know it existed before I started making the video, essentially. I also didn't have a physical copy of the book. Today, Gabby is making quite misleading statements, which make it sound to some people like I physically bought her book and physically burnt it.
Like, you're burning a book in 2020 that you bought in 2017. I already got your money. You know, it's just like, it's old.
Well, that's not what happened. I've never had a physical copy of her book. That first book, Adultolescence, I borrowed an ebook version from a library so I could make a video on it, made the video on it, return the ebook. Nothing was ever burnt.
Not returned the ebook.
I can't believe I never clarified.
Sorry, returning an ebook is another kind of really not enjoying it. Returning an ebook? That's crazy.
But here we are. The second video, oh no, wait, no, more to say on the first one, actually. So, yeah, while it wasn't a perfect video, I pretty much still stand by everything I say in it. I think I made very valid points. I was complimentary when I needed to be, and when the text deserved.
How were you complimentary? What was there to be complimentary about? Sleep is neat.
That's about it.
Sleep for eternity.
And take it to mean, oh, well, when you have depression, sometimes you sleep a lot, and it can be all you do and all you can cope with or something. But there's nothing really to suggest that that's the real intention of the poem. It just seems very basic, surface level. I like to sleep. And a lot of it just seems very redundant. For me, each line in a poem should move it forward, moving along. Repetition of ideas for the sake of filling space means nothing to me. And it feels like a lot of what's included in Gabby's poems is there to fill space rather than to have actual meaning and purpose. Poems don't always have to be that deep, though, and they definitely don't always have to be feminist. Feminist, can't even speak. I know the two examples I've given so far do have these strong feminist messages. That's just because that's kind of what I like in poetry from women. They don't always have to be this way. Poems can be very fun, very frivolous, very simple and happy and silly, you know? There's nothing wrong with a silly poem. I love that. It can be exciting. They can tell stories of adventures. I personally love the poetry of like Lewis Carroll and Edward Lear because they really have such...
Me, I love the poetry of Gabby Hannah and Trisha Paytas.
Silly and invent new words and bend and twist and break established language and grammar rules. These are the poems that make you laugh and smile and truly appreciate how wonderful language is and language can be. Recess is a poem by Gabby that I think actually has a bit of potential, or had a bit of potential before she published it, I don't know. It kind of shows her actually trying to have a little bit of fun with language, I think, and you don't see that very often in the book.
So is this a Gabby poem? Jacob and Emily sitting in a tree. Kissing. First came love, then came marriage, then came a stale and empty life. As a result of the societal pressures to wed, which led to a semi-public affair and a severe case of alcoholism. Did Gabby write this? Mixed with mental illness, followed by a grueling 2-year divorce that damaged the kid's emotion. Okay.
The collection of poems from her is very self-indulgent. She takes herself too seriously throughout it, constantly. Recess, on the other hand, is one poem where I actually feel like she was trying to have a little bit of fun with language and poetry.
Fun?
And so on.
Fun?
Children's nursery rhyme and tries to subvert it. It's a shame that it kind of...
Fun? Rachel, babe, I'm gonna have to disagree with you. Fun? Fuck it, I'm releasing a poetry book. And you bitches are making it go #1 on the New York Times bestseller list. If you got this shit #1. You know what this reminds me of? That Taylor Swift song, How Did It End? Sitting in a tree, DYING. Do 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 do. Say it once again with feeling, how the death rattled breathing, silence as the soul was leaving me bereft and lean and something, my beloved ghost in me, sitting in a tree, DYING. Do 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 do. Is that an actual song? Yes! I fear we're in for a long stream because I keep going on these tangents. Say it once again with the feeling, how the death rattled breathing, silence as the soul was leaving, the deflation of our dreaming, leaving me bereft and reeling, my beloved ghost in me, sitting in a tree, DYING. Do do, sing it. Do 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 do. Alice, thank you so much. I love the "You're Amazing" sticker. Thank you. Thank you so much. That's what I think of when I see this. Sitting in a tree, DYING. Do do.
But honestly, it's not the worst one in her collection, not by a long way. Again, it's not really anything too special or original, but she's definitely made an attempt with this, and she's definitely trying to like subvert.
I wouldn't say it's fun, Rachel.
Fun with this and some of her other poems.
Rachel, stop saying fun.
Not brilliant, but not bad either. Yeah, the video did really, really well. It reached 1 million views. It was my second video to reach 1 million reviews after part 1 of me reviewing To Train Up a Child by Michael and Debbie Pearl. It's now outwatched? No, it's now got more watches than that video by about maybe 200,000, I think. Maybe 150,000. But my point is, it wasn't my first video to have that kind of success. And it absolutely wasn't my last either. I've had others do well since. The other thing is, people seem to think that I must have made like a crap ton of money off that video. For some reason, I didn't know. Even though it got 1 million views, at this point 1.3 million, for some reason, with it being short, with the CPM being whatever it was at the time, with me just coming off a huge breakdown and a little bit of a hiatus to posting regular content, like there was some, but it wasn't good content, it wasn't regular content. Anyway, all of that put together meant that I had a really low CPM on that video, and at the time I think I made about £300 on it off 1 million views, which is nothing. So didn't do it for money. A lot of people asked for a part 2 because I barely touched on any of the poems in the book, so I made a part 2. Again, I stand by that. I think it's absolutely fine. But since you guys liked the last video on Gabby Hannah's poetry so much, I have taken your suggestions. I tried to read as many of those comments as I could.
Whoa, look at those earrings. Whoa.
Poems from her book, Adultolescence. Oh, why is that so hard to say? Words. The first poem we're going to start with from Gabby is very simplistic, which in itself is by no means
that damn drink is back.
a bad thing. Some of the best poems and even short stories out there are incredibly simple. Think of the short story that was supposed to be like,
What'd I do?
Right, like the saddest or scariest story ever written, and it's just simply for sale, baby shoes.
The smallest man who ever lived.
Writing doesn't have to be long or complicated to, you know, really hit you in the feels. It doesn't have to be overly complex to say a lot. Gabby's poem is simple. It's basic. It's also an example of her trying out little wordplay, which I really appreciate, but sadly, it just kind of falls flat. It's nice to see that she's attempting something.
This is all such valid criticism.
Let's take a look at it. This is her poem Relative. Time is relative. Beauty is relative. Family is relatives. Yeah. So, sadly, there's not really a huge amount to unpack when analysing this poem. Sadly. Time and beauty being relative, you know, fairly standard phrases. We use them all the time. You know, basically the whole idea that beauty's in the eye of the beholder, along that kind of thing. Basically saying they're kind of subjective. How we experience.
And the book publisher saw this and went, brilliant. Brilliant.
Interpret them is subjective. Time can go faster or slower depending on how you're experiencing the situation, whether you're having fun.
I'm so obsessed with Rachel trying to unpack this like it's deep. Time is relative. Beauty is relative. Family is relative.
Yeah, that's where it kind of starts to get a little more, I don't know, there's more of an attempt at complexity and meaning here, you know? Family is often said you can't choose your family. Yeah, we call them relatives. Gabby's definitely trying to go for a little bit of like irony here and wordplay and so on. Gabby trying to make the point that, you know, saying maybe we can decide our own family, or she's saying we can't and we're stuck with them. It's a little ambiguous, not necessarily in a good way. It's hard to see what...
Baby, call it what it is. It's shit.
Interesting idea. Playing kind of with homographs and homonyms and homophones, in this case homographs. Taking that, the idea of playing with it, but never really developing it, never really going any further with it, never really pushing any ideas. And then I made a part 3. And in part 3 I was a little snarkier than the others, I'll be honest. But at that point I was sort of sick of reading the book, so yeah, I was absolutely
fair.
About the text than others. I definitely gave her less benefit of the doubt in that part 3. I was just fed up with it at that point. I'm human, I have emotions, that's what happens. I'll be honest, when I sat down to make some videos talking about Gabby Hannah's poetry book and analysing the poetry in it and comparing it to some like actual good and classic bits of poetry, I didn't expect it to do well. I thought it'd be one of the videos on my channel that's like a bit of a passion project but no one actually watches. I am still completely in shock, but I'm also quite proud that this nerdy little like passion project of mine got so many people talking about Gabby and her poetry and just poetry in general. It's really nice to see so many people having these conversations and sharing poems that they like and stuff. And yeah, I feel kind of relevant and almost cool for the first time in my life. But I went for coffee and burgers and a cheeky cocktail, for me, not her, yesterday with the wonderful YouTuber who you probably know as Alizi. She is a wonderful, funny, amazing person. She's like,
what did you have? Coffee and burgers and a cheeky cocktail. What an interesting trio. Coffee with a burger and then a cocktail? Huh? Well, my stomach could not handle that. My stomach's after a coffee and a burger, seeing a cocktail about to come down. No!
Yesterday with the wonderful YouTuber who you probably know as Alizi. She is a wonderful, funny, amazing person. She's like, I had a really good time with
coffee, cocktail, and a burger?
And, you know, feed Kyra and take her to the toilet and stuff. And I was like, oh god. But we had a really
take her to the toilet, I'm fucking sure after all that.
So many amazing stories, and I love spending time with her. And Gabby Hannah came up, and she was like, I've been thinking about doing a video on it myself. I'm like, do it, I'll send you my copy of the book. And she was like, well, you know, if you want to do your 3rd video, now's probably the time. So we both kind of like inspired each other a little bit, and I sat down last night, and I was like, okay, these are the poems I want to talk about for now. Again, I still have more I want to talk about, so I have so much potential content. Sorry, that's my phone. I have so much potential content, I'm not quite sure how much to make, but I sat down, I looked at these last night, and I was like, yeah, I want to do this. I was like reading through my notes again, I was like really enjoying it, and I just kind of like had a lot of fun with it. So that's what we're doing today. We're having fun with poetry. Okay, first up we are starting with a poem which I feel personally attacked by, called Concealer. You may not realize it looking at me, but I quite like my makeup. So this poem hit me hard. Concealer. I wear makeup because I have acne. I have acne because I wear makeup. I swear Gabby Hannah is the only person in the world who could, to such an extent.
Gabby Hannah should be charged on a federal level for charging people for this poetry. She should be in prison for this. I wear makeup because I have acne. I have acne because I wear makeup. She deserves a fine.
With 2 dull, unoriginal lines, spread so much misinformation about makeup, and managed to perpetuate shallow stereotypes about women. 2 lines, and she causes so much trouble. How does she do it? It's a skill. I know that Gabby said she was inspired by Bo Burnham in this poetry book, and you can definitely see this in this line. I say line, it's 2 lines long. In this poem, this is not a whole poem. God, I'm really bitter today. Sorry. I don't know what it is today. I'm just like, my bitterness and my sarcasm and my like quite dry sense of humor is just like, bleh. Anyway, I know Gabby said she was inspired.
I love her.
And I love Bo Burnham. And you can definitely see that in this poem. You know, all I hear when I read this are Bo Burnham's lines, I don't go to the gym because I'm self-conscious about my body, I'm self-conscious about my body because I don't go to the gym. Irony can be so painful, that's a catch-22. A wonderful set of lines from his song Can't Handle This, which is probably one of my favourite Bo Burnham songs, tracks, just pieces of work of all time. It's clever, funny, real, raw, relatable, completely heartbreaking, very catchy, it sticks in your head, and it's one that I really relate to, so it's very, very special to me. Which is why, once again, it kind of hurts me that Gabby took something so special to me and butchered it. The thing is, recently I've seen some comments from people saying things like, Rachel Oates started this, she attacked Gabby first, she went after Gabby. I don't necessarily agree with
Reviewing a book on a channel that you're reviewing books on is not attacking someone. Having an opinion on something that is not raving review of it is not attacking it. It can be subjective. It can be, art is subjective, and that's the beautiful thing about it. You can love a song and someone can hate it. Like, someone can hate it. You can love a poem and someone fucking laughs at it. Like, art is subjective, and that is what's really beautiful about it. And if an artist can't appreciate that, then in my opinion, they're not an artist.
what Gabby said about her later, but Rachel started it by being so rude and so personal, so mean about Gabby. And I don't remember doing that. So I went back and watched the videos, and it's just not true. There's no personal attacks on Gabby in those videos. There's parts where I call her writing lazy, that's for sure. There's parts where I will...
That's just a fact, hun.
...very bluntly critique the writing, but I don't attack Gabby personally at all. There's no name calling, there's nothing personal about it. I definitely didn't have any personal vendetta against her at the time. Like, I kind of couldn't care less who she was. You know, it's just what it was. I literally went back and...
Like how Adam likes the Torture Poets department and I don't like it. Did you really have to bring that up? What'd you get out of that? What'd you get out of that? Straight from the Tortured Poets department, and for a fortnight there we were forever. For so long, London had a good run, moment of warm sun, but I'm not the one. And you say I abandoned the ship, but I was going down with it. My white knuckle dying grip, holding tight to your quiet resentment. And my friend said it isn't right to be scared. Every day will love affair. Every breath feels like where is there, whatever the words are. And you're not sure if it wants to be. I'm not ready yet. There. I don't know the rest. Were you sent by someone who wanted me dead? Did you sleep with a gun underneath our bed? Were you writing a book? Were you a sleeper cell spied? And 50 years will all this be declassified, and you'll confess why you did it. And I'll say good riddance straight from the Tortured Linda department. That's a deep lore joke. If you're watching this on the replay, you need to watch the live stream to catch up with the lore. Were you writing a book? Were you writing a book? Were you writing a book? Were you me to Gabby Hannah when she threatens to release another poetry? Were you writing a book? My boy. Someone said, great, I just got an ad. Perfect timing. Fuck you. But I understand why. My boy only breaks his favorite toe. Once I fix me, he's gonna miss me. That one? Crazy. So real. Straight from the Tortured Linda department.
And I was going through it, I'm like, wait, so where's this nastiness people have been telling me I said? And the thing is, sometimes I do watch back old videos, I'm like, crap, I was way too blunt there. Oh my god, like, I was really emotional there. Oh, I was harsher than I probably should have been there. Like, absolutely I do that. I think when you make the kinds of content that I do, it's hard to not get emotional about it. And sometimes that does mean getting over emotional, you know? I have to step back sometimes and be like, hang on, am I really being objective here? Because when you get so, for example, like, bogged down in reading the history of people, words. Sometimes when you get so bogged down in reading about the history of people, all of that clouds your judgment on, like, say, what they're doing now. So, for example, I've made a couple of videos on Carissa Collins. I did the saga of Carissa Collins, which was about her whole history, her whole blogging history, how she's treated her family and her pets and that sort of thing. And then she also wrote 2 books, which I've reviewed as well. And sometimes I look back in particular at the second 2 book reviews and I think, oh, you know what, maybe I was a little harsh there. Maybe I could have been kinder there. Maybe I should have given her the benefit of the doubt there and there. But then at the same time, I realised that it's easy to do that when you're taking those books or those videos in isolation. But when you put them into her bigger story, I understand why I was so emotional and reacted the way I did. Because, so for example, if she's telling a story about like her kid's health or something, maybe I'm
a monster
of the doubt nowadays as I would have with a random person. But that's because I'm clouded by the knowledge that, you know, she nearly killed her dog and she's been medically negligent of her young children to the point where one ended up in intensive care from an untreated UTI twice. Do you know what I mean? So that past knowledge does cloud my judgment sometimes in a way that makes me over-emotional, which other people might not understand where that emotion comes from. Does that make any sense? So I feel like that's what happens sometimes when I can be too harsh. I just get very, very emotional and worked up about things. And it's something that I do try and work on, and it's something that I do try and be better on. But at the same time, I'm also realising that I shouldn't need to suppress my emotions, because emotions aren't a bad thing. Emotions are what make us human. And I think it's okay and it's normal for me to express emotions like frustration at people being paid hundreds of thousands of dollars for lazy, mediocre work. I think, looking back, that is a perfectly valid emotion and reaction and response. And while it might lead me to being a little bit blunt at times, I still don't think there was anything wrong in the critiques I made. My video...
I don't think, as well, even if there were, like, you don't have to apologize for being critical of something. It is your own perception, and what, are we not allowing anyone to give any fucking criticism anymore? Please.
The third one was a little harsh, I'll give you that. I'll absolutely give you harsh. I will give you that. Oh, God, words, sorry. But overall, when I look at the content of those videos, there were no personal attacks on Gabby. There was no name calling. There was nothing too harsh. I literally just critiqued her work in as objective a way as I could and compared it to the work of other poets. If anything, the focus on those videos was
torture poets
and how they did a good job. And it was
the tortured Linda department.
YouTube drama as a way to facilitate a conversation about poetry to educate people. That was the point in those videos. And I think up to the point where Gabby got involved, it succeeded in doing that. Absolutely. So after I made the first video, somewhere between me making the first and the third video, I don't know when exactly it happened, my video got popular and James Marriott watched my video and he took my idea. And I don't say that to be like, oh, you took my idea. No, like he's literally said in videos, he saw my video, took the idea. He didn't credit me or anything, he just did the same thing as me. But
damn, I did not know about that. I did not know about that. So did he start it then?
I admit I'm biased here because I don't...
Start it isn't in terms of like really like pissing Gabby off. Poking the Gabby Hannah bear. Amen.
I don't think he's particularly funny or nice. I don't enjoy his content, and I don't like what I've seen of him as a person. But he took my video idea, he made the same video, but he was far harsher than me.
Gag.
He reviewed the poetry on a literary level. He just kind of made stupid jokes. He did make personal attacks about Gabby, and he would do things like where he read out a poem and then made vomiting noises to the camera.
Time is relative. Beauty is relative. Family is relative. Oh, I think I'm crying. Is this what the Ghost Pepper Challenge feels like? Most of the poems are about, oh, I'm sad, I like eating fast food. And whilst there are a couple that I thought were passable, I folded the pages of all of the ones that made me cringe, so there's quite a lot of problems here. So page 4, we have her poem, O Positive. I donated blood today.
Sorry, that was crazy.
Pages of all of the ones that made me cringe, so there's quite a lot of problems here. Page 4, we have her poem, O Positive. I donated blood today. Feels good to finally be somebody's type. Oh. That's the kind of thing a 14-year-old virgin would say. Like, Gabby, no, you've had relationships. You are clearly someone's type. Probably not mine, though, to be fair. Here we have a poem which takes up 2 pages, and it's got a couple illustrations on it. Life sucks. Be grateful. You woke up this morning. That's the worst part. Oh, it's good. It's because she wants to be dead.
It was an entirely different style of video to mine, just with the same subject matter. But his got really big. I think at the time it got something like 2 million views, which was way more than mine, and he was a way bigger channel. He still is, I think. I don't know, I haven't seen what he's doing in years. But we were making very different styles of videos to cater to very different audiences. Absolutely fine, you know, that happens. And that kind of set off this big trend of a lot of different people reviewing Gabby Hannah's poetry to different degrees. Everyone had a different audience and everyone was taking a different approach. Some people were more analytical, like I was. Some people were more personal, like James was. But it's what happens. Everyone puts their own spin on things, right? You guys know I'm friends with Elise and Evangelina Scott and love them to bits, but often we'll end up reviewing the same books and we all end up like sharing ideas between us in the group chat and like pointing out different bits. And we all have we're all kind of commentary in a way, but I'm more slightly like analytical with my approach. Alizia is more kind of humorous in her approach, and Vangelina's more kind of like, here's the facts.
Vangelina? As in the Vangelina? I love Vangelina.
You know, so we all sometimes cover the same topics, but in very
My little Irish queen.
And sometimes, you know, we'll send each other bits, be like, oh, you need to talk about this chapter, or oh, you should talk about this chapter, all that sort of thing. Again, it's not a bad thing, and I think sometimes when you have interesting topics, the more people talking about it, the better, and the more different perspectives, the better. Because especially when it's something like, you know, like, it did warm my little heart to see all these people like talking about poetry and passionate about poetry, something that I had loved for so long, but that just hadn't been cool before. I kind of loved that, and even things like seeing people have different interpretations of poems to what I had, that was lovely.
Straight from the tortured poets department.
And the personal attacks and stuff like that, that made me feel dirty and wrong, but I don't like seeing that kind of content about anyone. It's why I don't like James Marriott and his content. Simple as that. I find his style mean and I don't enjoy watching it, and I didn't like the fact that my idea had inspired that meanness. Does that make sense? And so I didn't like seeing that. But overall, I did like seeing people talk about poetry, and there were some really thoughtful discussions out there. Like, I think it was Ready to Glare, maybe, she covered it as well, and she was quite thoughtful about it, and she looked at it from a literary perspective. Loved seeing that. And yeah, there was just a lot of stuff out there like that. Right, what happened next? Yeah, next was some time went on, like a couple of months passed, and I wanted a silly little project with Kyra, still struggling with, like, mental health stuff. So me and her did this silly project where I kind of took inspiration from Gabby's book in a sense, in that sometimes I just take like a title or a structure or something like that, and I rewrote them to be from like a dog's perspective and left blank slots in the poems, which I would then have like different words on cards and put snacks on them, and then Kyra had to pick a card, like she picked a snack and I picked a card and a word, and then she completed the poems. And it was a really stupid little thing, and we put together I don't even know if I have a physical copy of that book anymore. It's probably around somewhere.
Rachel might think you're mean, Adam. I think Rachel would fucking despise me. If she thinks that James clip was mean, I don't think Rachel will be a fan of me. That's fine.
There it is, actually, I'm on a little poetry show.
Because art is subjective.
There we go. Dogger lessons. This was our little thing that we did together, and it was just, look at my little baby there. She's gorgeous. I love this girl so much. It was meant to just be a silly, fun project for me and Kyra to do together while I was going through some stuff.
That's really cute.
See me on the camera, okay? It's all just focused on you. Mwah. All right, I'm still off camera, but this will do, because you want to be close to you. Okay. Oh, okay. I'm like crouching on the floor so you can see me here. But hi, everyone. I'm here with Karoo today, and she knows I have snacks, so she's very excited, aren't you? Today, we are going to be together, me and this little one, are going to be writing some poetry. We have some prompt cards. It's basically Mad Lib style, where I have notes with gaps to fill in. She's going to be picking words on cards, and we are going to be using snacks to convince her. It should be fun.
Aw, this is so cute.
Turkey nibbles from Tails, and we also have cheesy nibbles with a little bit of beef, and we have some beef and poultry flavors.
If I did this with Bonnie, my dog, I think she would just eat the paper. Ironically, she ate my Trisha Paytas poetry book. I'm not even kidding. She ate it. I posted a photo of it on Twitter. She ate it. Like last year. I was like, oh, I'm going to film a video reviewing it. And in my video reviewing it, whether that one or whenever I did it on a live stream, there was like bite marks out of it. Bonnie she was hungry, I guess.
Putting some cards down on the floor, putting snacks on them, and whichever one she chooses first is the word we're going to use to fill in the blank in the poem. We'll see if this works or not, okay? I have no idea. I'm probably crouching in front of the camera awkwardly like this for God knows what reason. Because I love you, eh? Come here, Bean. I know. Good girl. Alright, sit. Good girl. Paul, thank you. Here's your first one. Love you, go. Now, don't judge me. I don't mean to be a terrible person, but all the poems we're going to be doing today are parodies of Gabby Hannah terrible poems that we've talked about and critiqued in the past. So, with that, hello. With that, we're going to start on the first poem by Kyra, which is called Boyfriend. And we're going to decide who your boyfriend is first, aren't we? Yes. Who's your boyfriend, Kyra? All right, Shmoogie Bear. Are you ready to write the poem? Okay, so the first choices are your boyfriend. Is your boyfriend going to be Ronnie or Harry? Ronnie, gorgeous little cocker spaniel. Harry, fluffy little Pomeranian. She loves them both. Don't you? I know. All right, sit. Good girl. Okay, let's put these down so you can see who they are. Okay, you've got Ronnie and Harry to choose from. Wait. I'm going to go with the cheesy nibbles for now. This one for Harry. This one for Ronnie. All right, wait. Go. Oh, Ronnie's the first choice. Kyra loves Ronnie. Okay.
Also the one that was directly in front of her, but all right.
So now we have to figure out what are you doing with Ronnie. Okay, apparently these pens are not waterproof. You can see the smudging.
Sorry, me hating on the dog. It was the one in front of it, lazy dog. I'm kidding. That's actually really cute. Is that book still available? I would love to buy that. It's really cute. I always heard Gabby had a problem with like Rachel bullied her and like made another book or something like that. Is that really it? Please, it's so stupid to cause a problem over that.
It was fun. I loved that little bonding moment with her. I loved picking out all the little photos of her to go in here. I loved even though the poems are bad, I loved writing from her perspective. One poem was a genuine one. It's called...
Her dog wrote the poem, sleep is... What is it again? Sometimes I wake up to eat or pee. Otherwise, I'd sleep for eternity. Kyra, you're an amazing poet.
This was completely original. This is what I wrote for her. And yeah, it was a silly little thing for us to do together. And because I actually wanted
what the dog do
read it and listen to it, I thought, oh, it'll be funny if like I pretend it's like, well, not pretend, like if I make it like a adult lessons parody and call it dog lessons, right? And yeah, that's... Oh yeah, like, sorry, even inside I say, it started as a joke between me and fellow YouTuber Elise when I told her we should make a video where Kyra writes poetry. Even this idea wasn't original though, as I was inspired by Super Ray Dizzle's video where she got her dog to choose her art supplies. And these ideas only came together after I critiqued Gabby Hannah's interesting poetry collection, Adult Lessons. So it wasn't just one thing, and it definitely wasn't like an attack on
that book is really cute. People are saying you can still buy it. I need to get it.
A way to get other people interested in it. And like I say, like the formatting isn't perfect. It's a bit silly. I have an about the author section, which is just about Kyra. I thought it was really cute and really silly and really fun. And we had a good time with it. We didn't make a lot of money at first. We made probably like, what, 50, 60 quid off it, something like that. And I donated that to Battersea, where I adopted her from. And yeah, it was a cute, silly little thing for me and her to do together. And that was it. It didn't garner a lot of attention, didn't make a lot of money, but what it did make was given to charity, and I thought that was the end of it. Then... Okay, a couple of brief points in here that I forgot to mention, like, chronologically, is that there were actually, like, 2 other videos, and I do bring them up later, but there was one where I was talking about, like, intent versus outcome in art, and I used one of Gabby's poems as an example. Didn't, like, put her in the title, but I think I put the book in the thumbnail. And then the other was when Gabby responded to a bunch of the criticism, and then I responded to that response. But again, like, so, and I think I briefly mentioned this later, but I feel like it's important to do it chronologically. Up until she did that response to criticism and put me in the tags and that sort of thing and mentioned me in that, I didn't know she'd seen my videos at all, so I didn't think she ever would see them, because I was a small child. Nobody. Still am nobody. And then I responded because I had things to say. But I still don't think I was ever, like, personal. There were no personal attacks. I was never nasty to her. There was none of that. I don't know. I'll include some clips for you here so you can see. I do speak about them later in the video, I think, but I just want to try and make sure it's all chronological. So, let's jump into it and see how Gabby started this response to the criticisms of her. Because I actually thought she started in a really positive way.
I want to start by saying this. I'm a public figure and I put out my art publicly. By doing that, I'm fully open to reviews and thus criticism. This is not new.
This is great. This is fantastic. This is such a positive response. This is how you should be, saying, I'm fully open to reviews and criticism. Brilliant. But then she ruins it by going on to compare herself. I mean, she says she doesn't, but she does. She compares herself to people like Steven Spielberg and Gordon Ramsay. And she's like, and they still get criticism, but their work is still good.
Now, this is obviously not to say that I'm on the same level or of the same caliber as Quentin Tarantino, Ariana Grande, or Gordon Ramsay, but it does go to show that people will have differing opinions. And just because you like something that someone doesn't like, or you don't like something that someone does like, doesn't make it inherently good or bad. That is what art is. It's subjective.
The other thing I will say before we properly get started is...
So obsessed with her being like, I accept criticism, and then her being like, yeah, but like if you criticize me, you know, it really stems from you just having a different perspective and you not understanding me.
Is that poetry is completely subjective.
I truly don't get upset when people make fun of my music or my poetry because it's a matter of preference. And at the end of the day, I'm still working.
She doesn't get upset if you criticize her. I struggle to believe that, honey.
On my craft and growing, and there's a lot of people out there who do like it. I'm not...
Yes, she did compare herself to Ariana Grande. I just tried to hope that no one heard that, and I was going to move on from that.
Creating for people who don't like my stuff, I'm creating for people who do. So if I don't like something, does that make it bad? No. It's a matter of preference. And that's art, baby!
So it completely undermines everything she just said about being fully open to reviews and criticism, because she's just turning around saying, well, I might get criticism, but that doesn't mean I'm bad. That doesn't mean I have to listen to it. I'm still good. And that just kind of undermines the whole point of saying I'm open to criticism in the first place. It's frustrating. Very frustrating.
It's a very misunderstood book, and I'll get to that. But I admit, I look through it, and a lot of the pages feel rushed.
I'm so obsessed with Gabby saying that she's misunderstood when she gets criticism. I'm going to start using that one. Guys, I'm just misunderstood. I misunderstood you guys. Please. I'm misunderstood. You wouldn't get it.
There's a lot of humor in here. I lean a lot more heavily into the jokes and the puns and the wordplay, and that's what it was, more than trying to be a serious poetry book. But it was marketed as a Shel Silverstein parody, and that is the one place I do care to defend adult lessons.
I'm sorry, but again, this part really annoyed me. And the thing is, I tried to be so fair in, like I tried, to be really fair in my critiques of her poetry, and despite the fact I called some of them out being hypocritical, I tried to mostly just focus on her poetry and the work and let the work stand for itself. Like, I looked at the technique she used.
Hi, Pixie Lux.
Used similar, all the same techniques and done them well. That was how I approached those initial videos. And I'm sorry, but people aren't criticizing Gabby's work because it's silly and contains wordplay. They're criticizing it. I, in particular, am criticizing it because it's lazy and poorly written. Also, the fact she's saying this is a parody of...
And I would argue that it's shit.
She knows what a parody is. Exactly. I think Gabby is maybe trying to say that her book is a tribute to Shel Silverstein or inspired by Shel Silverstein, but it's very clearly in no way a parody or satire of their work. I mean, if you want to, like, get kind of douchey for a second and say, well, the definition of a parody is, but the definition of a parody is that it's like an imitation of someone's work with, like, this exaggeration of certain features to make it funnier or whatever. That's exactly what me and Kyra did when we released Adolescence, which, for you guys who don't know, is a literal parody of Gabby's work in which I even mentioned
it's still available
inspiration from and which ones I was parodying. And we did that, and we exaggerated the silly bits and the poorly written bits and tried to make them funny. And for some of them, we just tried to improve the poems. And it was funny because we made them all about Kyra or written from Kyra's perspective. And for those of you who don't know, Kyra's my dog, hence why Dog-a-lessons. That's a parody. Gabby's book is in no way a parody, and nothing about it says it's parodying Shel Silverstein. Inspired by, maybe, but...
This is a really good argument. It's really great to make this argument of what I was doing was a direct parody, and here's why, and you can clearly see it in everything from the promotion to the cover to the title. You know, Gabby relying on, well, my one was parody as well, is really like a cheap way of getting out of people criticizing her. And I feel like she would do this a lot, where if she ever made a joke that didn't land, she would compare it to like comedians that she likes, or, you know, I'm inspired by, or it's a parody. And it's like, no, you're just not doing that niche really great, if I'm being honest, and a lot of people are being honest about it. So I'm gonna be honest, it's crazy to open it with being like, I accept different perspectives, and then ending it with like, so I'm a party, so you can't come for me.
I know, sorry, I'm getting too... Today we are going to be talking about bad poetry again. So I want to make sure I'm not, like, repeating myself in my videos, but what I will say now is that my inspiration for this video was seeing a tweet from Gabby Hannah. And now I don't just want to become a channel that just, like, is like, oh, Gabby Hannah sucks. No, I talk about so much more than just that. And I also talk about good poetry, don't I? Yes.
That's me, babe.
And there's a whole playlist of happy, positive things if you want to go check it out. I'm very aware I don't want to make this video or any of my content all about Gabby, because I know she's going through a tough time at the minute, and she's kind of struggling, and I don't want to add to that. But...
Adam, don't gatekeep what pills you take for plane travel. Babe, I sit awake the entire plane ride, rocking back and forth, and stopping myself from going in and out of paranoia, panic attacks. I am the worst person when it comes to travel. I wish I had pills. You know that Shane Dawson video where he like takes pills and he's like, ooh, I'm no longer scared to fly. Give me that.
So yesterday or the day before or whenever it was, she released a tweet about a poem that I had a huge issue with in my first video on her poetry. And it kind of got me thinking. I didn't really respond to the tweet at first when I first started, I was like, whatever. But it kind of stuck in my head and it got me thinking. And I kind of want to talk about this whole topic of like what makes a poem bad and how some people use allusions in a good way or bad.
Now, again, art is subjective, but this point that Rachel keeps honing in on, like, laziness is a completely different thing. And it's very clear that the poems that Gabby was making they were lazy. And that's a disrespect to people that are buying it as well. You know, yeah, you have to make a certain amount of poems so you can sell the book, but it's like, it's lazy that people are spending money on this and the poems are fucking terribly written or just fucking 2 sentences. Sleep is neat.
That way, and how putting your personal life into your poetry can be a great thing or a really terrible thing. And also the difference between things like art and merchandise. And Gabby Hannah's poem is the perfect example to talk about this with. It exemplifies all my thoughts. It's a really good jumping off point, and so that is why we're going to be talking about it today. The poem that I'm referring to is called Cut. Because honestly, it genuinely upset me. It was the one poem in the book that genuinely hurt me. I found it hard to read, never mind talk about. Even now, this is a little bit difficult. A lot of the work in that book was laughably bad, and people mocked it, kind of rightly so. I critiqued it, I said what was bad about it, what was good about it, what could be done better about it, but this one, I didn't talk about in much detail because it felt like I was being personally mocked. My experiences were being used as a joke and a punchline. It felt like someone was coming up to me, laughing at me, and slapping me in the face. I wish I was exaggerating. So to summarize, what I took away...
I assume there might be a little bit of a trigger warning here. If the poem's called Cut, I'm just gonna make a guess, putting a little PSA out there. I may be completely wrong, but...
From her poem, after multiple readings, was that self-harm to Gabby is a punchline. It's something for shock value. It's something to
I was correct.
It's there for laughs. It's there for an interesting twist. And as someone who has struggled with self-harm for over a decade now, and honestly I still do, it hurt me a hell of a lot. At the time when I first read that poem, I was coming out of a really rough patch where I'd been doing it a hell of a lot. Now I'm at a point where it's less. It's been about 3 weeks since I last did it, and before then it was nearly a month. So, you know, I'm getting better. I'm in a better place now. This is one of my high points, you know, as opposed to like 6 years ago when it was every day, 2-3 times a day. So as someone who's been personally affected by this, and also a poetry lover, it hurt. And that's not to say all poetry about self-harm or that references self-harm makes me feel that way. I've spoken a lot about Simon Armitage's poem I Say before, which touches on the topic of self-harm, depression, suicide, but does it in such a fantastic way. He uses this voice of almost like a comedian talking to a big crowd, or someone trying to kind of like get everyone riled up and be like, oh, okay, who here has felt like this? And he takes this very kind of light, jovial tone and turns it into something really serious and deep. And he's taking something that only maybe a few people have done, but that everyone can relate to in some way. He takes quite a taboo topic and brings it to the masses and talks about it in a way that is heartfelt, but that everyone can relate to. Gabby didn't do that, and that's why it hurt. I moved up to Leeds, and Gabby Hannah reached out to me one day, and she says something like, hey,
so Rachel's in Leeds. Shout out Leeds. I love Leeds. I've been there once. I had a fun night out there. I got so drunk.
I really want it in the hands of people who love poetry. And I was like, that is such an honor. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Yeah, absolutely. And I even gave her my home address, like my personal home address, because I thought it was so big of her. I thought it was so mature. I thought it was great. But at the same time, just because I'm given a free book, that's not going to cloud my review. It's still going to be an objective review. And I say this as someone who has reviewed friends' books and stuff before. Like on here, I've got my friend Gabby's book. She's one of my oldest friends. Reviewed her books completely.
Your friend Gabby Hannah?
Objectively. I've got, if you guys know Savvy Writes Books, I bought... If you guys know Savvy Writes Books, here on YouTube, her book 90s Kids, I bought that myself, reviewed it, and I think they're brilliant. They're great, even though I know the people love the books. Really, really good. I just think it's an integrity thing, you know? If you make your name reviewing books, you need to be objective in reviewing books, even when they're sent to you, right? So she sent me her second book, Dandelion, and...
Okay, so here's the thing. Gabby is literally going out of her way to send these books as well. So, like, if you have such a problem with the way that these are being reviewed, I don't understand why you think that if you would send the copy that maybe it would be a better review just because you sent it. Like, this is the case of, like, if you're going to review a company's makeup and you talk shit and then they send it to you and you're like, I love this. Just because a company or a person sends something to you for free doesn't mean you have to love it, which I guess Gabby was maybe doing here. I mean, I'm trying to see Gabby's perspective, but, like, unless Gabby was being genuine and thought the book was so much better, but I mean, I struggle to believe that.
It was an improvement on the Delta lessons, but not as much as I would have hoped, which was really sad and really disappointing. In the meantime, in between all of this, I've been making a ton more poetry videos, plus my other regular content and stuff like that. So I've reviewed people like Trisha Paytas's poetry book. I reviewed Bella Thorne's poetry book. I reviewed... oh, here we go. Yeah, I'd also reviewed Milk and Honey. I reviewed Atticus's poetry. Halsey, I still don't really know quite how to pronounce that. I'd done Lana Del Rey's. I'd done a whole video on like an intro to poetry, how to read poetry. I'd covered we'll talk about Bo Burnham in a second actually. But I'd covered Bo Burnham's poetry book and said it was a little disappointing. I'd also done a lyrical analysis of one of his songs entitled Bo Burnham is a Genius. But again, we'll talk about that in a second. So Gabby sent me her book. I was really impressed with her maturity in doing that. I was really honoured to review it. And so I gave a...
It was a trap. It was a trap. She was trapping you.
Completely unbiased review. And I opened that review by being...
She did not want you to give an unbiased review. That's the thing.
So complimentary of Gabby's maturity, saying that like it really showed growth, that it was so good to see her being so mature, and I was really complimentary, really good. And Gabby actually reached out to me over Twitter to ask if I wanted a copy of her latest book, Dandelion. She told me that she wanted the book in the hands of, in her words, people who actually love poetry, and Oof. My full thinking is like, did Gabby think that she was gonna get an unbiased review? Did she think the book was so good, or did she think sending it would stop Rachel buying the book and therefore probably being more critical? I think probably the latter. She included me in, those kinds of people. So, thank you to her for recognizing that. And she sent me this little beauty. Rachel goes, thank you so much for the PR. #gifted. This book sucks. This book is shit. Last week, the week before, I can't remember. It only just turned up. Anyway, I have to say, I have to give Gabby a hell of a lot of credit for reaching out to me in that way and for sending me her book, even though I critiqued her last one pretty harshly. I think it shows a hell of a lot of growth and maturity and more of a willingness to take criticism and learn more than she ever displayed before. So for that, I have a hell of a lot of respect for her and definitely... It's a trap! But this isn't a review of Gabby or her character, or this is a book review. So let's talk about the book. And then I went through the poems, and overall, I spoke about how there was a lot of improvement in places, but also something was still very disappointing and low effort. Again, I did the typical, here's a poem, let's compare it to another, let's talk about the literary techniques thing. None of it was, other than complimenting her and saying it was nice to see her maturity, none of it was personal to Gabby. There was still no personal insults in there. The most personal thing would be if I called her writing lazy or low effort or things like that. But again... Which is fair. So... This is Gabby's second collection of poetry, and it is titled Dandelion. Dandelion has been released about 3 years after Adult Lessons, and around 1 year after Gabby faced a hell of a lot of criticism for that first book being poorly written, a lazy attempt at poetry full of cliches, and honestly just a bit of an insult to actual good poets. Critics like myself tried to look at that first book of hers, and we tried to say, okay, I see what you were going for here, but here's where it went wrong, here's where you could have improved it, here are some other examples of poems trying to do the same thing, but they've actually succeeded or done it better. I really genuinely thought that in the 3 years since her last book, and year since all that criticism, Gabby would have taken all that feedback and used all that time to really improve her work. I really had high hopes for this book, and I really thought it was going to be good. I thought she would try and add more depth to her work. I thought she would try and develop her ideas further. I thought she'd play around with a lot more poetic techniques. I thought she'd do something more.
And all this is not bad to say as well. Like, it's just so frustrating that like this blew up into the situation it was for no goddamn reason. Being critical, looking at things analytically, comparing poems and stuff is not just being negative. This is ridiculous that this turned into this big vendetta Gabby had against her. You sent the book.
High expectations for the book, but I figured it's got to be better than the last one. You know, it can't really get much worse, can it? So what I can say is that while her illustrations, while still not really anything too special, have definitely improved. I mean, we're not seeing this anymore, thankfully. And there are definitely some positives with the book, which I'll discuss briefly at the end, although annoyingly my script is so long I don't have time to go into too many of them in this video. I guess what I honestly have to say, after reading Dandelion, is that I am incredibly disappointed. And I really didn't want to have to say that. I really want to see an improvement. And I actually think I would go as far to say that most of the poems in here are worse than adult lessons. I genuinely think that, and it is so disappointing to say. But before I got all emotional, my first big critique of Dandelion is exactly the same.
Brittle. Wow. I don't think Gabrielle Hannah was expecting that one. Can I get an amen? You know, because she like prayers and stuff. Amen, Gabby.
Most of the content in here is filler, but in this book there's a lot more repetition of it, which is very, very annoying. You basically see the same poem like 3 times throughout the book, which means this book could have been a third of the size and still be a disappointment. I would have much preferred if she'd taken all of these semi-finished similar poems and kind of combined them into one really good, well-thought-out poem. The repetition of these nearly the same terrible poems, mostly one-liners and stuff, gets very boring very quickly. So let's take a look at a couple of examples, and one of the big kind of repetitive things that's in this book that's in several poems is the idea of her crying in public, or more specifically crying in her car. That's repeated throughout, and it's so exhausting that it literally makes me want to go out and buy a car just so I can have her crying it over this book. The earliest one is titled Money, and it reads, "If I had $1 for every time a stranger saw me cry in public, I still couldn't buy happiness." And then it contains a doodle of some money. This to me is not a poem, it's just like a...
Also, the thing is with this poem book, the illustrations, is anyone else clocking, go over like 2 pages and they're so huge. It's like a way of just filling up space. If I ever released a poetry book, you bet your ass the illustrations are going from page 1 to page 60. And it's just doodles.
A generic Tumblr post or a Tumblr joke with a few line breaks thrown in and nothing more. Even the illustrations here are a bit of a letdown because they're not exactly realistic notes, they're very cartoony, which means she could have done a hell of a lot with them. There was a lot of potential there, and I wish she'd done something a little more creative. For example, she could have drawn on the cash images of things that she was upset about or that made her cry, you know? As for the content of the poem itself, I would analyze it further, but there's not anything to analyze. There's legitimately nothing there to pick apart or look at. No poetic techniques, no real structure or rhythm or anything of any substance. It's a tweet or a Tumblr post or an Instagram caption. It's not a poem. Moving on, and one of the last...
I think that's such a good point. It's a tweet at most. It's a doodle book. It's a coloring book. Where are the crayons?
Cars is a poem called Pit. They told me I'd never use my education, but thanks Professor Brownell, I know the reason my eyes water at the sound of my car door unlocking. The last poem on this topic of crying in public / your car that I do want to talk about in a little bit more detail is called Tinted, which again has an interesting, if slightly unoriginal idea, but at least I think it has a bit of potential. This one would really benefit from an editor, and what I'd like to have seen is the ideas in this poem edited and combined with the ideas in the other poems to create one single solid poem about crying in public in your car and how that makes you feel. If she'd done that, you wouldn't get bored of the subject being repeated so many times throughout the book. She'd have had more room to explore her feelings, create a real solid narrative, and you might actually get something that is worth reading that you as a reader can get something out of. But before we get into that, let's read Tinted. Some people dance like no one's watching. I cry hysterically in my car like no one can see into my window. That's it, that's the whole poem.
What was the entire poem? From the top.
Is in the other poems to create one single solid poem about crying in public in your car and how that makes you feel. If she'd done that, you wouldn't get bored of the subject being repeated so many times throughout the book.
Back to the pointless blog book.
A real solid narrative, and you might actually get something that is worth reading that you as a reader can get something out of. But before we get into that, let's read Tinted. Some people dance like no one's watching. I cry hysterically in my car like no one can see into my window. That's it, that's the whole poem.
Again, Gabby Hannah should be James Charles should be charged on a federal level for this being something that people bought thinking it was a poetry book.
This poem
could have been an email. Babe, it's barely a tweet.
A huge issue that Gabby has, which I'm pretty sure I mentioned in my other videos about her, and that we're going to be looking at in a lot more detail at the end of this video, and that is that she commits the biggest sin of creative writing, and that is she tells instead of shows. In any one of her random poems, because she talks a lot about, say, heartbreak, for example, she could show us she's heartbroken by, I don't know, describing, I don't know, say, like, the wobble of her lips as she watches the love of her life walk away. She could write about the pressure in her head as she lies alone in bed at night.
Or she could talk about sleep. Sometimes I need to eat. Or pee. Otherwise I would sleep for eternity.
She could talk about the way she reaches out in bed to feel for him, only to be met with a cold bedsheet instead of a warm hand, and you know, all that good stuff. But instead she just chooses to say something like, "You broke my heart. I'm heartbroken now," and leave it at that. I released that video.
Everything Rachel's saying is so surface level, like it's not mean at all. And it's so true.
Yeah. And then, was it the same day? Was it the day after? Was it while the video was scheduled? I don't know the exact timing. I don't know. But basically, I'd made that video, I'd done that video, I'd put it on YouTube, and it had either gone out into the world or it was about to go out into the world because it was scheduled ahead of time. And then Jimmy Snow reached out to me and was like, oh, Gabby is really upset because she thinks you might review her new poetry book and she's just really sensitive right now, blah, blah, can you reconsider posting the review? And I'm like, but she sent me the book. She asked me to review the book. Of course she knows I'm making a video. She asked me to make the video. I'm not going to change how I review it just because she's gone crying to someone about it. And I felt very much...
Also, what a weird thing to send someone a copy of your book and then get someone to message on your behalf being like, she's not in a good place right now. You shouldn't review this right now. It was sent with purpose of a review. Like, did Gabby send it and then go, ooh, actually, on second thought, this book sucks. Like, this is terrible. Like, it's really crazy. You sent it. You expected a review. This is not #gifted. Gabby Hannah sent me this book. #gifted. I love this poem. Sleep is weak, or whatever the fuck it was. Like, and then to play the card of she's really not doing well right now. You sent it to be reviewed. Rachel took all the time to review it. And I'm sure she's probably fucking bored the entire time.
Like, I've been set up in some way. Like, she'd sent me this book, asked me to review it, and then gone crying to one of, like, well, basically my most popular public friend at the time. She'd gone crying to him being like,
who's Jimmy Snow?
Can you review? I felt like I was set up, and
I know Jimmy Donaldson. Hi, Mr. Beast.
That was the thing. I was like, is it crazy? Like, no one's going to be this...
Thank you, Diva Dream.
Set up something, but at the same time I thought that's what was happening, and I don't know. But I was like, what is going on here? Like, I'm being set up to look like the bad guy. When I'm only doing what she asked, and I didn't know what to do, and the video was already out, and I was like, well, I'm not changing my review. I'm not going to sugarcoat things. I'm not going to lie and say something's good when it's not, and I'm not going to take down the video because people want to see it. I'm not going to lie about my thoughts. I don't know. I didn't know what to do.
Wow. This didn't even need to be a conversation. The book, this is too much. The book was sent. This didn't need to happen. The book was sent, asked for a review, and you're going to give a review. The fact there's this back and forth, I'm not even reading it. I don't need to read it. The book was sent to do a review, and you did the review.
I think I had been a little snarky in the lead up and promotion to the video. Like,
a commentary YouTuber?
Instagram, and been like, what is this? Like, why is this happening? And then like, oh, you need to watch my videos to see my full thoughts. And yeah, maybe I could have been a little less snarky in that. But again, none of it was personal to Gabby. And if people, like, had gone and watched the video, they would have seen that, like, I wasn't just being snarky for the sake of it. I had genuine criticisms about things and well-thought-out thoughts and comparisons and stuff like that. So...
even if she was just being snarky, that's also okay. Like, she got the book to do what she wants with it and review it however she wants. If she wants to be funny, then she can do that. If she wants to be snarky, she can do that. If she wants to be angry, she can do that. Sad, like, amazing, happy, like, you can do whatever you want.
All this was happening at a time where I didn't have any, like, friends in Leeds. I'd moved here during lockdown. We were only just starting to come out of lockdown, and I was, like, incredibly isolated from everyone. The only person I had was my partner, Johnny, who, as you all know now, was an abusive piece of crap. And he would physically hurt me and be emotionally abusive, and it was a nightmare to live with. And he was all I had. So when Jimmy sent me that text, and I was in, like, panic mode, being like, what is happening here? Why is someone I trusted, like, asking me to essentially lie for this stranger? I was like, what do I even do? So I went to Twitter at the time, and I was like, cut out anything that said the message was from Jimmy, cut out Jimmy's message, and just posted my reply. And I was like, someone's asked me to take down my review of Gabby Hannah's poetry book, or change my review, or something like that. Is my reply, like, I don't know the words I use, it's something like, I was like, is my reply over the top? Is it justified? Am I in the wrong here? I genuinely want to know, am I in the wrong here? Am I overreacting? And most people were like, oh no, like, you're absolutely fine, like, you stick with your review, it's good, like, the video, don't worry. I was like, cool, great, okay, fine. Thought that was the end of it. Until Jimmy then chimes in, and he's like, well, I was the one who sent the message. How dare you out me like this? I'm like, well, you just outed yourself, okay? And then he started going on and on and on, and it became this, like, really public back and forth. Then a whole bunch of other people got in. Gabby Hannah chimed in at one point, I think, but she was just basically sat back watching and laughing because this is what she wanted to happen, this kind of crazy backlash. And I should say, Jimmy asked me to change my review before he'd seen the review. He had no idea what I was saying in it, or what I'd said in it. He was just going off like, well, Gabby thinks it'll be bad, so don't.
I think that's the craziest thing about this as well, that, like, they don't know what the review is going to be. They don't know what the review is going to be, and they're already trying to shut it down with this manipulation of Gabby's really not in a great place. I don't think you should do this. You should reconsider. You don't even... this could be the greatest review of all time. This is the best poetry I've actually ever read. Sleep is neat. Oh, I'm blown away. I'm blown away. This is a masterpiece. You know what I mean? It's crazy to shut down a review before it came out because you know it's not going to be great.
Don't make it that. And I don't know. It was very, very complicated. And between me asking what had happened and Jimmy chiming in and being like, this was me, a lot had happened in my day. So this was one of the nights that Johnny had been particularly nasty, and he smashed a bunch of stuff in my flat, thrown a bunch of stuff around. We'd been having a date night, had a bit of wine, And then he'd started an argument, got aggressive, got nasty, broken a bunch of stuff, and he'd stormed off to bed and was not letting me sleep in my own bed. So I stayed up, had another glass of wine, was a big emotional mess, tears everywhere, and then Jimmy started in. And everyone got involved, and at this point I was already emotional, I was very drunk, I was just had no idea what was happening, and I just felt like everyone was attacking me for things they thought I was going to say, and not the things I'd actually said, and I was a mess, the whole thing was a mess, I don't remember most of it, and it was just awful. And I just remember being like, but I haven't done anything wrong. She asked me to review her book, so I reviewed her book. And everyone was like, yeah, but I'm like, no, she asked me to review her book, so I reviewed her book. I'm not going to lie about it. And I don't think people really quite understood that at the time. And I was a drunk mess, and it was the whole thing, and I was being quite incoherent. Creepshow Art decided to get involved, and White Knight for Gabby Hannah. That was an experience. That was the moment for me where I was like, I went back and read her like tweets to me.
This is the craziest video I've ever watched in my entire life. There are so many goddamn names I haven't heard in so long. Creepshow Art? Hello, blast from the past. Hi, how ya doing? Or what does Jeffrey say? How are you? Wait, hi, what does he say? Hi. No, that's not what he says. Hi, how are ya? Hi, how are ya?
So the next day, and also like the private messages she was sending me, and I was like, wow, like she's quite shady. She's quite underhand. Not a fan of her. And that's when, even though we've been friendly before, that's when I was like, nope, done. Funnily enough, that's also when she started posting stuff about me on the what was the forum thing she was doing stuff on?
Lolkai.
LOL farm? No. Hang on. Lolcow, there you go. Sorry. Yeah, that was when she started posting stuff about me on there. So I was like,
Wow, Creepshow Art mention.
Lolcow, I remember. And said that more people need to be doing something. Piling on me, carrying on.
Creepshow Art was coming for Rachel. Creepshow Art had too much time. Creepshow Art needed a fucking hobby off her computer. Crazy bitch.
Me. I don't know what the term is. Something like. Anyway, so that was fun. But I stuck to my guns and I kept the video up and I wasn't taking it down and I stuck to exactly what I was saying.
I feel like people didn't talk about the Creepshow Art thing enough. Like, that did not blow up enough for me. Like, obviously it was a big topic, but like, that should have been bigger.
And then over time, as more people actually bothered to watch the video, they were like, oh.
Hi, how are ya? Ugh. Now that's gonna be another thing that I keep saying every fucking 2 minutes. Hi, how are ya?
No, this is fine. Yeah, Jimmy was in the wrong, Gabby's in the wrong. This is fine. And then I thought that was kind of the end of it, right? And I went quiet. And I'd actually ended that video of her second book by saying, hey, like, if you guys want a part 2, there's actually some poems in here that I think are quite good. There's one in particular that I think is really good, and I'd like to talk about in more depth, but I think it deserves, like, a video of its own. So if you'd like to see that, leave a comment. I haven't even touched on the one that I do think is quite good, which is the last one in the book called Tragedy, that has potential, but again, bleh. But I'm going to end this here because my poor pickle is stressing out a little bit, aren't you, baby? And I think she needs a proper cuddle to stop her being so scared of the fireworks. And so that's where I'm going to end this. But for now, thank you for watching. I'm sorry I didn't enjoy this book, but thank you to Gabby for sending it to me anyway. I really hope she can actually try and take some of this as the constructive criticism it's intended as, and try and learn and grow and improve and do better. But for now, if you've read this book, please let me know your thoughts on it down in the comments below. Let me know your thoughts on the poems that we've read today. If you'd like me to do a second video looking at the poems that I haven't even touched on today, because there are so many I still want to talk about, but just haven't had the time. If you would like a second video on this book, please let me know.
Not the thank you to my Patreons. Here's the thing, there's absolutely nothing wrong with this video, and I can't believe I knew about this topic with Rachel Oates, but I never really knew the full extent of like what was going on, and I knew that Gabby kept bringing it up. If it seems that Rachel Oates' crime is being too nice, because Rachel should have been more brutal with those with, you know, the videos of the poetry. This makes me really angry because I think I really like Rachel, and I say that because I never like to make my mind up on a creator these days. Trust no one. But it's really unfortunate that Gabby started this, and this is how it ended, and ultimately she fucked over Rachel and so many people in the process and got so many people to turn against Rachel for what? Sending a book, asking to review it, and then being like, oh, actually don't review it because you're not going to like it. Don't fucking send it. Sleep is neat.
Video anyone's ever made about Gabby Hannah's poetry. And then all that crap happened, and I was like, I'm not touching it with a 10-foot barge pole. Not a chance. I'm just going to not talk about it, not say a name, not do anything. Also, put Jimmy off because I just couldn't trust him. And I, yeah, put Creepshow off because didn't trust her. Not that we were like friends, we were just friendly. Yeah, that was...
Fuck Creepshow Art.
And I thought that was the end of it. I thought, whatever, this is fine. Oh, well, actually, no. Well, words. Why so much happened? Why is life? It was also around this time that people then started to look into Jimmy and found he'd been incredibly inappropriate with a lot of his fans and was just pushing boundaries and not being a very nice person. And there was a whole bunch of stuff. He'd made some videos and he was trying to defend himself and people weren't having it. And then he eventually made like a bit of a non-apology and people weren't having it. And I was just like, I'm just not getting involved. I'm just stepping away from it.
What is it with these damn YouTubers? Are all in fucking creeps? Sorry, the lore here is going fucking crazy.
Yes, as much as I can. There were whole subreddits set up for people trying to talk about him. His channel just, like, which wasn't nice to see, not at all, because Jimmy spoke about some really important stuff and he called out some really bad people. And so it's never nice to see a channel doing good work tank like that. But at the same time, I didn't know about any of like his fan interactions, and it was nice to see him being held accountable for that because what he was doing was incredibly inappropriate. So I have very mixed feelings. I was very conflicted. Plus all the stuff still going on with Johnny, just wrecking my head and my body and my life, and I just, yeah, everything was wild at that point. So eventually I left Johnny. That was horrible. I tried to leave a few times. It didn't go well, but I eventually did. And then the day that I left, he was like threatening to kill me and saying that he was going to be like waiting outside my flat when I got home and he'd kill me when I got here. And it was horrible. And then over the next few months, I got more and more threats from him, a lot of death threats, him calling me like an effing rat and saying he was going to kill me. And then he was also threatening to like release intimate images that he had of me online. And he was like, oh, if I post these, it's going to ruin your career. No one's going to be able to Google you without these coming up and all that horrible, horrible stuff. And then I had to get the police involved. But thankfully, the warning that they gave him scared him off enough to leave me alone. And I finally started to heal. And I was getting better. I was healing. I was sorting my life out.
I want all people like her partner that she just described to face eternal suffering their entire life. I want these people to suffer every day of their life. I want them to live such a life of unhappiness. I want them to be in pain every day. I think anyone that is that fucking evil should live with enormous amounts of pain every day, because how dare you treat anyone like that?
Rebuilding my life. I was finally making these new friends. I've got an amazing group of friends now. They're wonderful. Love them to bits.
And I'm so happy she was able to get herself out of that situation. I'm so glad she's doing better now.
But yeah, I was going through all that and trying to find my love of like photography again, trying to find my love of art again. I started writing a lot during that time as well, and I was writing my own poetry and really, really enjoying it. And things were going great. I'm trying to think what other things happened in now. So I was asked to perform at Glastonbury, so my poetry at Glastonbury, which was incredible. Glastonbury, those of you who don't know, is the
performing poetry at Glastonbury. Glastonbury is a really big festival in the UK. Performing poetry at Glastonbury. I'm work diva. I didn't know they did that at Glastonbury.
Biggest festival in the UK. It is a huge deal. It's a huge thing. I was on all the small stages. I did Total Mandela, but it was such an honor. It was such a wonderful experience. I remember the night we headlined Total, it was Wednesday night, and people were like queuing outside the tent to get in, and I came off that stage after performing and I just cried, just sobbing, these happy tears. It was such an incredible achievement, and like even just being able to say I performed Glastonbury was a dream come true to me. Like not many people get that honor, and it was unbelievable. I think maybe like an American equivalent would be, I want to say something like Coachella, I think. I don't know. I don't really know American festivals, but like that, it's that kind of big, you know, it's huge, wonderful, brilliant. So I did that, and then I started working on my first little poetry collection, and there you are, my little baby. Around this time, I also did an interview with...
Somebody say, I'm seeing a lot of people in chat saying this is stemming from jealousy from Gabby. I'm like, do you think it's stemming from jealousy? I'm like, Gabby sending the book is so interesting. It was almost like trying to buy her out in terms of giving a good review. But then I'm like, was it a case of buying her out? Was it a case of Gabby thought the poetry was really good? I honestly think it was a case of, if you're going to review this, I would rather it came from me, so therefore you kind of feel a little bit more allegiance to be nicer to me, is what I feel. But I also do think that Gabby would feel threatened by someone who is actually good and understood poetry.
With Poetry Cove magazine, they did a little feature on me. It's an interview, they published some poems. It was wonderful, lovely. The people who run that magazine are so nice, so great. I just love seeing little small independent magazines like promoting smaller poets and artists, and it's great. The work they do is fantastic. But yeah, then around Christmas, I self-published Reflections on Healing, and this is my little baby. Love this. Love it so much. It's a very short collection. It's about 17 poems, but it's also filled with photographs and stuff like that. I painted the cover artwork myself, and I love it. I didn't go for traditional publishing. I didn't even try for that, just because I wanted it to be all me and all just like something I personally worked on and like put together all myself. I wanted to be there for every stage of it, and I love it. I'm very, very happy with it, very proud of it. Some of the poems are still very much early in your career poems, if you know what I mean. Looking back now, I'm like, oh, well, I'd probably change this. I might change this. Oh, here's what I do differently. But there's others I'm still really, really proud of. And what I love about this collection is it really was a part of my healing journey, and writing it really helped me work through a lot of stuff all the way back from my childhood to the present day. So it looks back at what it was like growing up with a dad who was very angry all the time and was aggressive and violent. It looks back at what it was like living with my adult brother who used to like literally beat me so hard he would leave these swollen handprints on my body, and how having men like that around me gave me the wrong impression and taught me that, well, you know, that's just how men love, isn't it? And how that then affected my relationships as I got older, and how I ended up putting up with a lot of crap from people and a lot of violence from people, and how eventually that's why I just saw the abusive relationship I ended up in as normal, because that's all I've been taught. And then it talks about healing from that, learning what to do differently and coming out the other side and finally having a little bit more hope, a little bit more control of your life, a lot more bodily autonomy. And it's a real journey. And even though, like I say, it's not perfect, I'm very, very proud of this little collection. And it's one that will always be close to my heart. And it's one that was very healing for me to write. And I hope will be healing for other people to read. The reviews have been unbelievable. People have been so kind, so lovely.
Send Gabby Hannah a copy. I want to see that review.
And it hurt at points when there were people like...
I do think, though, that this does stem from jealousy. I mean... From what I've heard, I haven't read any of Rachel's poetry, but I've read really great things about Rachel's poetry, and I do know that she's very talented. And the response to this book has been really great. So I do think that Gabby continuing to bring her up to this day does very likely stem from just a really big place of feeling insecure compared to her. You know, she obviously made Rachel a target many, many, many years ago, and it's just something that has stuck, and that's really unhealthy for Gabby to live with as well.
I'm going to give this 1 star because you deserve to know how Gabby Hannah feels. I've not read it, but you deserve to have these bad reviews. And I was like, that's just really mean and really cruel, because you're not judging the work on the work. You're just trying to hurt me, and that really upset me. That really did. But there were also a couple of people who gave it like 2 and 3 star reviews where they were like, okay, well, like I didn't like this, here's what could have been done better, and I found those reviews really, really helpful. And I think some of the critiques, I think the word, some of the critiques I chose to ignore because there were things like, oh, I didn't like the grammar here, I didn't like this here. I'm like, it's Yorkshire dialect. Like, that's what you didn't like, and I'm not going to change that because that's who I am and they're what my roots are. And I purposely wanted to include it because it's about my childhood in Yorkshire. I'm going to use Yorkshire dialect in places, and it doesn't sound grammatically correct to some people. And technically in standard English, it's not grammatically correct, but it's authentic to what my childhood was like. So I was like, I chose to ignore that in particular. Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry, I'll fix it later. Oh, I'm getting too old to twist around like that. Pull back. But other criticisms I found really, really helpful, and I think I've definitely taken a lot on board when it comes to writing my second collection and my newer poetry. I've made a lot of big improvements, I think, and a lot of that came from the feedback I got from those reviews, and I'm just really, really grateful for it. Big, big help. So, okay, all of that happened. Great, wonderful. My life's going in a good direction. I'm in a good place. I'm healing. Everything's great. And then Gabby Hannah has a mental breakdown. And I don't mean that in a derogatory way. I just mean factually that is what happened. And as part of it, the very start of it was all focused.
I assume this was the breakdown that we saw on TikTok. I assume this was that breakdown where she was like screaming like, God, Jesus, and then she would be like smoking like 10 joints a day, being like, I'm gonna paint a picture. Remember that one?
Focus on me.
Amen.
There were a whole bunch of really aggressive Instagram stories that she tagged me in that were just her basically screaming into the camera, calling me an ugly bitch, a stupid bitch, saying I have no accomplishments, I'm not intelligent, I'm not creative, all of which are objective.
Yeah, I think this stems from jealousy, and you people will be like, they're just jealous of you, and like parents, guardians, older people in your life will love to default to, they're just jealous of you. Rachel, I actually do think she is jealous of you.
And it was just thoroughly nasty. It was horrible. She attacked me on a personal level that I have never ever gone to with her, and it all just came out of nowhere. Nothing prompted it. Nothing.
Wow. 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 She's really... Wow. Wow, Gabby's really going crazy on this one. I remember seeing that tweet. Gabby quoted and was like, because no one cares about her unless she's talking about me, and then posted one of Rachel's videos and it was like less views than a Gabby video. And I was like, oh my God, you're such a loser, Gabby. Like, you're such a fucking... Gabby, if she only gets views talking about you, why don't you get good views? Color me that one.
Trying to deny the reason she deleted Twitter, so I actually want to let you know what happened. So we have a mutual friend who messaged her outside of me. I literally did not talk to him at all. He saw that she was doing, and he messaged her, and he said, have some compassion. You've been the center of hate campaigns online. Leave this girl alone. Like, you're just...
You have been the center of hate campaigns online is really quite crazy. I will be honest. You have been the center of hate campaigns online. It's just inaccurate. And this all stems from the fact that you sent a copy of your book for a review, and then you were like, oh shit, I don't want to... Oh, please. I remember when she made these videos. Because remember she made one on Angelica too.
Bullying. And then she started a Twitter campaign trying to say that I manipulated her friend into defending me. That's how narcissistic and abusive this is, and how much she cannot accept any type of criticism, which is hilarious because
she can't accept criticism?
Thinks that I
Please.
When the first time her friend confronted her about her shitty toxic behavior, she blamed me, the permanent goat of the fucking internet, and then stopped talking to her friend. Face yourself, bitch. Like, that's crazy to me.
No, actually, just, again, I have more to add, because there's so many things she's just, like, blatantly lied about and said about me that just isn't true, and I'm looking back now and there's like a thing where she was tweeting out, it wasn't just Instagram, it was Twitter as well, it was everywhere, and I didn't even have Twitter at this point because I deleted it for a whole bunch of reasons, half of which was the Jimmy Snow thing, and I just felt it was bad for my mental health and like all of that stuff, but she was like, she deleted her Twitter when people said.
Also, Gabby like preaches like needing to get off social media, but whenever anyone else does it and it's not convenient to her, she'll be like, oh, so you're running from social media, and it's like, you're such a hypocrite.
Calling her out on her abusive, manipulative, relentless abuse towards me, you know, like a cowardly loser. That's not why I deleted Twitter. I deleted it because I was sick of this like back and forth, and I felt like you couldn't say enough in these like 140 characters, and it's like all these like misunderstandings were happening, and it wasn't even just that. There was the Jimmy thing, and like on the whole, once people saw my video and they realized people were on my side, people weren't calling me out and calling me abusive and manipulative and saying it was relentless. People weren't.
She can't handle criticism. The calls coming from inside the house.
People just being angry all the time, so that was a big thing. There was something else. 1 second. My brain's not working. That was the other thing. So she said that like. She made out like, Jimmy confronted me about my poopy, toxic behavior, her words, and I blamed Gabby. That's not what happened. Jimmy didn't call me toxic or abusive because I wasn't. Jimmy said, Gabby's scared you might make a video on her, and because she's struggling, I think you should go easy on her. That was what happened. It was all about like Gabby going and complaining to him, and he said that she'd been upset about it. Apparently, he later backtracked. I was like, she didn't say anything. I'm like, but you said that she said she's upset about it.
And I love that in Gabby's video defending herself, she brings up that Jimmy guy who's literally been accused of all this, from what I'm hearing. Really great one to have on your side, Gabby, will be honest. And I know you said you're not talking to him anymore or whatever, but like you still used him as a way of defending yourself. Really good, looking great, girl.
Anyway, like, it's just so much like weird misinformation. Like she's acting like I had all these people being like, oh, you need to like, you know, calm down. You're going to. No one was saying that to me because I wasn't. I was literally being like, oh, this is a bad metaphor. Here's a better metaphor. I don't know. Anyway, I'm fed up. This all infuriates me. And like, I also just want to make it clear that like I know I made those videos in the first place, but one, never thought Gabby would see them. And
also, it makes me really sad that she's apologizing for these videos because Gabby was the one to blow it up, even though Gabby was actively encouraging it.
No idea. I only realized she saw them after her responding to criticism video, and then after that I stopped responding until she asked me to make a video. Well, she asked me to review her book. She reached out to me and like instigated that again. Like once I knew she saw my videos, I was like, oh, okay, don't want to upset her, better stop. That's fine. Like reviews are for the reader, not the writer. So I didn't make any more. And then she asked me to make more, so I made another one. And then she went off on me. And then I stopped talking about her. And then she went off on me again. So I was like, let me educate people about parody. And then I stopped talking about it. And then she went off on me again, years later, at the Oxford Union thing. And I've been silent this whole time.
That is crazy. Circling back to Gabby going to Oxford and talking about shit about Rachel literally only a couple months ago. At Oxford!
It's just like, I haven't provoked this. I haven't done anything to deserve this, or it's okay, Toby. I know I'm upset. It's okay. You don't need to cry. It's okay. Like, it's frustrating. I didn't start this. I didn't go to her into doing anything. I didn't provoke anything. I didn't call her names. I didn't get personal. I wasn't abusive or toxic or manipulative. That is all Gabby, and I'm sick of her spreading it the other way around. And her just spreading blatant lies about what happened. Jimmy didn't call me abusive or toxic. Jimmy didn't say something to me because he was sad about my behavior. He hadn't even watched the videos. He hadn't seen a single video. He only said something to me because Gabby said something to him. I didn't burn any books. I didn't do any of the things she's claiming. She just won't stop. And I'm fed up with her. She is a very nasty person, and that's all there is to it. And she doesn't care. She's not sorry about anything. She's not. You okay, baby? I know, I'm sorry.
You know why she hasn't critiqued my work?
Isn't it crazy that Gabby turns on someone who was arguably the nicest to her as well? Like, we saw that video that Rachel called harsh earlier from James, I guess it was. Wow, she really only comes for women.
Because the last couple times she did it, she started getting overwhelming hate from people both on the internet and in her real life. Because people started to see through it. They were like, why are you still going at this girl? Like, endlessly. She can't fucking stop.
Again, you guys don't need me to tell you, this is not what happened. No one told me to do that. I stopped making videos on Gabby because after the whole Jimmy thing, it was too much drama to deal with, and I didn't want to provoke her anymore. I didn't want to upset her anymore. The public, no backlash. The video got a really good response. People loved it. People were on my side. It was fine. She's just inventing these narratives in her head. It's bizarre.
Literally 98.4% of the video got overwhelming likes, and Gabby's like, because you got overwhelming hate, you had to run from it. Actually, that's not the truth. Hello? That's not the truth.
And it's because when she talks about me, she gets hundreds of thousands to millions of views, and then she posts a little makeup get ready with me and gets 4,000.
Okay, Gabby, why don't you get hundreds of thousands and millions of views then? These creators love to be like, without me, you would get no views. When you don't talk about me, you don't get any views. Okay, why is your channel flopping?
Again, I won't deny that a lot of my channel views came from the Gabby Hannah poetry videos, but 66+% of my other views came from all my other content. That's what makes most people subscribe. That's what makes most people come back. People aren't watching my channel for Gabby. They're watching it for me and my views and my opinions, and that's just how it is. Most of my biggest, moments of growth and my biggest years in terms of views were years like last year where I don't think I spoke about her once. Not even a little bit. No.
That's why she cares about my art. She's not a fucking artist. I don't care about her fucking opinion because she has.
Cut to Gabby earlier being like, I understand criticism and I'll always take it. Now her being like, she's not a fucking artist. I don't care about her. Blah, blah. Gabby's the only one that gets personal. God, this is the craziest video. I remember when she made these. I was like, wow, she's lost it.
No accomplishments in art or has proven to me that she's actually intellectual.
She has no accomplishments in art. Just because you sold a bunch of copies of a book, Gabby, because you have a built-in audience does not mean that you're an artist either.
Enough to understand art. I accept my criticism from talented, smart people, not abusive, toxic, exploitative bullies on YouTube. Rachel, instead of hopping in my DMs trying to bully and gaslight me from your own abuse, you could just apologize. I know that if I did anything like this, I would be called manipulative, sociopathic, narcissistic, attention hungry, money hungry, but that is far. What you did was bully and harass me for months, and then when you got called out of it, got super defensive. Like, you literally just ran away and blocked me instead of looking at your own criticism. You can't take criticism towards yourself at all. I've still never blocked you after all of the harassment. I can't stand even the tiniest ounce of criticism.
Tiniest ounce of criticism?
You're a bitch. Abuses, when somebody hurts you over and over and over again over a prolonged period of time, and then whenever you finally stand up for yourself, they say you're having a breakdown. Where the real narcissism comes in is she says I'm talking about her for attention. You mean Miss 4K views on your fucking makeup tutorial? Miss 4K views on your commentary piece a week ago? Yeah, I'm talking about you for attention. You talk about me, you get millions. I talk about you, I get still millions, but not because of you. I bet she said attention.
That's not true. But also, it just goes to show how narcissistic she is.
Seeking games as if I've ever responded to her before. This is my first time responding to Rachel.
Well, you sent the book, you lovely woman.
So what are my games? Is this a game, or am I just standing up for myself against the people who harassed, exploited, and profited off of me for almost a year? What is it, you manipulative, narcissistic bitch? And this is where narcissistic abuse happens, is people think that they can say whatever they want about me and that I can't respond. I'm allowed to respond when I want. It took me a long time to heal and get better because there were mountains of happening me from all directions at all times, and I couldn't go up against all of it. But right now, this morning, as people are tweeting about this shit, and it made me think about it, and it made me want to defend myself, I'm gonna defend myself. And you don't get to tell me I'm starting drama for finally responding to the months, the multiple videos, the millions of views,
Isn't it funny that Gabby's saying this, but Rachel hasn't talked about her in ages, but Gabby literally brings Rachel up and takes her one gig at Oxford a couple months ago to talk shit about Rachel? Yeah, Gabby, you're the one that talks about her.
The Instagram post, the fact that you made a book mocking me. You fucking weird ass bitch, you published a book mocking me. Everything I want to say, unless she opens her fucking mouth and says something else, because I just want to let everyone know I don't give a fuck anymore about pretty much anything. I mean, I clearly give a fuck. What I mean is I don't give a fuck what people think about me. So I'm speaking my mind and saying what the fuck I want to say. And when I see harassment, bullying, and abuse, I'm going to stand up for myself the same way I stand up for everybody else. I'm done accepting behavior for myself that I would not accept for my friends. So
God, it must be so exhausting to live like this, where you constantly have to victimize yourself. It's like...
and like her fucking mouth again. I think I've said my piece. For now. I guess we'll see. But watch her turn this into a video series. Drama means finally having the strength to stand up against people who have harassed, mocked, exploited, and bullied you for years. Yeah, I'm a fucking drama queen. I love the drama. Rachel Oates, I'm actually not responding out of nowhere. I'm responding because you have 8 to 10 videos about me on your channel. You published a book mocking me. You tried to cause drama between my actual friend and I. You went on Twitter accusing me of manipulating and into standing up against you. What else? Instagram posts, tweets. You're a manipulative bitch, and I'm done dealing with it. Now, I was waiting for you to slow down so I could respond to everything at once when I was mentally strong. That doesn't mean I'm having a break. It actually means I'm finally healthy. You fucking sick, twisted bitch. I was done opening my mouth as long as she shut her fucking mouth, and she can't, which is funny because she doesn't want me to respond, and she literally can't help herself from responding even though she's wrong. Anyways, for those of you who don't know, basically what happened was I published a book that was about sexual abuse, childhood trauma, suicidal ideation, mental illness, mortality, amongst other things. It came out, it did great, it was a New York Times bestseller. It sold consistently $40,000 gross every single month for years. And then it was just doing really well. And then as soon as it was trendy to hate me because some person started some random fucking lies about me that nobody cared to look into because I didn't defend myself, then she started a hate campaign about my poetry book because it's so current, right?
I mean, sorry, I'm just trying to take all this in. It's just like, it's exhausting. It's exhausting. It's exhausting how she is willing to spin anything into just attacking another woman. It's like, how are you going to make a video being like, I will openly accept every criticism, and then you're now going on like a manic spiral because someone made a video critiquing your book? It's really sad that Rachel had to go through this. And it's not the only person that Gabby has put through this. And that's also really unfortunate.
really cannot believe that you guys let a woman who doesn't like Bo Burnham tell you that my book wasn't good. This is the biggest compliment that I've ever fucking gotten, that she called both mine and Burnham's work disappointing. She called Bo Burnham's work disappointing. Her. Who is she? Like this, what are you talking about? You let her tell you that my book wasn't good. Get your ass to the store. Both my fucking books. You can get them online too. They're fucking really fucking good. They're really reminiscent of Bo Burnham. They're inspired by him. And
It's like, what the fuck is her aim? Like, I really don't understand her aim.
and others. So yeah, I'm fine.
Oh my god, I remember these ones. Wow, this is a blast from the past.
Speaking my mind. I'm just speaking what I want to from now on. If I see something that triggers I want to talk about, I'm going to talk about it because I deserve to, because it's my own fucking life. And if I want to talk about my life, I'm just going to do that. So thanks for understanding.
She kept saying that she accepts her criticism from talented, smart people, which is apparently why she was fine with James Marriott making vomiting noises about her poetry, but not when an actual educated woman critiques her on a literary level. Make it make sense. She got really, really nasty. I initially tried to respond to her and be like, look, you're clearly going through something. Please go and speak to family and friends who can help you, but don't drag me into this. And
Again, it's really unfortunate because obviously Gabby has, I was going to say a big fan base. Gabby has a fan base. And, when you're doing a post or two and you're really passionate about someone pissing you off, that will send a lot of hate that person's way. But when you multiply that by an entire day dedicated to exposing someone and your only things are calling them narcissistic abuser, a bitch, like all these things. And what's Rachel Oates' biggest crime? Reviewing a poetry book that was sent to her by the author to what? Review it. But only if the review was, fucking licking Gabby's arse.
I said that to her personally. She still kept going. I think I put up a public statement or something on Instagram about it like that in a story, reply. And I was like, what the hell is happening? And she still kept going and going and going and going. And it's, honestly, whenever I see those videos now, I want to cry. They're that nasty. They're that horrible. Actually, there's bits in this I forgot to mention that I'm just going to kind of stick in randomly at the end here. I'm filming this quite after. But there were other bits I forgot to mention, but her weirdly cherry picking my content to push whatever agenda she wanted. So there was a bit where she was like, see, she has no taste. She hates Bo Burnham. And then she took...
You are being dumb. Now go buy my book. It's actually amazing.
My video in which I was like, Bo Burnham's book disappoints me, and just showed the thumbnail. When in the video, I literally talk about how much I love Bo Burnham and how there were some really great poems in the book, but just a few of them fell flat because they were more like performance pieces that just didn't work on the page. It was a mix of good and bad in that video, and then I had another video called Bo Burnham is a Genius, in which I went through some of his lyrics and talked about how good they were and how clever they were, and did a proper in-depth analysis of them. So the cherry picking on her part annoyed me. The weird push to get people angry at me for things that were she was only seeing surface level really annoyed me. And I think at the time she had something like 2 million Instagram followers, and they all started coming to my posts, and I still have some comments on all posts now. I try to block as many people as possible and delete as many comments as possible. There's still some on all posts. But they were all basically telling me to kill myself, that I was a terrible person, that I was horrible.
People are like, she was literally just doing her job reviewing the book. But even if she wasn't just a book talk person, she literally got sent the book from the author. Do you realize that when people send their books, they're not expecting a roaring review? They're expecting a review. They believe in their book. So if before the review comes out, you're trying to silence the review, you yourself know that the book is not that great. At all.
Horrible. And then they started directing Kyra, my dog. And they were saying things like they hope she chokes on chicken bone, they hope she dies, this dog should be put to sleep, oh no wait, just hit it with a car, all these really, really horrible things. And I was just like, you can't speak on my baby like this, she does not deserve it. And then I was getting constant messages of rape and death threats from it, and it was a lot. It was so overwhelming, I couldn't deal with it. The other thing I forgot to mention that kept happening at the time was a bunch of Gabby's fans were using my public email address I used for work stuff to sign me up for a bunch of porn websites. So I was getting a load of porn stuff sent to my inbox constantly, and it was just completely inappropriate and not okay. It was horrible. I don't want to see that unsolicited. I didn't consent to that. It's absolutely not okay. But at the same time, it's hard because you want to be angry at Gabby, but at the same time she's clearly having a mental breakdown. So how angry can you be? Really, I don't know.
Again, another excuse of someone taking the heat of Gabby Hannah doing something and having to make excuses for her.
One of the big things she decided to bring up at this point as well is that she didn't like dog lessons. She felt that it was mocking child abuse, which it's not. I'll say that now. It's objectively not. And she didn't like that, and she called me a bully. So I can't remember the order everything happened. Everything's a bit jumbled. Basically, what happened over the space of 3 days was I had a crap ton of emails and messages from big online media publications like Insider and Vulture and God knows who else. I don't remember half the names now. Sorry, my tummy's rumbling, so I'm quite hungry. And they were like, can we interview you? You talked to us about this. Can you give us a statement? And I declined every single one, except one of them. I think maybe it was Insider, I can't remember. Where I just said something like, clearly Gabby's going through something right now. I wish the best and hope she's well, but I don't want to talk about it anymore. And I was like, she's clearly having a breakdown. I'm not going to push this further. Give her space. Just let her heal, right? And I didn't do anything. I could have milked it. I absolutely could have. I could have been like, oh, let me get my name in all these online publications and this will do my career wonders. And I didn't. I absolutely didn't, because she was a woman in a mental health crisis who didn't need someone exploiting that. Simple as that. So even though she continued to be absolutely horrifically nasty about me publicly. And, you know, these are things like commenting on my appearance and all this other stuff. Like, I didn't push back. I absolutely didn't. And she chose to focus on the weirdest things as well. Like, I think I've spoken about this before. She was like, oh, you get 1 million views when you talk about me, but only 4,000 on your makeup video. I'm like, yeah, because I'm not a makeup channel. I occasionally do like little side videos where it's not my main content, it's not really thought out, and they never did as well. Yeah, so 4,000 views as opposed to my regular tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, whatever. Now I have a second channel for that. But it's just so odd that she chose like the one non-regular content video to try and point out that like, oh, you're irrelevant. And I'm like, no, I'm not. It's just not my main content. I don't know. Anyway, bothered me. It's just I wasn't embarrassed that a non-regular content video did badly because I put them out expecting them to do badly. I just do them for fun, which is why I do them.
But also, Gabby trying to like weaponize that she didn't get that many views on that like video that was completely different content that she was making. It just is like, you prove that you're a really shallow person, that's really all you care about. And I can't believe that Gabby doesn't see that herself, and how it makes you question Gabby as a person when your main argument against someone is, well, you're not popular. Okay, well, then, Gabby, you don't have an argument. Your argument is that someone isn't popular? Okay, really great argument, I guess. I mean, congratulations. I don't know what to say there.
I'm on the second channel now. It was just a weird thing to focus on. I'm still not embarrassed about it. I'm not a makeup channel. People aren't going to regularly watch makeup videos from me. It's just how it is. Anyway, she was saying other things like she tried to say I was unintelligent, which is laughable. She tried to say I have no accomplishments, no achievements, which is also laughable. Like, I don't really like to draw comparisons between myself and other women. I don't really like comparisons between myself and other content creators because I think, ideally, unless it's Mario, we should all be supporting each other, holding each other up where we can, right? And like I say, it's good that we all have different backgrounds.
Wow, she really hates that James guy.
Let's be real. I am more intelligent than her. I have a better education than her. I went to one of the best universities in the world that outranks hers by a lot. I have won prizes for literary criticism. I've won prizes for my art and photography. I've shown my art in local galleries. I'm showing my art at a little farm show this weekend. It's like, I've literally...
Gabby, she low-key clocked your tea. Gabby, get off the floor. You just got clocked.
Performed at Glastonbury. Like one of the biggest festivals in the world. Gabby was objectively wrong. It's just very odd to see her still pushing this narrative. Like, I don't get it. Does it make her feel better to lie to herself and pretend that I'm stupid? Because I'm not. Objectively, I'm not. I didn't just go to one of the best universities in the UK, but in the world. Like, I don't know.
And me? I didn't even go to one. I went to a film college. You know what that means? I'm not clever.
Anyway. Plus, I'm doing my second degree at the minute, which is fun. Plus, I've had the absolute honour of having people like amazing poets, like legends like Duncan Forbes, reach out to me and be like, hey, love your poetry analysis videos, can I send you some of my books? Wonderful, love that. So, objectively, I know she's wrong. I just don't understand why she's so keen on trying to push this narrative that I'm stupid. I
do think it stems from jealousy.
Not that Gabby's not stupid. Gabby's an intelligent woman. I just think she's maybe intimidated by women who are more intelligent than her, you know? I don't know. So where were we? That happened. What else happened? Oh,
I think she wanted Rachel so badly to like her. And then when Rachel didn't, she was turned on her.
I'm not going to take back any of my literary criticisms or anything like that. I stand by all of them completely. But you know what? If she thinks the parody book is too far, I will absolutely apologise for that. And I apologise for it. I changed the name of the video and I will read this out to you if I can. Okay, I wrote, hey, I've been doing a lot of thinking of last month. I've decided to change the title of this video. I wanted to give time. Hang on, I'm not wearing my glasses. I can't see a thing. There we go. I wanted to give this time to actually think things that's poorly written by me. What was I doing? And not just be my usual emotional reactionary self. When I first saw the Instagram post, Gabby tagged me in. I was emotional and upset and reactionary, and I'm not very good at interacting with people anyway. So I stopped responding and have been trying to be more calm and considered in my responses, which has been a learning experience for me. It's not always worked. I've still been a little snappy and upset at times, but I'm continuing to work on it. When I first made this video, I was completely indifferent to Gabby as a person. I was frustrated by her poetry, but had genuinely no positive or negative feelings for Gabby one way or another. And therefore, I felt making a joke about my dog being a better poet than her was all in good fun. I even asked a few.
I can't believe the dog poetry was blown up the way it was. Oh my god. Let people have fun.
So that's one lesson learned.
It's literally just dog fucking poetry. Like, and it also went to charity.
So I'd only continue to use it as a title. Sorry, I should clarify. The video was called My Dog Writes Better Poetry Than Gabby Hannah. I changed it to simply My Dog Writes Parody Poetry.
The first title wasn't bad. Oh my god. I can't believe she had to face criticism for this. People are so dumb.
Said, I still fully stand by all the content and the titling of my original 3 reviews and the in-depth review of Cooked. That's another video I made. Basically, Gabby did a poem mocking self-harm, and I was like, I analysed it, I made a video about intent versus, oh my god, my brain's not working, words are not coming out, there's so much crap here. I did a video about intention versus outcome in art and creativity and stuff like that.
Oh, that's a good conversation, I like that.
Marshall McLuhan and stuff like that, and one of the examples I used in that was about Gabby's poem Cook, making fun of self-harm, and how even though she maybe didn't have bad intentions there, it still caused harm and upset, especially in those of us who, like myself, who do struggle with self-harm. That was, anyway. So I still stand by all that in response to Gabby's and the response to Gabby's response to criticism. I also fully stand by the review of Dandelion, which Gabby sent me her book so I would make. Why was I? Well, I know why I was trying to play. I was emotional, but still, write better. That's me.
Tyron said, not her feeling creatively threatened by Rachel's dog. Hi, Moonlight.
I stand by the amount of videos I made, especially over the period of a year or more, as is completely usual for the kinds of in-depth reviews I do. I also think the response to my parody poetry book came from a place of ignorance. If she'd read the book, she'd know it's not making fun of child abuse, and I don't think that's fair of her to say. At the time when I wrote the book, nothing explicitly said or even subtly implied that her book, Adult Lessons, was entirely written from the perspective of an abused child, and so by writing my book from Kyra's perspective, I was in no way mocking that. I still stand by... Well, no, we'll get to that in a second, sorry. However...
Yeah, Gabby gets mad at parody, but then hides behind parody. You can't get mad at it and then also hide behind the fact that you get criticism by being like, well, my book's parody as well.
All that said, and this is the main point, I am sorry for hurting Gabby's feelings.
Not only just a party, but a dog party. No, you're so right.
Fully apologised. I want to say I'm still upset by how she misrepresented a lot of my actions, and so I won't apologise for the things I didn't do. However, I fully understand why the act of writing this book all hurt her feelings, and for that, I am sorry. I still love this video because it was a lovely bonding experience with Kyra, and I still love the book we created because it's a lovely little representation of her life and our relationship, and I love the fact we raised money for Battersea Dogs and Cats home through its sales. But I am sorry that I wasn't more considerate towards Gabby's feelings in my execution, and I'm sorry for that, regardless of my intentions, and I'm sorry that regardless of my intentions, I hurt her feelings. That's how you apologise, Gabby. Just saying that now. Oh, so frustrated. So, what was the other thing I was going to say? Yeah, the other thing was when Gabby did her whole Instagram rant thing, one of the big things she kept saying was that I, in Dog Lessons, was mocking child abuse because she decided retroactively to tell us all that Adult Lessons was written entirely from the perspective of an abused child, and that's why every single poem is from the perspective of an abused child. So if you critique the poems, you're critiquing an abused child. If you parody the poems, you're parodying an abused child and making fun of child abuse. That is just not true. Some of those poems may have that perspective, absolutely fine and valid, but
Also, what a way to hide behind any form of criticism. What the goddamn fuck? Saying that it's written from the perspective of an abused child, so if you criticize the book, even just from a English standpoint, English literature, oh, you're making fun of abused children. What are we doing? Hello?
entire book doesn't. You can't have these stupid poems about, oh, this is just filler because my editor asked for 10 more pages.
This poem is crazy. Some of these poems were written because inspiration struck. Others were written because I have a deadline and needed to fill pages. She needs to be charged on a criminal level for these.
You can't write that and be like, it's from the perspective of an abused child. No, it's from the perspective of a lazy adult who just wanted more money. So, I was simply parodying the individual poems. In response to this, I released a Google document which went through every single poem in my book, Dog Lessons, and I showed the exact poem in Gabby's book that it was inspired by, and I did a side-by-side comparison, and I wrote a little analysis to say, this is the inspiration I took from this is what me and Kyra did together, this is what it all means, therefore, you can clearly see none of this is mocking child abuse, and you can read it yourself, like, it's not, it's just absolutely not, it's a ridiculous claim to make.
I went through this in the moment. It was a false claim from Gabby, and it was a really, really, really defamatory thing to say. Really defamatory thing to say. So I'm Team Rachel on this one, if I'm being honest. I remember this from back in the moment, and I was like, what the fuck is Gabby talking about? I'm gonna be honest, I'm not reading this. This video is long enough. Proving that Rachel calling her lazy is a genuine critique and not a personal attack. Not that anyone thought it was, except for Gabby. Literally. To send someone your art and then get pissed and catty because they critique it like you knew they would. The delusion. Guys, I have a confession. I bought the book in middle school and I loved it. Well, you're in middle school, obviously.
I am still sorry for hurting Gabby's feelings, but I also think her hurt comes from a place of ignorance and misunderstanding. And the fact
Alexa Nicholas's husband, Michael, his ears are perking up at the mention of defamation. He hears defamatory and goes, this is my cue.
hadn't read my book, and she probably still hasn't, and I don't think she really understands what parody is. A few people were confused, and that's why I released a video called Parody, Cruel... Oh god, sorry, I'm just hitting the microphone. I released a video called Parody, Cruel, or Creative, and it looked back at the history of parody.
Shout out to Michael if you're in the chat. We love you.
Thousands of years, and also put my own experiences in there as well. And I was like, well, if drama is going to be made from this, I'm going to do what I always do and turn it into a learning moment and educate people about literary theory. And the thing is, while it would be very easy for me to just sit here and say, oh, well, you know, clearly that's a load of crap. She clearly didn't actually read my book, and that's why she's making all these
I love this dog.
claims and accusations and stuff. And honestly, that would probably be enough. That's not what I want to do, because I don't just want this to turn into like a back and forth, he said, she said, or in this case, like she said kind of drama thing. I actually think there's a really good opportunity here to turn this into like a teaching moment and an educational moment, and talk a little bit about parody and try and educate people about parody and the history of it and the purpose of it, and why I personally think it's a really legitimate art form. So despite her claims, my book, Dogolescence, which some of you may have heard of, some of you have read, it was in no way a mockery of Gabby as a person or the subject matter of her book, Adolescence.
It's really, really, really unfortunate that Gabby blew this up. But again, Gabby has a tendency, or had a tendency, whatever you want to say. I want to say has, because she literally was still shit-talking Rachel as of recently, to like blow situations up that have to do with like women and make them the villain and like try to get people to pick sides. And it always just comes across as catty and lazy.
Was purely a parody of her writing style and a critique of her writing style. And I've seen like a lot of people over the last couple of months, like, you know, commentary channels and people leaving comments and people on social media and stuff, kind of talking about how, oh, making a parody was too mean, it was going too far, it was really petty. But and I mean, like, I understand why they say that, and I do think they're entitled to that opinion. I'm not going to sit here and say they can't say that, but I am going to refute it. And again, while I understand that Gabby might have been upset by the idea of someone parodying her writing style, and that's why I think she's upset by the idea, because it's very clear to her that she didn't read my book.
But also, Gabby has been so open about the idea of parody, so like she should be accepting that people will do it to her as well, because she's claimed that she's done it on her own goddamn poetry books.
She wasn't upset about the book itself, but about the idea of the book, the concept of the book. And again, I can understand why she'd be upset by that, which is why I did apologise for it.
That dog is going crazy in the back.
Hence why I want to kind of educate a little bit about the topic of parody in general, not just in regards to me, but in regards to all art and literature. Parody is an art form in itself, which has historically been a major component of literary and art criticism for about as long as we have records for. In order to parody in the first place, you need a thorough understanding of your subject, typical genre conventions, and what exactly it is you're trying to say with your work. It's not just as simple as I'm going to mock something. A lot more goes into it than that, and I don't think people realise. It's absolutely in the last few months become apparent to me that, at least in the YouTube world, and amongst those unfamiliar with and uneducated in literary criticism, like Gabby, for example, it's become very apparent to me that the concept of parody is grossly misunderstood, and I do think that's a huge shame. I think many get it mixed up with satire or irony or pastiche or burlesque even, or travesty or any number of things. They're all very similar, they're all kind of related, but they are all different. And I think some people get them mixed up, and that's okay. That's why we have videos like this that inform.
Having discussion.
Few months, there is a misconception that to parody something just means to outright mock someone or something for the sake of it, which honestly could not be further from the truth. Most people trace it back at least all the way to ancient Greece. Aristotle was one of the first people to use the phrase parodia in his work Poetics. He used it to describe a very specific type of literary form, which Simon Dente, who is one of the big writers on the topic of parody, and we're going to be referring back to his work a hell of a lot in this video, and he describes Aristotle's use of the word parodia as a narrative poem of moderate length in the meter and vocabulary of epic poems, but treating a light, satirical, or mock hero subject. So basically, parodia was originally a very specific type.
Obviously, I appreciate like having conversations about it, but like, can we all agree on the fact that like you cannot hide behind something and then get pissed or accuse other people of doing the thing that you've said that you do, which is this parody thing? Bothers me.
A parody of epic poems, to put it in plain English. The same word was also used in ancient Greek in slightly other contexts, so at the time it was also used to describe the act of quoting and alluding to previous texts, not necessarily in a funny or mocking way, but just in general. But in terms of what we know parody to be today, its roots were in the whole parodia that Aristotle spoke about. This root word evolved over time until we began to refer to more and more pieces of art and writing as parodies rather than parodia. A few more examples for you. So in the 14th century, Chaucer wrote Sir Thomas's Tale as part of the Canterbury Tales to parody great romances with knights and quests and the whole chivalrous fighting and quests and stuff. This is me holding a sword, apparently. I don't quite know what I'm doing here. There was a thing I was going for. Anyway, but some believe that The Thomas's Tale is a parody of Chaucer's own story, The Knight's Tale, which shows an incredible amount of self-awareness and a willingness to grow and learn and kind of, you know, poke fun at your own work as well. And this kind of self-reflection and self-parody, kind of put a pin in this and remember it, because we're going to speak a little bit more about it right at the end of this video, and why that kind of self-reflection on your own work and that kind of willingness for your own work to be parodied is very important. We're going to come back to that. In a similar vein, in the early 1600s, Miguel de Cervantes wrote, I hope I'm pronouncing that right, wrote Don Quixote, which has gone on to supersede the popularity of the traditional Spanish chivalrous romance novels it was parodying in the first place. There's too many S's in here for me to say it properly. I struggle so much. And that's what I did. And that, I believe, is the last thing I said on the matter. I think. Gabby went quiet for a long time. That was great. After another mental breakdown, she just left the internet completely.
That was great. Gabby went quiet for a bit. Bliss. Babe, I agree with you.
And I was like, damn, this is kind of amazing. This is great. Like, she seemed to be off doing her own thing, teaching at some gym or dance studio or something like that. And I was like, good for her. Absolutely good for her. I tried not to mention her at all for years until I was like, you know what? It seems like she's finally in a really good place and she's learned. I'm going to praise her for this. And I You know, I'm actually just going to try and put the clip in, I think, from the original video if I post this. But I said something along the lines of, like, I was talking about, like, learning and growing and forgiveness in people and seeing all of that. And God, it's such a stupid, naive video. I said something in that video about, like, take Gabby Hannah, like, I don't personally need an apology from her because it seems like she's really grown and learned and blah, 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 and I forgive her and it's so great to see. And this concept of needing an apology to forgive someone is a complex one, and I can't speak for everyone, you know? Some people need an apology from someone to be able to forgive them and move on. Some people don't. Sometimes just seeing that someone has changed and grown without a verbal apology is enough. For some people, seeing someone's actions is essentially more of an apology than a verbal one could be. For some people, a verbal apology doesn't really mean anything at all because, you know, without seeing actions, what does it even mean? It could be fake. So I think there's a way to see that people have grown and learned and changed and recognize they've done wrong and want to do better without necessarily hearing the words, I'm so sorry, from their mouths, you know? I feel like, just personally, I'm at a point now where I'm kind of just done being angry with people, and, like, I find it a bit draining. Not everyone. There's some people who, like, for their behaviour towards me, yeah, I would absolutely want an apology, and I kind of feel it's necessary at this point for healing. But in other examples, I'm just kind of, like, past it. You know, remember the whole Gabby Hannah drama a couple of years ago when she went on this Instagram rant calling me, like, an ugly bitch with no talent, no intelligence, blah, 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 and then me and my dog got all those, like, death threats. Like, my dog got death threats from Gabby. Insane. I was angry at that for quite a while, for understandable reasons, mostly because I went after Kyra and I'm super protective of her. Whereas now, a few years have passed, and I'm like, you know what, it's fine. She was going through some stuff, she kind of took it out on me, she was clearly unwell, and now she's doing better, and she's clearly got away from whatever was messing her up, sorted her head out, and it looks like she's doing really well for herself. So, at this point, I feel like, yeah, I'm kind of past it. I've forgiven Gabby. I don't need her to give me any kind of, like, verbal apology, because I can see her behaviour towards me has changed, so that's fine, I can move on, you know? I understand that way of thinking isn't how everyone else is going to heal and move on from stuff, you know? I think if you personally need an apology for something that has happened, or that you've seen happen, or that's happened against you, then that's absolutely fair, and you're more than entitled to ask for that and need that and whatever. But if you don't, I think that's okay too. And I completely believe that at the time, up until a month later, when she goes and speaks at Oxford Student Uni.
Also, people are allowed to change their minds, but literally, there was a time period over the last couple months, maybe last year, that Gabby did not talk about Rachel, and she just brought her up again at Oxford. So Rachel has every right to completely change her mind, even if she just said that on a YouTube video, because Gabby started this again.
Union, it's this, like, student-run club, essentially, and it's a student-run club at Oxford Uni, so it's not, it's kind of associated with the uni, it's not really. I think a lot of Americans are confused by that. It's a student-run club. It's run by, like, 18-year-olds, yeah? So, I mean, they get some great guests, they absolutely do, but also it's not the university itself. Does that make sense? So, where was I even going with this?
Gag. She said Oxford didn't want her. She's with the students, and the students wanted her.
Yeah, she just, out of nowhere, brought me up again, and admittedly not by name, I will say that. I found this out through Fat Sajak's video. I'm just going to say that. I love Fat Sajak. Great content, very funny. Love it. She's, like, my source of YouTube gossip. So she's how I found out about this. And, where are we going with this? Why is my brain not working today? Yeah, so Gabby brought me up out of nowhere, and again, started going on about how I'm not talented, I'm not creative, I'm stupid, and just calling me a bunch of names. And I was like, God's sake. So I did comment on that video and said something like, this is really disappointing to see. Just last month I was praising her, and now this.
And was that kind of hard when it must be a very personal thing, right, to put poetry out? Some of it was quite personal, right?
Yeah, the thing with me with that was just, like, the first 2 or 3 years it was out, like, everybody was just, like, really digging it, and it was fine, but then it just kind of became trendy to use my name, and then, like, one girl went viral who, like, the actual critiques don't bother me that much because, like, this can sound so bitchy, but whatever, like, you have to be careful who you take your opinion from. Like, you can say, like, you don't like my book, or you can, like, critique my literary style or whatever it is, but, like, I don't think you're interesting or intelligent or creative or artistic, so why the hell would I take...
God, this was so bad. Her being like, well, why would I listen to you anyway? I don't find you artistic. But I thought you said you take criticism.
Your opinion, you're a loser. Sorry, like, your opinion's nothing to me. So, like, that didn't bother me. It just got, like, kind of, like, boring. Yeah. When people were just like, you're burning...
People coughing and laughing in the crowd.
You're just, like, it's old. But at the same time, like, it did make me better. It did, because, like, when everybody's critiquing you, like, I will always...
How bad were you if this has made you... Is this you better? Gee, how bad were you?
Like, I am not that girl. Like, I want to know. I send my stuff to all my friends. Like, I'm posting something. I've sent it to 20 people already. You know what I mean? I want you to tell me the truth because, like, there's a lot of people watching. But anytime people try to bring you down, like, if you're, like...
Yeah, you send it, and then you force them to have to say good things. You sent it to Rachel. She didn't do what you wanted to, and then you turned against her. Why did you send the book to review if she's not someone you respected the opinion of, or she's only the person that you wouldn't respect the opinion of whenever she's not up your ass? Dumb.
Like, talented person, you're going to become better because of it. So, like, they made me more talented, and let's go.
You talked about hate and you have to and I guess I'm just where do you draw the line between constructive criticism and hate and you have to.
Well, first of all, who are you? Like, that's my first thing always. It's just like, why are you critiquing me? Like, you don't have any accolades or skills or desire.
But you sent your book to Rachel. You sent your book.
Traits in which I would want to consume your criticism. Like, it doesn't make sense. That's my first thing. So that's, like, hate. Like, if you're coming from a place of, like, I read a poem once. Like, you know what I mean? You don't know what you're talking about. Shut up. You know what I mean? So that's my one. Like, you're just a hater. Like, you're jealous. Like, whatever. But then the other one is just, like, are you being...
Me to people that criticize me. You're just a hater. You're jealous. Someone said, not all Christians are like her. Please don't judge us all. I promise I won't grip you all in with Gabby Hannah.
genuinely constructive or are you being mean? Because a constructive criticism never comes with an insult. It never comes with a jab. It doesn't come with like bullying or belittling or trying to be like a funny mean girl. Like that's not constructive. Constructive means I'm trying to build you up. It's construction. You're building somebody. If you're tearing somebody down, that's destructive criticism. So that's my line. It's like if you're genuinely being, first of all, well informed, like that's where I come back, like shut your mouth if you don't know what you're talking about. Like not everybody's a critic, but everybody's a critic, right? Yeah, like are you qualified to make this criticism, and is it coming from a place of kindness and genuinely wanting to see this person succeed, or is it fun for you to tear this person down? And usually you can tell when you watch something.
Because I'm sick of it. Like all this about, oh, you know, it's great to see she's done so well, I forgive her, I don't. No, all gone. Take it all back. She's a horrible person, still doing horrible things, and I don't forgive her. I'm not, no. And of course, with that comment came like another little influx of nasty comments from her fans, and them calling me all kinds of names and stuff. And in this interview, she also made a comment about like me burning her book. Saying like, oh, you know, you bought the book in 2017 and now you're burning it in 2019. And from that, people ran with it, and they now think that I bought a physical copy of her book, kept it for years, and then physically burnt it for a YouTube video.
Which isn't even true.
It's now floating around online, and I'm getting people saying to me, how could you do that? It's so childish. I'm like, I didn't do it. I don't know how many times I have to say this. I've never had a physical copy of her book. In 2019, I borrowed the ebook.
What I'm saying is, someone said, so Gabby's qualified to tear down Rachel?
From a library, returned it. I've never burnt a book in my life. Gabby Hannah's or otherwise. I think I still have Dandelion in my cupboard. Give me 1 second. Wait, look there. It's still here. It's not burnt. I've never had a physical copy of Adult Lessons.
Give us a read of a couple other poems.
I don't know. Okay.
Go on. Are you tempted?
I've never burnt a book. So, it was also at this point people started sending me messages saying that like I was nasty to Gabby, I was calling her names, I'd done all of this stuff, blah, blah, my review was so personal, and I was like, am I misremembering? Like, am I actually like a really terrible person? And they started telling me that I'd done all this stuff to her and said all this stuff to her, and I was like, I have no memory of this, and I thought I was going crazy. I genuinely thought I was going crazy, which is why I went back and watched my first video again and the other videos. I was like, this didn't happen. These things that Gabby's saying I did and these things that other people are saying I did literally did not happen. I thought I was going to.
It's really weird as well how people will say things on the internet so bravely, knowing that the actual truth is on the internet and they can't be clocked. Sure, most people are just going to take someone saying something at face value and they're not going to look to see if it's true or whatever. But once one person does and exposes it, you're fucked. Like, how are you going to bravely talk shit about things you can easily be proven wrong on?
I genuinely thought I was going to say.
Sleep is neat.
But yeah, so that's all just been spread online that is like complete misinformation. And I was like, okay, you know what? I said my piece. I said it was disappointing, but I'm not going to dwell on it anymore. And then Gabby just keeps going. She just keeps going, disappointing us. Now, not only is she saying that stuff about me and whatever, now she's in her Christian era, which fine, good for her, whatever. Except the fact she's being misogynistic.
Not the Christian era. Amen. Can I get an amen? Hi from Brazil. Loved your postcard. Oh my God. Thank you so much for sending the P.O. box.
Horrible person to women. Again, found this out through Fat Jack. Gabby released a video basically shaming women and like pushing purity culture and this whole modesty culture and all this nonsense and saying that women can't wear this, and this in case they tempt other people's husbands. It's sexist nonsense. It's the exact crap that I call people like Girl Define and Paul and Morgan out for. It's shaming women for merely existing. It's sexualizing women for merely having bodies and existing, and it's not okay. This narrative that she's pushing on in her current content is misogynistic and it's harmful. And I'm tired of staying silent about it because Gabby Hannah is pushing misogyny. She is God's sake. She's promoting misogyny and wrapping it all up in her and just demeaning a Christian, and like acting like it's a good thing what she's doing when really she's setting feminism back by several decades.
I came across a TikTok of pure hypocrisy yesterday, and it lit a fire under my ass in the weirdest way. So let's talk about it. First, let's watch the TikTok in question.
At what point do we as a people recognize and acknowledge and fight against the absolute degeneracy that is our generation?
Not this TikTok being, I'm done with Megan Thee Stallion, I hope you are too. I didn't even see this. But then again, I'm not on Christian TikTok, Christian talk, if you will.
Megan, I am so disappointed in you. I had so much hope. Oh, instead she's a porn star. This is literally porn. This is hentai porn, which is animated porn. This was on the cover of Spotify, Apple Music. This was how it was promoted on Twitter.
It doesn't look like anime. But maybe I'm just not as well versed in hentai.
This is cum. This is literal cum on Meg Thee Stallion's face in full BDSM gear. And we're just like...
Gabby, please. There's only one person being vulgar right now, and it seems to be you.
It's cool. Like, no, this is not okay. I'm seeing these ads for these sticky boobs, and honestly, they look amazing. I might buy these up. But in seeing all these ads, I'm seeing a lot of women's boobs, a lot of teenagers on TikTok.
I can't verify the validity of that because I'm not going to go looking by any stretch. But if that's the case, that's weird. I'll give her that.
Like boobs, bro. Like scooping your boobs, like placing the cup, pushing your boobs up together, nipple piercing. And it got me thinking about like sexual liberation and like women's desire to like show their bodies in public so that they're not oppressed, right?
Well, I don't know that it's so they're not oppressed. I feel like some women love the way they look and like to show off their bodies. I don't think it's necessarily directly opposing oppression as much as it is women being able to do whatever they want.
And I saw somebody comment, it was one specifically about a nipple piercing.
And it's so unfortunate. This is my first time seeing these clips, actually. I'm just trying to process them. As a woman, to take down other women for freely expressing themselves when for so long women were exploited and they didn't have consent whether or not they could show off their bodies, and women doing what they want with their bodies now is such a great thing that they have the choice to, and they should be uplifted whatever they want to do. And the fact that Gabby is choosing to bring them down and hiding behind the Christian amen. Go fuck yourself. Lame. Loser.
The girl was like, am I the only person who has no shame in people saying my nipple piercing? The girl's like, no, I don't have shame either, but sometimes I want to cover my nipple piercing. Ooh, controversial. It's okay to feel shame. Let's bring back shame. Because here's the thing, is it's literally not all about us. It's not all about us. Like, if I want to go out and I have, like, half naked, because it's about me, like, I want to feel good, like, whatever, I worked for my body, I want to show off, nobody's going to shame me into covering up. I wish more people would have shamed me into covering up, and there have been a couple people who shamed me into covering up, and now I cover up more. I'm not a prude. I still wear shorts, tank tops, bodysuits, but, like, when it comes to how much boob am I willing to show in public, that really changed, because I was like, oh, there's children. Yep, there's children. And especially when you're on the internet, there's children. And it's like, bro, like, even though I don't have an audience of children.
You literally do and always have, but okay.
It's like walking in public half naked, right? And it's like, hey, there's children. Like, not everybody needs to see your ass crack. Not everybody needs to see the borderline of your...
I would argue that most people who paid for her Patreon were probably using parents' credit cards. She's always had a child audience, and she's rewriting history right now. And a lot of what comes from Gabby Hannah just screams misogyny and hating women.
It's okay to cover up and dress decently for the sake of other people's children.
I agree. I absolutely agree with that. I do not disagree with that point at all. I just find it a little rich coming from this mouth.
And yes, like, for the sake of other people's husbands too, right?
Get the fuck out of here. I don't care about other people's husbands.
What? Oh my God! I cannot believe she just said that. For the sake of other people's husbands. No way she just said that. To cover up. Oh my God, you little pick-me. You little pick-me. Can I get an amen? Oh my God, brutal. Wow, this is what Gabby Hannah is these days. Brutal.
Husbands. It's like, well, if that's somebody's husband and their eyes are wandering, it's okay to just be respectful. And that's something that I've been, like, learning as I'm like growing.
Wow. So she just said if you know, people's husbands' eyes are wandering. So no criticism to the man. Basically, women have to, if you don't want to get stared at, cover up, is exactly what Gabby's saying there. What a loser.
It's like, this is growing up, is learning that it's okay to just be respectful and mindful of other people's space, property, relationships, and that does mean flaunting your body in front of other people's husbands. Because here's the thing, we know that people have sexual urges. We know that people have a low sense of self-control. We know that.
Right. That still doesn't make it our responsibility to keep them in check.
So why do we have to make it harder for everybody else? This goes for the gym too. Like, I remember there was this video of this guy being like, girls, like, please stop dressing naked in the gym because I want to go work out and I'm not comfortable being around mostly naked women. And everybody's like, sexist, men can't control ourselves. This is why we have to be afraid of men. No, like, if a woman comes into a gym completely...
Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut the fuck up. Men who mainly work out in the gym, by the way, shirtless and with shorts like this.
Almost naked, right? I have my little sports bra, I have my little shorts that are pulled up and they're literally in my ass crack now because that's the style, because I like the way it looks with my shorts on my ass crack, and I pull them up before I squat because I want people to see my body. Like, you are being disrespectful, and as women, I feel like we have to have that same type of respect for other women, for men, and for ourselves. Just be like, okay, it's okay, I don't have to show off all the time. I'm speaking to myself, right? Like, I'm such a show off. I've always loved showing off. It's my least favorite trait about myself. It's pride too, right? It's pride, it's insecurity. Like, look at me, like, everything that you think is bad and you hate about me, like, instead pay attention to this good thing about me. I get showing off, and that's why I'm just like sharing this part of, I guess, just a transformation where I feel differently and I see things differently.
And that's fine. That's perfectly fine. For you. Okay. That's good change. That's good evolution. We love
Such a great point. If that works for you, Gab, you want to do that with your life? Brilliant. Why are you taking it upon yourself to shame someone who wants to do the opposite?
to see it. But, like, I think the point at which we are coming from on this is a little bit, could use a little bit of work.
Where it's like, we don't have to feel like we're being attacked when people are like, cover up a little bit. And it's not even attractive. Like, that's something that, like, my eyes have been open to. Is like when older women would be like, you know, oh my gosh, like, these girls with their short shorts and like their boobs out. I'm like, I don't get it. Now that I'm like 33, I'm like, it looks so trashy to have your boobs out like that. Like,
you know what's trashy though is judging other women based on how they look though. Like, that's a little bit more trashy in my opinion. Like, you can say that something's not for you anymore without insulting the people who it is for.
you can have just like natural kind of like resting boobs. Like, I'm not saying wear up to here. Like, go ahead, wear your low top, like wear whatever. But like, if you're wearing that low top, do you need to take your boob, stuff it, fill it, and push it? I'm not trying to shame or hate anybody.
You literally just spent this entire video.
I'm not trying to hate or shame anybody. Gabby, quick, what was this video? What was this video successfully doing? Quick, tell me immediately. Wow, God, I can't believe I haven't seen these clip. Can't believe I haven't seen this clip.
Shaming women for dressing like whores. You literally just did that.
She is policing what women do with their bodies, what women wear with their bodies, and shaming women who aren't exactly like her. And that's not okay. So that happened. And now we get to what has prompted this whole rant and my emotions and my feelings and my anger and upset and disappointment. And that is like yesterday, Gabby posted this video being like an apology to everyone. Gabby Hannah apology, whatever. And it is the worst video I've ever seen. It is not an apology. Gabby takes no accountability. Gabby never acknowledges what she's done. And Gabby never gives a genuine apology.
And as I've reflected on the past 10 years of my life, my career at large, I feel like I owe a lot of people apologies. So I wrote some notes. I have a list. Okay, so the first bunch of people that I'd like to say thank you and I'm sorry to is anyone I've ever worked with, from collaborators, producers, management, agents, anyone from PA on set to director, special. I'm sorry, it goes out to MTV and YouTube Originals, because I was difficult to work with. I took a lot of opportunities that I didn't deserve and also had no business doing. This apology covers a wide breadth of people. So like I said, if you've ever worked with me or had an interaction with me at some type of work event and you were unhappy or felt hurt in some way, I'm very sorry. And thank you for the opportunities that I've been given and the patience and grace that I've been shown that I definitely didn't deserve, and the professionalism. Also want to say sorry to anybody who feels like I used them or took advantage of them in any type of collaboration or work setting as well. Whether you helped me out with a project and didn't get your proper flowers or didn't pay you well or at all. A lot of times there was just like a collaboration basis, and I feel like I could have done better with hyping up people that I've worked with. It helped me out. Literally reading my notes, I was selfish, only cared about how I could benefit. Thank you. And I'm sorry. I got my lick back. I also want to say thank you and I'm sorry to all of my friends, past, present, who I dumped so much negativity on. I was such a dark cloud. Also in that vein, gossip, I want to say
Hi, SM.
whether I've spoken out of turn, behind your back, shared information that wasn't mine to share, I'm sorry. Again, I got my lick back, and this was a big lesson for me in general about speaking about somebody when they're not in the room in a negative way or in a way that is overstepping personal boundaries. So that's a big one for me. I feel like I owe that apology to a lot of people from literally my whole life, and especially in my entertainment career. So sorry about that. I genuinely have learned and grown in that area.
This is definitely what I do think is happening. I do think she's trying to like grift to a new audience. I like trying to pander to a new audience, and I guess that comes with shading women. So I guess we can see, or shaming women, well, shading them too. So I guess she's pandering to that now. Great.
And I'm still, to this day, it's really hard not to. Oh, I also want to say sorry to anybody who was a subject of a storytime video, and God humbled me and taught me empathy in that area. So I'm genuinely, wholeheartedly sorry for what I put you through. It was probably really, really difficult and traumatizing. So I feel you, and I'm sorry. I also want to take this time to say I'm sorry to my family, or just in general people at home. I also have to give the biggest, most, like, how could I ever find the words? All my fans, anybody who ever supported me for so many things, being inconsistent, for worrying you, for breaking promises, for being a bad role model, first and foremost, honestly, like from the beginning of my career to the end, like right now I'm deleting so much content, I'm deleting a lot of my music. I took a lot of it down. It was either because of profanity, subject matter, or just like immodesty. Like I'm embarrassed watching a lot of those videos, and ignoring even like people telling me that I should like cover up more and stuff. Like I wish I would have, because now here I am 33 years old, embarrassed and having to delete a lot of work and effort that I put into a project, but no regrets. I learned a lot. I'm so sorry for all of the just poor behavior, reckless behavior, self-centered, vain, prideful, just meaningless content. And yeah, I'm going to do everything I can to counteract that. I have a sort of constant...
And this is counteracting it. Those TikTok shaming women are counteracting it.
In the woods. And knowing that I've been given a great responsibility that I already fumbled and misused, and needing to use that responsibility more wisely. So yeah, I've been a really poor example, and I've been really ungrateful to you. And also I was an NPC because I did not have the Holy Spirit in me, and I was just like operating like in this.
I was an NPC because I didn't have the Holy Spirit in me. Now, I already made a big point on how crazy of a statement that I thought that was whenever I first watched this, but just I want you to re-clarify in your mind how crazy I think of a statement. I was an NPC because I didn't have the Holy Spirit in me. We're not going to comment on it. We're just going to move on again because we've already commented on that. But what a crazy statement.
This world, like literally a robot, like work, pay attention to me, make money, like really needed Jesus. Like I look back at so many situations and I just feel embarrassed and I feel shame, but then I remember there is no condemnation or shame in Christ, and I've been wiped clean. There's a question on whether or not we have beef. We absolutely do not on my end anyways. I love literally everyone. I love you all, even when it hurts, even when it's hard. I love everyone.
Even when it hurts.
Because my God,
she's too good to us.
Loved me and forgave me when I did not deserve it, and before I even asked.
I understand why she's doing it. Gabby's views are far lower than mine, because she likes to make those comparisons, doesn't she? But I'm in a rut at the minute. I'm in a major little trough. I spoke about in my last video, peaks and troughs in success. They're normal, they're fine. But even in my troughs, even in my trough, and she's doing worse than me. So I get why she's upset and desperate for views and attention again. I get that. And so I get that she's made this video because she thinks it's going to garner attention.
Clock.
And it probably will. It absolutely probably will. But it's not a real apology. And we can't pretend she's grown or changed or done any better when she's not showing any growth or change or improvement. She makes a bunch of vague statements about, like, I'm so sorry to anyone I've ever worked with or anyone I've interacted with online. What? For what? What are you sorry for? Who are you sorry to? What are these things you've done that you're apologizing for? Because apologies need to be specific. You know, you acknowledge what you've done, you apologize for it, you acknowledge what you've done, you apologize for it, and you say how you're going to make amends, right? Gabby does none of that. And I'm not the only person who she's not apologizing to. Like, in the case of me personally, Gabby is still going online, calling me horrible, horrible names, sending people to harass me constantly, and then saying, sorry to...
Important to note, this born-again Christian era, her apology to everyone is coming hot in the heels of talking shit at Oxford Student Union.
Everyone for vague reasons. Okay, everyone be nice to me now. You can't do that and expect people to forgive you while you're still actively causing harm. Not just to me, but to women in general with your whole modesty nonsense and your purity culture nonsense. Yeah? And while it's nice to see that people like, what's his name, Joey Graceffa, have been like, great, thanks, accept your apology, Gabby. Because he did get a slight more specific one. She did say, you know, people I've worked with on production sets. She said that. That was the only, like, specific person who really got an apology. No Jessie Smiles, no apology for all that stuff she did to her. No apology for the people she called out for, there was some guy she called out saying, like, oh, he called me ugly, and then people found the clip, and it's like, none of that happened. So she'd just gone on this long rant about some random guy about a thing that never happened. No apology for that. I don't get an apology. She still never specifically apologized for the really, really harmful things she was saying while she was going through her last Manic episode. Like, for example, all the really disgusting transphobia that she was just spouting at the camera. There's been no apology.
This video is amazing.
Personally, but I'm still very upset by it, and I think people deserve an apology for it, because you can't just be transphobic, and like very specifically transphobic, and then just be like, but a vague sorry to everyone, and think it's okay, because it's not. Even in that apology, there's some really harmful like stances that she makes, where she talks about how like she was an NPC before she found God, as though like all atheists just aren't.
Before she find the Holy Spirit, you better get it right.
And also even in that, she was pushing like her weird modesty stances and like weird purity culture stuff, and this idea that like one of the worst things she did ever was like be immodest. And it's like, no, come on, you can regret personal things about the way you looked or dressed or things you did, but this idea that like being immodest and bad is general, like I just think like the word modesty, like, oh, like it's just again shaming women for having bodies and existing, and like it's misogynistic.
That's what it is. It's further this shaming women for existing, and it's really unfortunate that this is the path that she's choosing to go down, considering that everyone is praising her for making such a difference in her life.
It's deeply rooted in misogyny, and this is the narrative she's pushing, and she's harming people. This isn't Gabby apologizing to anyone. This is Gabby trying to save face without actually doing any work or introspection, and I'm sick of it. And she's definitely curating comments and hiding comments and things like that, because, you know, anytime someone calls her out, the comment disappears. It absolutely, I've seen it before my eyes refreshing the page, and I don't want people to fall for her nonsense. She hasn't learned, she hasn't grown, she isn't showing improvement or maturity. It's just another cash grab, a lazy, uninspired cash grab, like everything Gabby does, and I'm absolutely sick of it. I'm sick of sitting back and like not being able to say these specific things about Gabby, but this one time I am calling her out, I am saying this. You are a mean person, and you need to do some internal work and figure out your stuff and start being nicer to people. Give some genuine apologies, do some real reflection. I'm very sorry that the parody book hurt your feelings, but I'm not sorry for reviewing your books in an objective and completely fair way. I'm not sorry for my reviews, but I am sorry that they hurt your feelings. You're a grown adult. It's not okay for you to go around.
God, I can't believe this all stems from sending the book and asking Rachel to do a review, and she does it!
And just start name-calling people who you feel intimidated by or who you feel insecure around. It's not okay. It's mean, it's cruel, and it's unnecessary. And I'm sick of staying silent, because I think what happens to a lot of women, especially on YouTube, is the minute we speak up about something that has hurt our feelings, we're called over-emotional, we're called crazy, we're called bitchy, we're called all these names for speaking up about it. We're called drama-hungry and manipulative, and if we dare to say, hey, can you not say that about me, please? And I'm kind of tired of it. I have stayed quiet for so long, but now it's not just the name calling, but there's all these like weird narratives being spun online. Like again, the things are coming up about how I apparently personally attacked Gabby in the first place, and I started all this, when that is literally not what happened. I have gone back and watched the videos, and even though people are trying to rewrite my memories, the videos are there. That is not what happened. It's wild, because I don't actually see Gabby.
Again, furthering that previous point, I just don't understand why people lie when there is evidence that goes against them online. What, like, are you that dumb?
Or I want a better word, because we do such vastly different things, we make such different content, we have such different audiences. You know, she does her music, she does her Christian stuff, she's got that audience. I do my book.
She does her Christian stuff.
There's not really much overlap, so I don't get why this has to be like a rivalry between us. This isn't a me versus her thing. This is just a she really doesn't like me and won't let it drop thing. I'm not going to pretend I'm entirely innocent in this, because, like I say, the parody hurt her feelings. And as I've spoken about in my own videos, intention versus outcome, right? Even though my intention was to have a lighthearted joke and raise a bit of money for charity and have some fun with my dog, the outcome clearly hurt her. And therefore, for that, I am sorry. And therefore, for that, I have tried to make changes to that content so it won't hurt her anymore. I've changed the title. I've issued an apology. I've written a disclaimer. I've done this whole like explanation of why it's not mocking child abuse. And like I have taken those actions to make up for where I was lacking and where I went wrong before. So, like I say, I'm not innocent in this. I've made those mistakes, and I've done the work to try and improve them. But I do not deserve to be called an ugly bitch and a narcissistic abuser, which she called me as I'd made it public. I was healing from narcissistic abuse. You know, that is one of the things that I think hurt most, is that she was using my experiences against me at the time. I'd just been publicly speaking out about everything that happened with Johnny and how I was working with my therapist, and she called it narcissistic abuse, and I was speaking out about books and resources about narcissistic abuse that helped me in that time. And Gabby specifically chose to use those words about me as though she was using my trauma against me, and that, it hurt a lot. Sorry, my tummy's still rumbling. I have not eaten today. The other things, you know, like her calling me ugly, I can deal with. Her calling me stupid and not talented and have no accomplishments, like, I can deal with because it's horrible and it's cruel, but I know objectively it's not true. I also know I'm not a narcissistic abuser, but the fact that she would take something that happened to me and use it as a weapon against me, that's something you don't heal from easily. And that's something that still hurts to this day. And that's why a vague, oh, I'm so sorry to people, just doesn't cut it for me. It absolutely doesn't.
And also, I think really honing in on hearing from Rachel here is important because Gabby did this, I apologize to everyone, but ultimately we're hearing from someone who should have been apologized to. So we cannot accept something that was never for us. It's meant to be for them. So.
But anyway, that's where we're up to, I guess. I'm just a bit fed up. And I don't know, I have another video to film today. I'm reviewing Sam and Nia's book, which is interesting. I don't know. In happier news, I'm showing some paintings at a little farm show this weekend, so that's going to be really fun. I'm also still working on my second book, which is this big chunky boy. I know I've only shown it in little previews so far, but this is one of the first proofs. Oh, it's actually changed quite a bit from this. It's a big chunky boy filled with art and poetry and essays and photos and all sorts of stuff. And it's not actually called Create, that's just a filler word. I can tell you, it's going to be called Outside. So, yeah, I've been working on this book. I'm really proud of it. It's really come together well. It should be out maybe November time. I'm not sure. We'll see. Still got a long way to go with it. It's just not quite good enough yet. And
Okay, well, we'll be looking forward to that. This is crazy. Again, I never really truly knew the lore when it came to this, and hearing this, I've seen different perspectives. Rachel's is the only one that makes sense. And it's really unfortunate that she had to go through this. It's unfortunate she still has to go through this. And ultimately, it's really unfortunate that Gabby continues to subject her to this as a whole. And is just taking down women now, I guess. It's unproductive, it's uninspiring, and it's just downright hypocritical and wrong. And tacky. And it's like when a creator's career fumbles so bad, they're so not in their career peak anymore. They do a couple things. They either go really Christian, they go really, really political, or I don't know, they do something else. But it's lame. It's really lame. This was an incredible video from Rachel. I mean, this was 2 hours and 40 minutes we just watched. It was an incredible video. Please go and support. And I can't wait for the new book. And I definitely want to go and check Rachel's other book. Shout out to Rachel. Shout out to Rachel. Hello, everyone. How are we all doing? Sorry, I saw that in the meantime, as like while I was on here, I saw that Trisha posted, BRB, moving to Derry. I'm like, oh God. Everyone's tagging me under it. Everyone's tagging me under it. Oh my God. How are we all doing? That was a long video. That was a really, really, really long video. We made it through though. Also, I really quickly want to say that if anyone still needs to follow our Muckers Finsta dump, I will accept you on it. Our little Finsta page. I've pinned it right now. If you want to go and request, I'll accept a couple people right now. God, I haven't used my phone in like 4 hours. Wow, it's the longest time I haven't used my phone in a very long time. It's always what's nice about doing live streams. Oh my God, look, I'm seeing the notifications come in. Wait, oh yeah, I'll do that actually, because I want to show you, people don't believe me when I say that I genuinely have my notifications on. Okay, wait. I have this video right here. I was talking that I'm doing podcasts when I'm out in LA. I'll pin this, actually. Thank you, Auntie Linda. Mama and Auntie Linda behind you. So this is a video where I'm doing podcasts in LA next week, and I have a bunch booked already, but I really want to get a couple other people. So I was saying if people could go and tag some creators. Now, I'm in the process, like I said, of talking to Rebecca Black right now. I really want to get Justine, having her back, Tyler Oakley, blah, 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 blah. I'll show you that I get the notifications. If you can click the link, I will, yeah, I'll do that. So I was just reading that. Can you click the link and tag, like, Rebecca Black, Justine, blah, 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 creators you think. Rebecca Black's the main one, because I really want to persuade her that, like, people really want it. She's working it out in her schedule. We're talking about it, but I'm like, Justine, whatever, and I'll prove to you that everything comes through on my phone. I just saw someone said, Mama, and Auntie Linda behind you. Mama. Mama. Okay, clearly no one has done it yet. Oh, ignore my lock screen. Ignore my lock screen. Ignore my lock screen. Mama, where's everyone at? Mama. Mama, no notifications behind you. Mama, where's everyone? Hello, Cassandra. Oh, there they come. There they come. Monkey covering eyes emoji. I tagged the legendary Kamala Harris. I appreciate that. Oh, there they come. D'Angelo Wallace. I just saw his new video. Oh, there they come. Mama. Mama. A girl behind you. Mama. A notification. I love the Rebecca Black ones. Wait, can you even see that? Can anyone see that? Oh, wait, there you go. You can see yourself. Can anyone see themselves? So if you don't believe that I have my goddamn notifications on, you best believe that I have... Someone said Oscar, don't you worry. You best believe that I keep my goddamn notifications on. You know when I'm sitting at a dinner and I post something and my phone's going off like crazy, everyone's like, what's going on? Oh my God, might need to put my phone on Do Not Disturb. Might need to put my phone on Do Not Disturb a little bit. It's crazy. It's like you're all in here. You're all in here going crazy. You're all in here going crazy. Hey everyone. My phone right now at 2:15. Anyways, I am gonna end the stream. I know I was gonna do Nikocado tonight, but it's already 2:15, and that was a long video. I really appreciate you all being here, but there's no way that I'm going to make anyone go through, because Nikocado's video is almost 2 hours long. Let me tell you something. You and me will go crazy if we do that as well. So, let's do, what's my phone case? It's this. I got it from Wildflower. I will, I think I'm going to do what day is tomorrow? Wednesday. No, Tuesday. I'll do a live stream again tomorrow. Should we do same time tomorrow? We can do Nikocado and some other things. Wow, my phone is going fucking psychotic right now. Mama. Sorry, this is just on the... Mama. 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 Mama, a notification behind you. I will do another live stream tomorrow. And we'll do the Nikocado. I'm going to go to bed. We've been live for 4 hours. We just said 4 hours, actually. Mama. A 4-hour live stream behind you. All right, I'm going to love and leave you. I appreciate you all being here. Thank you so much for spending your time here. I had a really fun stream tonight. I loved our little tangents. My Madi, your anniversary tomorrow with your boyfriend? Congratulations, Brick. Happy anniversary. Gracie, thank you so much. Thank you so much to my amazing mods. I appreciate you as always. Chat, thank you so much. My regulars, my new people, I really appreciate it. Mods, thank you for your work as always. Thank you for taking the time to be here. Chat, thank you for taking the time to be here. I really, really, really appreciate Zenith. You know, heck and heck. Thank you so much to all the mods. And congratulations again, Brick. Or Bricky. Gracie, you know, I really appreciate you all. Kayla, Kendall, Autumn, Solin, Becca, Tay, Sophie, Samantha, Lulu Bud, Luna, Violet. May your wishes. I love that username. All right, I'm going to love and leave you all. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it. And Mama, Alinda behind.